It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better. For a healthier business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
Wrocław, Microsoft, our startup-friendly partner, Scaleway, our matchmaking partner, PKO Bank Polski, our fintech partner, Konradzki Celej, our legal partner, LG, PwC, European Innovation Council, Greenhouse by Comarch, Brella, our matchmaking app, Deutsche Börse, Startup Wrocław, SpinLab, JWW, Vienna Business Agency, Niegaleria, BlueZap, and HubSpot. Thank you so much, guys, for supporting us and for partnering with us. And without further ado, let me give the stage to our first speaker of the day, Karolina Marantovich, Chief of Growth, with the presentation, 4 Days Working Week. The report summary. Why would company allow employees to have 4 days a week? Let's hear the insights. Thank you. Karolina, welcome.
Good morning. So it's really nice to be here in Wrocław, especially that A4B is Wrocław-based startup. Today we are not looking for investors. We are bootstrap, profitable, so not yet. This is not the moment, but we would like to share a little bit of our experience dealing with different kind of the innovation we are doing on the daily basis. So we would like to share the results of the trial program we ran last year and this year regarding the shorter working week. We are a biotech innovation company, small, fast-growing, but on top of engineering and digital innovation and experiments, we really like to test all kinds of the innovation on ourselves. So this is why we're also very keen to test different types of the culture or organizational type of the innovation. We work fully remotely with the fully flexible model long, 2 years before pandemic. The company is founded in 2018, but since beginning. We introduced workation as a model for merging the vacation, holidays, and work from different places on Earth. And it works very good. And last year, we decided to test the 4 days working week. But because, at the core basis, we are engineers and IT specialists, we are very data-driven. So we really wanted to have not just, small experiments and check how it would be, but to get as much data as possible. And this is why when the idea came to my mind that we should maybe look closer at that new type of working, I reached out to our lead of the research hub, and she is with us here in the first row, Ivona, with the idea, why not really doing the serious experiment of the shorter working week? And because I have a really huge confidence in her work and her approach to different types of the researches we are doing, I knew that it would be prepared with the high quality. So right now we are able to gather different types of the data. The whole research project took us 9 months, but the experiment itself regarding the 4 days week was spread among 3 months. And we make the, Ivona took care about all details. So starting from the definition, what does it really mean 4 days working week? In our case, it was 4 days, 32 hours, the same responsibilities, the same workload, the same salary. There are different definition of the working days as we can look at the other examples from other countries or other companies. So I think this definition is also important when we look into results because it impacts also the results itself. we did the recruitment, or rather there was the algorithm design by the research team, how to recruit the diverse group, which will be similar to the overall population of the company. 30% of the employees was part of the experiment. The same amount of the employees were assigned to the control group. They work with the standard 5 days working week, but we analyzed the same metrics for them as well, not only for the group which was part of the trial program, but also for them. What next? So our research team helped us to develop the right hypothesis for us. We just didn't want it, to work shorter, but we wanted to check and verify what is important for our employees from the perspective of the shortened working week. And those hypotheses are, first of all, that the work planning and organization will improve. It was the first hypothesis. The second one is that it would have better impact on the work-life balance. The third hypothesis was that people in the trial program will have more time for the self-development. The fourth one was that work quality, work effectiveness will decrease. And the last one was that it will impact in the negative way the collaboration and the teamwork, that the collaboration and the teamwork will be weaker. So this is enough about the prep. Let's jump into the results, what we find out. How do you think? So first of all, the average results. I will show different types of the results, and first of all, the metrics, measurements we share with the media, they are average for each of the hypotheses, and all of them, first of all, they are positive. We confirm 3 hypotheses, we disprove 2 of them, but when we look into the details, for a specific group of the employees, based on the recruitment requirements, there are huge diversity of the results. And I think this diversity is one of the main final outcomes we realize, kind of obvious. Let's look at the work-life balance. So in general, work-life balance improved by, as you can see, more than 35%, a lot. But looking, for example, for the different types of the work people are doing, we have 3 main groups of the employees. Consulting part, working directly on the consulting project with our customers. R&D lab, people working on the R&D research, development of the prototypes for the biotech industry. And all the others, growth, marketing, communication, operation, finance, people and culture. Let's say more back office based, not only back office, but this is kind of the general comparison. So we can see that work-life balance improve for those groups differently. Those who benefits the most is the group called others. Growth, people and culture, operation, finance. When we look at the consulting R&D, it improved too, but to the lower extent. We also analyzed the results in terms of the age split for the younger population in our company, 30 years and less, or younger, and 30 years and more, older than 30 years. And also we can see that for the younger group, it improved to the better extent. I will jump to that one, this is the mistake, later, to the split between genders. The second confirmed hypothesis is related to the time for the self-development. And this one matrix was improved to the highest extent. So in general, it increased by 71%. And it increased, above 50% for all employees taking part in the trial program. It's a lot. These results showed us that people really need more time for self-development, or that there is not enough time taking into account our daily schedules. And it was one of the biggest benefits for all of the participants of the experiments, let's say that way. The last confirmed hypothesis is related to the organizational part of our work, of planning, how much it improved. Did it improve or not? It improved by, in average, 12%. And this average is important in that case because, as you can see, for some of the groups, it didn't improve. It had negative impact. This is R&D employees. So in case of the R&D lab, what we just realized, that not much improvement maybe can be done in terms of the planning and organization when you deal with the hardware experiments or physical experiments or mechanical experiments or chemical, biological experiments. They take the same amount of the time. And having less time for doing the same things will not help. On the other hand, we can see that for those others, so not dealing with the customers on a daily basis and not working in the R&D, they could improve their work above the 30%. So this is a lot. Maybe this group can benefit from the shorter week much more just by applying different types of the better organization techniques. And we disproved two hypotheses, as I said. So first one of them is that the quality of the work, effectiveness of the work would decrease. So in average, again, we observed the project manager and management, which was also part of the research program. They observed the better work quality, that work quality improved by 2%. But again, if we look into the details, in case of the R&D employees, it was almost the negative impact on the work quality and effectiveness was observed almost up to 5%. For the consulting people, the improvement of the work quality was minimal. But again, we can observe, or we observed, the really increase of the work quality for the others. Growth, communication, people and culture, finance, operations. So this is like, for me, from this hypothesis, we can again observe for which group of the employees in our case, maybe this type of the solution is not the best one, because it will impact work in the negative way. And in our case, R&D is extremely important. This is the cost we cannot pay, the lower quality of our R&D. The last hypothesis, this proved again that the collaboration and the teamwork will be weaker. Less time in the office, only 4 days, the same amount of the hours, the same workload, so less time for small talks, for discussion at the coffee machine in the kitchen, in case we work from the offices. And again, this hypothesis was disproved. Collaboration in generally improved by 10%, but when we look into the details, in case of the consulting, those of our employees who work on the projects with our customers, and all our customers, they work 5 days a week. So they notice the negative impact on the teaming and collaboration. In case of R&D, there was no impact. So as the final result is improvement, the average result is improvement, we need to take into account that for some type of the work, as long as our customers, they work 5 days a week and they expect us to be available 5 days a week, maybe it wouldn't be the best working approach. So here we can have summary of the results. I will not go, or some highlights from the results. I will not go through them in terms of the time, but what else we find out? So I'm really glad that our research team, looking at the results, they identify new groups of the employees we have. So not the split based on age, gender, or the type of the role or organization they work in, but based on the results, we identify 4 groups of our population, so that our population is split into 4 groups. The role model, the exemplary employee, this is one group, and they consist the 20% of the population of the trial group. The busy leader, 1/3 of the group. The overlooked employees, 1/4 of the overall population, and the balance employees, those who benefit the most, in generally from the shorter working week. In that moment, I will come back to the gender results. So here is the place where the slides should be. So we also looked at those specifics. It was not the main measurements for us, but the 20% of the trial group were women and 80% were men. This is the similar distribution we have in the company. And what we could observe that 4 metrics, the work-life balance, organization, work quality, and the teamwork, increased to the higher extent for women. Only self-development increased much higher for men than for women. So based on those results, we can make few hypotheses. We don't have hard data. Maybe, this is my hypothesis, women, they care much about the others, the families, than about themselves. On the other hand, their work-life balance improved almost by 60%. So having 1 day, additional day off could improve also their private life, taking into account that those women with kids, they have probably more duties. But these are the hypotheses. We don't have hard data for this, but it could, lead us maybe to the next wave of the research where we could look deeper. Here we are. Another split of the employees, and this is also very interesting, is because the results for those groups are different, especially in the terms of the teamwork and collaboration. So the group which is oriented on the work and task, this is one group of the employees, 40% of our population, or population of the trial group. And the social interaction oriented. So the people who are more oriented on the social interaction, or for those for whom the social contacts at the workplace have huge importance. 1/3 of the population of the trial group, research group. So they have really the teamwork and collaboration in their case decreased a lot. And I see that results are opposite on the slides. So don't be mistaken. For the work and task-oriented, teamwork increased by 32%. For those who are social interaction-oriented, teamwork decreased by 24%. And this is 1/4 of our population. This is a lot. We cannot ignore that. That these people maybe need more time just for building relationship at workplace. One last remark we made. We are startup or maybe scale up because we are growing really fast, and we just analyze, maybe not we, our research team analyze, which stage of the company development is the best one to start this program or to implement this program like this. And the finding was that the kind of the maturity level of the development, when the growth, the pace of growth is slower, would be the best one. And it also impacted our final recommendations. That first of all, the shorter working week should be implemented step by step, making small changes one by one, not as a revolution. There are certain groups of the employees which could be impacted in the negative way, and we need to analyze this with more details. We need more data to be sure that those people will feel comfortable with the new approach. We can make huge improvement of the work quality just providing less distractors to our daily or weekly schedule, providing more focus time for employees without meeting, calls, and disruption on the different channels. So people need more time for the quiet, deep work. And the last one is that in general, our people, they want to work. They don't want to work less in terms of the number of responsibilities they have. And maybe time, working time, is not the best measurement to think about the future of the workplace. Maybe we should think more towards measurement of the objective at the work, or result, outcome base, not time only. Yeah. We know that something needs to change. In our case, we will start with the implementing 4.5 working day in providing 2 weekly slot, 2 4-hour weekly slot for the quiet time. And we will run deeper analysis, what kind of the benefits or solutions we can provide our employees so they can feel better. But we are not sure if the 4 working days is the answer for all of them. Thank you. The full report, could be downloaded from our website. So in case you want to look into all the details, gather more data, feel free. We also get the analysis and the feedback from few globally recognized HR specialists in our report, so it could be useful for us, I think. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karolina. Thank you. It was really insightful. And if I have to be honest, I hope Mike, our CEO, is sitting somewhere there and listening to the recommendations. But if not, I'm going to send him this piece, this presentation personally, because I really like the recommendations you guys found out. So without further ado, we're going to have an online speaker now. And the name of the presentation is Founder Stories That Led to Practical Lessons Learned and How to Apply It in 2022. Lukasz Fox, as our business lead in Microsoft, will translate those lessons into actionables go and do's that every single founder could take and apply. From early stage to Series D, across B2C or B2B. Lukasz, are you with us? Let's see. Let me then just reconnect with my technical team and see whether Lukasz is okay and whether his presentation is sharing. Just a second.
All right, so hello everyone. It's great to be virtual at this time at World Summit. I'm connecting directly from our office in Athens, Greece, where I had the chance to mingle with an amazing Greek ecosystem. And kudos to everyone involved in World Summit. Literally, I've seen many posts, Instagram stories coming directly from the founders who joined. I've seen many great companies, and definitely I'm keeping my fingers crossed for all those startups who'll be later today pitching on the stage in the battle. And so my name is Lukasz Fox. I do lead our strategic investments and motions targeting digital native companies, including startups. I spent more than 10 years directly in Central and Eastern European ecosystem by partnering with key communities, VCs, accelerators, and of course, startups, scale-ups, and unicorns in our region. And that was the big inspiration actually for the session today. So I try to reflect on all of those conversations, and very often those were heated debates around some specific lessons and aspects of being a founder. So again, I try to be very focused on those, and we see startups as partners. So literally, we had plenty of opportunities recently to meet with founders, and I tried to pick a couple of highlights, let's say, and top of mind of those founders whom I met. And I do hope you will find some useful guidance and some specific tips that you might take and implement in some specific challenges that you face right now. And also recently we launched a brand new startup program. Definitely that was an interesting project. Some of you know that we had Bespark, then we had a late stage program, but now we have a platform which is actually a community. So it gives us more and more opportunities to be very close to you, to founders and Central Eastern European founders. And we see it as an interesting project where we have very lean milestones behind, and we are trying to constantly add new features and perks. So definitely I'll be keen to also discuss with you later how you see that program. So feel free to ping me over the LinkedIn. But definitely it's more personal. We want to be very close to you. But definitely we open the doors to our program to every startup at any stage. So in case you are early stage founder, you just created your business model and napkin, definitely you are welcome to join. In case you are scale up, you look for traction, maybe you want to discuss some specific customer cases that you might build with us, Founders Hub is also for you. And what was the pivot and what was the source of learning? Definitely, for sure, you see Microsoft as a tech provider. We have Azure Cloud, we have plenty of different kind of tech offerings. And yes, we still do provide the access to our tech, to Azure, Microsoft 365, Dynamics, GitHub, and so on. We want to also expand the tech benefits to third-party solutions. Recently, we announced that every startup in Founders Hub would have the access to OpenAI, not only kind of the premium SKU of their kind of tech, but definitely also to experts. And it goes beyond, I mean, the value prop goes beyond tech. So we want to also give you some business-specific perks. For example, we have more than 600 mentors who are Microsoft employees coming from all around the world, who are experts, not only again in tech, but definitely they are representing different superpowers and very diverse skill sets. And also we have regular meetups and specific community events, for example, where you could mingle with top EMEA VCs. And that's what we do right now. Have a look, check. Definitely we look for more and more ways how we could be in direct connection with you, but also how we could scale and help and empower even more founders. You could join right now on startupsmicrosoft.com. And again, the launch been very intense for us. We launched the program back in March, and it has given an amazing opportunity to, again, connect to all of those stakeholders who I mentioned at the beginning. And again, by moving to the core part of my presentation, I try to sum up at the top of mind of those conversations. And at the end, I do hope those are going to be some interesting aspects that might inspire our future discussions and conversations that you might have also with other speakers and experts who are joining World Summit. Let me start with the first one. This morning when I went to sifted.eu and when I compared the notes with TechCrunch, the headlines were quite terrifying. Everyone is discussing about some layoffs, the decreased valuations of even private companies. There are some discussions, how to embrace the resilience in those turbulent times. So definitely that was a theme in our conversations directly with founders. How we might help you really survive those, again, difficult times. And I've seen amazing kind of go-dos that have been planned by the founders. The idea of resiliency plan is amazing. So you could have a blueprint. So literally a laundry list of must-haves that you need to follow around some specific important aspects of your business. For example, in case you are a SaaS founder, probably you are obsessed about erosion, you want to add a stable new growth towards your business. And nowadays, it's different. Probably you count every penny that you spend on the paid media. And there are some specific kind of crisis management aspects of the operations nowadays, where probably you need to be even more mindful about some specific investments that you make for the growth, but also how do you retain talent, how you keep the sanity as a founder. So again, write down all of those great kind of micro tactics, micro recovery habits that you want to build, just to ensure that you will have a guideline just that would help you navigate through, again, quite difficult times. And we live in the era of extremes. I mentioned what media outlets are saying right now, but still, we finished 2021 very strong. 100 unicorns were created directly in Europe. Average European startup have created at least 17 roles. So literally, the tech industry is still booming. Yes, there are some challenges, but don't get overwhelmed by all those kind of extreme signals. Stay focused, build your resiliency plan, and definitely follow the best practices that you will set by yourself. And how we could help, as Microsoft there. Traction. In case you are, for example, a B2B focused startup, we have our marketplaces where you could list and even transact together with us your SaaS solution. So imagine a CTO of Fortune 500 company, he or she is looking for a new CRM solution. They could go directly to Azure Marketplace, they would type the keywords, and they could find your solution. And what's the beauty of that partnership? It will help you to also integrate with our billing system so that end customer would see one invoice after using your solution on top of the Azure cloud. And also our kind of Salesforce is keen to pitch your solution whenever you will be the part of the program. In case you are a B2C startup, probably B2B cloud marketplace is not a thing for you for getting that kind of plan, how to stay resilient in terms of growth. Again, join Founders Hub. We are having hundreds of mentors who help, for example, lead their customers. And they are currently our industry leaders who are very keen to also spend the time and dedicate their superpowers towards those specific conversations that you might have one-on-one. Second lesson, we've all been having that remote work kind of talent in our teams. Always we've been looking for some specific people with that unique skill set, and remote work being kind of also, I feel, a default for digital native companies. But in the post-pandemic era, definitely the culture has changed. Even that I'm joining the event in the hybrid mode, and still we have Microsoft for Startups enjoying World Summit, is that sign of kind of new hybrid first world. And I've seen when I've been working with governments and public policy makers, a lot of initiatives around really helping some local hubs to flourish. People don't have to relocate to the capital cities of specific countries, to your headquarters. You're able to literally target the new pool of talent that wasn't, for example, keen to relocate. And for example, maybe even you haven't been able to even afford to support the relocation in terms of visa matters, in terms of the real move that should be secured as part of such, let's say, relocation campaign. So what I'm trying to say, that flexibility being there, of course, the challenge maybe for the ACR strategy, it's also the value that people seek right now in the job description. But definitely from those signals that I've got from founders, it's a huge opportunity. And I feel it's also a huge support for local economies that could create even more programs where the digital first talent could mingle and stay on site, but still they will be working for your amazing company that might be having an HQ in a completely different city or either the country. And I've seen even the startup that's created, again, digital first consultancy services where they're able to help you to create those new legal entities, yes? Because like remote first talent is also the challenge for the compliance, but there is the answer for that. There are amazing companies who are able to help you to create a new kind of satellite subsidiary in completely different cities. So I feel it's one of those amazing examples on how the startup ecosystem really tried to pivot around those new challenges. How we could help, again, just to not sound like Captain Obvious who is just saying some obvious things, and you might tell me, okay, how Microsoft for Founders Hub may help us. So we are constantly like running community events called Open House. You could have a look on our LinkedIn profile called Microsoft for Startups, where we want to invite you, even in case you are not part of Founders Hub, to join some specific conversations with people who are very kind of skills in their area of hiring. And of course, we are having plenty of people with HR background directly as our mentors in the Founders Hub, and they are available for you. Keep in mind, those mentors that we have in Founders Hub, they are not only geeks who are talking about cloud. Definitely, we work with global teams to ensure that we have a diverse pool of experts who are going to dedicate and pay some karma towards those startups who are active in Founders Hub. Third lesson, I've seen many companies who've been trying to look for the talent coming from corporates, and even in Central and Eastern Europe, those subsidiaries of big corporates have created a great talent that is available for you. AMI Greece, for example, our subsidiary Greece has been created in 1992. So there's an amazing group of people who are very keen to help you with some specific challenges as a mentors, maybe as your future board of directors, but definitely it's the also pool of people who are able to navigate you towards some specific processes that you might take from the corporate and apply into your startup. I know it might sound like a daunting task, so copycat the corporate processes, but again, we live in the turbulent times, so any best practice that works, I feel it's worth to check. And even I checked who's joining World Summit. There are many people who started the startups after they left the corporate world, directly in Central and Eastern Europe. And let's follow some practices, partner with some specific corporate accelerators where we'll be able to spot some good practices and at the end shadow them and implement as core ones in your startup. And literally, when I go to LinkedIn, when I see who changed the job, who is connected, who's talking to someone, what kind of events are happening, I see more and more people who are mingling like this and who are connecting the good sides of the corporate world and implementing, again, those key aspects into the startup culture. How we may help? Learn about COSEP program. Talk to Marta Motel, who is today on site attending World Summit, and she will tell you how we are working with some specific startups to give them the access to all of our sales force all around Central and Eastern Europe, and how we might also be featured in all of our global catalogs of solutions. And you will meet many people from our community, internal community, who work with CXOs, who are pitching to Fortune 500 corporates, who are at the end coming with an amazing enterprise background. So they may help you to create even a stunning pitch that would literally catch a deal for you, for your startup coming from the corporate. So again, to sum up, World of Corporates gives a lot of inspiration, including Central and Eastern Europe, as many corporates have a legacy in that region and able to help you with some specific challenges. For the startup pitch battle that would come after, I've seen the sustainability category, and everyone is talking currently how to literally embrace that social impact, how to pivot and navigate toward those really bold challenges. We've hosted in Greece, Poland, and Czech Republic the dedicated accelerators towards startups who are addressing Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, defined by United Nations. And it was interesting to see that there are two types of companies there. One, pure social impact, totally. Those are startups with some business models, but at the end, they don't want to grow like hell. They rather want to empower some specific groups, and they are very close to NGOs. But still, they target SDGs. There's another big opportunity, I feel, especially considering recovery funds from European Union, of startups who are taking those SDGs and they're creating new products and services that, for example, are helping big corporates to define their zero waste agenda. And there are amazing startups like Polish Plan B, who is trying to help corporates to calculate the carbon footprint. So there's another kind of industry that emerged directly in the startup ecosystem. But I feel there should be another kind of pillar, the third one, where in every startup, you will try to think, okay, I'm a fintech. Am I able to target one of those 17 SDGs? Yeah, there is affordable access to money. Yeah, how am I, through my fintech solution, really give the access to capital to those people who are maybe not always in touch, aware about specific programs. Maybe there's unfortunately some bias in some specific instruments. So definitely, what I'm trying to say, SDGs are for everyone. You could take some of them and check how sustainable is the supply chain. In case you are a B2C e-commerce company, well, probably know definitely a lot about SDGs. Have a look. I feel we need to follow those SDGs as startup funders, as corporates, as ecosystem makers, because simply it's important for us as human beings. And we have created a dedicated path within Funders Hub for those startups who are addressing societal impact, let's say SDGs. It's not easy even to navigate towards product market fit in that space. Of course, it's an emerging area, like I mentioned, but still you need to keep in mind that it's quite unique. And we partner with organizations like Ashoka. I've seen the Wojtek, who is the president of Polish Ashoka, speaking during World Summit. So at the end, we also partner with them to give the access to some specific experts. And there are more and more subject matter experts who are there, not only from Microsoft, but definitely also from all of those organizations who are best experts in terms of helping SDG-focused startups to have a traction, product market fit, next round of investment from SDG-obsessed VCs, and so on. So literally, in case you've never heard about SDGs, type it into your FAF search engine and have a look what United Nations have mentioned at that list of 17th. The final lesson, I'm coming with a geeky cloud background, so I need to talk about cloud a little bit. Word diversity is often used towards hiring and how we could empower those underrepresented groups, but I feel it's also valid in case you are a CTO developer. There's a plethora of frameworks, new kind of languages, cloud services that you need to take and test. And at the end, there's one mission. I hear from funders, hey, I want to go full cloud native. I don't want to talk about infrastructure as a service. I want to have PaaS and serverless infrastructure across several clouds. We go multi-cloud. Help me. Definitely, it's a kind of holy grail of being a CTO to have a kind of cloud native infrastructure. And as Microsoft under Funders Hub, yes, we still provide credits towards our Microsoft Azure Cloud from 5 up to 150K of free credits, depending on the stage that you are in right now. But you want to really help you to squeeze that kind of allowance as a lemon and help you to navigate towards more lean, cloud native, and efficient infrastructure. And we know that you are using several kind of clouds. So we are very keen to take the challenge and help you to navigate how to connect the dots and how to create really, again, modern, serverless, PaaS-based cloud-native infrastructure. So on top of credits, you could count on us as technical mentors who will help you. Check Azure Arc. It's our story for multi-cloud solutions. And definitely we are having plenty of free courses. Our strategy is kind of skilling is for all. On Microsoft Learn, you could take a look and, for example, take a course in case you are coming with the kind of non-Microsoft background and have a look and challenge our platform, which is a kind of an ask to you. Literally, we'll be keen to spend some time on this with you. To wrap up, I hope you found some useful topics, either some of those hashtags, keywords that you've seen across those 5 lessons would work and resonate with you. Definitely, I've seen amazing sessions happening in the agenda of World Summit. Let's connect over LinkedIn. I will publish those slides later. Join Funders Hub. All of those perks are able for you. Funders Hub is, again, open to everyone. Application takes about 4 minutes, and it's super quick. Like, literally, we're asking only a few questions. Then after a few days, we are reviewing the application, and in case you'll be approved, and I'm sure you'll be approved, you'll have the access to all of those perks, and you could do it right now at startupsmicrosoft.com. In case you look for a mentor, again, friendly reminder about those 600 people whom we gathered from Microsoft, who are very keen to pay back the karma and who are very keen to be with you there. And definitely I'm one of them. So in case you see a fit between some of those topics that I mentioned in my session, definitely I'll be keen to spend some time with you over the summer. And definitely, again, I love to spend the time directly with startups. You know that's true. Again, we live in quite turbulent, difficult times. So at least that's how I could help with that. Do not miss our Microsoft for Startups team who is joining Wolf Summit. And again, challenge us, provide feedback, and join Founders Hub. With that, I wish you a great Wolf Summit. It's great to see you there. And in case we are pitching today after in the battle, really, fingers crossed.
Thank you, Lukasz. Thank you so much. I hope our technical team will take your applause and also will try and proceed them into virtual ones and tell Lukasz that we enjoyed the presentation. Thank you so much. We are running a bit over time, so I'll just go straight into introducing our next speaker, who is Aleksandra Kowalik, Innovation and Startup Partnership Specialist at Let's Fintech with PKO Bank Polski. Aleksandra will tell us about how they drive innovation at PKO Bank Polski. Aleksandra, welcome on stage.
Hello, everyone. So my name is Aleksandra Kowalik, and I work for the Let's Fintech with PKO in the innovation office. Today, I would like to talk about what we do here in PKO and a little bit about our success. So maybe let's start with a short recap of our bank. For the foreigners, because maybe there are some not really familiar, in Poland we have two PKO banks, which may be really confusing, but there is a simple way to differ them. One is with a bison, and one is the proper one. So this is the biggest bank right now in Poland, and maybe let's look for the numbers because they speak for themselves. So we have 11 million clients, 1.6K branches in whole Poland. There is literally no big city or medium city without our branch. We have more than 10 million card issues and 30K employees. One of them you already know, so 29 and something to go. And 8K sales team. But we are not just a bank. We are a whole group of institutions. We do banking, we do, of course, the insurance, leasing, factoring, and investment. We also have our bank, the Credit Bank in Ukraine, which is operating even right now in these horrific times. We have also the branches in Germany and in Czech Republic. So it was for the start, and right now we can somehow move forward with the innovation. It's sad to say that it didn't start with our department. It started earlier when the direction of our bank changed into the digital strategy, the digital transformation. So it was very long time ago. And of course, we as other banks, we moved that way to have a mobile and a web channels. And it's fair to say that we were in the leaders in this race. Back then, we were rather following others, chasing them, than being the first one. So it's even so we are even prouder of ourselves, because right now in many aspects we are the leaders. So our application, the ECO, the mobile application, is for many years seen as a best one, best at least in case of reviews at the App Store and Google Pay. We provide every possible way to do a mobile transfer with Blik, of course, but we also quite recently introduced the Tacto Eco, which is our great success, and it was thanks to the cooperation with a startup, New Delta. And also, the COVID pandemic is worth to mention right now because it was for all banks, for all industry, it was a time when the digitalization progressed quicker. So we also have some goals that we reached thanks to also the collaboration with startups. We introduced the new way of opening an account. So right now, in 15 minutes, you can open the account with just a selfie. So that way, we could be sure that our clients are safe in a home without going to our branches. So also, we have introduced this possibility to talk with our advisors via Google Meets. So it's quite similar to the regular visit at a branch. You can take a loan, get a credit card. So it works like this. And also, quite recently, and we are still working on it, on the signature, implemented also with a cooperation with a startup. And but we do not focus only on the customers. We also collaborate with startups in order to make our employees work better. And the digital navigation for a back office is a good example of it because it really helps our employees, and it's also a collaboration with a startup. The appetite grows with eating, and we want to do more and more and more, and not be just a bank. That's why we offer a lot of value-added services, especially for our customers, individual ones, but also for the corporate ones. So here we have also the examples of successful collaboration with some startups. And this is not something that we want to stop. This is not the point where we want to say it's enough for us, because we as a group, in this case, the PKO leasing team, started to actually building the startups. So we are heading the direction to the venture building, introducing the marketplace. But those successes and this collaboration with startup could not be possible without the proper IT infrastructure. So that's why we focus on those 3 areas, which is API and open banking, the blockchain, and AI. Because we believe that without the proper APIs, we cannot collaborate with startups. So we developed many solutions here, and also we are really focused on a blockchain. We have a designated team for the blockchain. We do have the blockchain sandbox, and our cooperation with CoinFirm, which is the durable medium, was a really great success. Over the period of this collaboration, we saved 36 million zloty just by getting rid of the regular letters, not to mention the impact on the environment and carbon footprint. And also, we are focused on the AI solutions. I told about Talk to Eco before. We have a designated team, so I hope there is more to come. And what are we looking for right now? So right now we are focused on the aspect of engaging our customers to be more than just a bank, and to bring more technology into our solutions, InsurTech, for example, and also how to digitalize the internal processes, because we may say that's our pain point somehow. So we did a lot, but yeah, there is a lot of things to change in our processes. But also, those are the points that we are right now focusing on. However, we are always there to listen to the startups. We don't want to chase the startups with a problem, and we want to hear about the startup solutions, so we can hear and think about, because maybe there is some need that we don't know yet. And what can you expect from the way we work with startups? So here is a simple path, but it's not always the only path that we have. So when the startups comes directly to the PKO, to our team, and we think that there is a place for the cooperation with a startup. We first find the business owner of the solution in our bank. Then we run a pilot for up to 6 months, and we, of course, pay for it. Maybe it's not very common in the industry, but we understand that it needs a lot of time from the startup. So of course we pay for a pilot, and then if the pilot is successful, then we get the business deal. And here is the last part, is to get an investment. But sometimes the startups don't need a pilot, and sometimes we just go straight to the last point, and our CVC is investing in them. Okay, so here we have apart from the wrong subject, we have here the numbers about our department, because during those 4 years of our innovation office, we have analyzed more than 1,000 solutions. We have completed the 40 pilots. Right now we have ongoing 12 pilots, and we have 23 commercial implementation, 7 CVC investments, but it's actually 8, because right now it's the 8th is right now ongoing. And the solutions the solutions from the startups that we get are connected to blockchain, chatbot, loans, mobile branches, value-added services, and marketing. And our platform is our platform and our form is open 24/7. So we don't have a specific time to get the cooperation with startups. It's always open. So here you have a link, so you can reach me out during this the Wolf Summit, or you can go to our website in order to think about the cooperation with us. And in case of any questions, you can always write to us at fintech@pko.bep. So, yep. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. It was a very insightful presentation, and now we are coming up to one of the most awaited parts of Wolf Summit, which is, you've guessed it, Great Pitch Contest. You can see my colleague Rosie setting up and getting ready. And also, a very important thing, we actually are looking for Miss Marta Motel from Microsoft. Has anyone seen her? Or she's somewhere here?
Yes, yes.
Okay, perfect. Hi. Okay, so now we have everyone. Just give us a minute to rearrange everything around. And for those of you who are pitching, or if you are a judge, please make sure you're taking the seats in the front row so that we could have a very prolonged eye contact while you're pitching or while you're waiting. Thank you so much, and I will give the stage to my colleagues, Rosie.
In the pitching mode, so I'm very excited about that and excited to open. All right, I'm getting signs from my team that I think we need a bit more time, but still you're here, so I can tell you just a little bit. And I'll be waiting for the sign where we go live, I believe. Already? All right. All right, so welcome everyone to the Great Pitch Contest. It's the 15th edition of Wolf Summit. This time we are even more of a festival. I hope that you saw that yesterday at the art show. So those of you that were there, hi. Let me kick off the pitching session by introducing our judges that we have here. in front of us in the front row. We've got with us today Marta Motel, Partner Development Advisor for ISVs and startups at Microsoft. We've got Maxim Sabaek, Startups Program Manager at Scaleway. And Claudia Kuczaj, HR Partner from Comarch SA. Thank you so much. And we will have the mixed pitching, so some of the startups will be joining in person, some of them online. And this first one, let's see if we can connect with them. And it will be Łukasz from Omnias. So let's try to get him to join our stream. I hope everything will work, but you know how it is with the virtual attendance. So let's just see if we can dial him in. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you.
Super. So the only thing we need is to see your slides.
Absolutely.
Perfect. We can see it. I'm starting the clock. You have 3 minutes to pitch. Good luck.
All right. Hello, Wrocław. My name is Lucas. I'm a CEO and founder of Omnias, the metaverse for physical retail. Back in the days, the life was easier. The retailers were bringing the consumers to the physical stores. With the appearance of the internet, the complications started to appear, and the social media have added even more complexity, making the retailers having today the something what is called multi-channel. Multi-channel means 2 strategies, 2 teams, 2 KPIs. Time to change it. Omnias will bring the stakeholders back to the physical stores and create a true omni-channel experience. How does it look like in a practice? The consumer walks into the store, opens the retailer mobile application. Inside, it's our technology, recognizing the entire shelf and the vast amount of the products. We overlay this content with the 2D, 3D, promos, gamings, games, quests, etc. All this is actually managed by the brands directly in our platform, which feels and looks like a Google AdWords. Because we recognize all the shelf, we're being able to also recommend the consumers, show me the vegan, low sugar, paraben-free, or any other preference. Our business runs on the enterprise SaaS platform with the B2B subscription model with flywheel effect created between the retailers and brands. The biggest benefit for the retailers is to enable in a physical store the new e-revenue stream. For the brands is to enable the offline to online marketing channel with the clear ROI. And consumers, it's all about the personalization in the physical stores. Summarizing 4 values, we drive more traffic with the gaming, we increase the sales for the retailers with the individualization of the offer. There is no need anymore for the cameras and expensive robots because all the job is being done by the consumers, and all this appears in one single platform. We started the journey 2 years ago with the POC in Singapore on the 22 stores. We're revenue driven with the trusted partners. Recently, we have concluded with Żabka Poland the tests where we received a whooping confirmation from the consumers that they will use our metaverse in the physical stores. And we're very much focused on the growth of the MRR. By 2025, Omnias will be available for all retail stores. In order to support it, we received last year the R&D grant. We're looking for the bridge financing at the moment, leading up to the creation of the flywheel effect next year and an exit to the major metaverse player. Our team is run by the 3 international leaders, myself, Polish, coming from the retail background, Mark, Swiss, coming with the agency background, and Adam, British, having more than 100 IT implementations. We're supported by the best AI experts in Poland and a team of 12 between the researchers, dev, and the commercial team. We're seeking right now the bridge financing on a convertible note where 50-50 is going to be used for a product and a commercial acquisition. Thank you very much. You can reach me online, and my head of growth, Marcin, is on site, so you can always meet with him in Wrocław. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Round of applause. And we can move straight to the questions because we are already in the Q&A, so grab your microphones. I'm talking to our jury right now, and you can kick off the question. Go ahead, Maxime.
Thank you, Rosie. Thank you very much, Lucas. Super nice speech. Actually, I've got two kind of questions. Is it possible to test it here in Wrocław? Sorry for my Polish. Or where can we test it in Europe?
So the whole solution is being built as the piece by piece over the next 18 months. We have a working product which is already commercializing with the brands like Black Red White Furnitures, Asahi Group, or recently also we signed the Kersher and concluded the tests with Żabka. So you can test it directly with my head of strategy, Marcin, who's sitting probably right next to you. He should wave right now, and he can show you the several capabilities of the technology which we're running today.
Cool, thank you.
Great. We still have 2 minutes.
Hi, thank you for a presentation. What is the huge challenge, or was, or you expect will be the challenge?
Correct. Our project is very R&D driven. So the biggest challenge was to recognize the vast amount of the products on the shelf with so-called technology, with so-called DATMO technology. And we have already overcome this challenge, and hence we're pitching today, seeking the investors' support because we de-risk this investment.
Thank you.
It's a computer vision technology.
1 minute, 30 seconds.
Okay, so maybe what about risk in the future? What can you say? What about risks?
The risk is that looking at the results from the consumer tests, which has been done among the 500 consumers acquired from the street in Żabka, is that the response might be so overwhelming that the server, we will have to enlarge the amount of the servers with our partner, who's Microsoft.
Okay, thanks.
We still have 1 minute. Any other questions? Any follow-up questions? If not, would you like to add something? Because you still have a bit of time. Łukasz?
Yes, I could add that maybe around the round that we're seeking right now, the bridge financing round, and we already received for the pre-Series A round in Q4 the 50% commitment for co-investment. So if the ventures are looking for the keywords of the retail, AR, CV, AI, our doors are open for this co-investment or the bridge financing at the moment.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Round of applause for you, straight from the heart of Wrocław. And now let me invite on stage Natalia Ciosek. I've got here everything you need in order to pitch, so please approach me. And I'm starting the clock to 3 minutes as soon as the presentation appears. And you've got 3 minutes. Good luck.
Hello, my name is Natalia Ciosek, and I'm a co-founder of Ultron Ar. This is a platform using machine learning and artificial intelligence in order to create AR games for mobile devices. Many companies... it does not work. Okay, sorry. Many companies struggle with the problem of building relationships with their customers, and whenever they try to use solutions connected with AR, it turns out to be very expensive, very time-consuming, and actually very tiring for them. That's why we have come up with a solution. That's why we have come up with the solution of making a platform, creating a platform, which enables you to create your own AR game within less than 30 minutes, and you can simply have your own Pokemon Go just with a couple of steps. So we give the access to the customer panel. Within our customer panel, which is very modern and which is very intuitive, I would say you can just give your customers possibilities of do some tasks. For example, you can ask them to make a picture, to recognize the object, to recognize the tree, or for example, to make interaction with different types of AR creatures. So this is what the user can see. The user can, of course, take part in the gamification process, can make can complete different types of tasks. For this one, he or she collects the points, and at the very end of it, can win prizes of different kinds of incentives or bonuses or coupons or so on. So the competition are companies which are already having those AR games and which have active users playing those games. However, please remember that Ultron Ar is a platform, is a tool in which you can create your own AR game without any special IT knowledge and within a couple of seconds. So the market is huge right now. It's over $150 billion. It's worth more than $150 billion, and it's still increasing. And there is a huge demand for these kind of AR games. We sell our product in different types of models. You can either make your own private game, which is free. However, you can also make use of the standard package where you get the access to the global ranking, or you can choose a business package where you can have the map of the world. You receive a map of the world, which means that you see exactly what your users see on their smartphones. So we have taken part in different accelerators. Last year we took part in Expo 2020. We were one of the partners of the Polish Pavilion during Expo 2020 in Dubai. We also have got 3 pilots in Portugal right now, thanks to Nova School of Business and Economics. And we also took part in some of the fintech events, for example, in Taipei in 2019. In 2019, we also received a grant from National Center of Research and Development in Poland. It was more than 7.5 million Polish zlotys, and right now we are finishing the project, and by the end of 2022 we are planning to have the revenue of over 5 million Polish zlotys. This is our team. It's quite huge right now because it's nearly 40 people. We have got experience from different branches because Greg, for example, who is one of the co-founders, has got experience of 18 years running the business. We have got experts from different fields, for example, from machine learning, from artificial intelligence, data scientists, and cybersecurity. So thank you very much, and we are also awaiting you in our stand just by the table number 30. Thank you very much.
Perfect. And now let's move on straight to the questions. So grab your microphone, and are there any questions from our judges? Perfect. So Marta, you can start.
Thank you. It goes so smoothly. I even don't find out. But what was the game changer in your business?
You mean what was the thing that made us prepare this kind of project? Or what's different from our business?
Yeah, the moment that changed a lot, in terms of.
So we first started with quite a different project. It was Ranvido. Ranvido is a kind of an also application for mobile devices. However, it allows you to read 2D objects. And later on, our customers started to ask, okay, so when I can read, for example, when I can scan a leaflet and something comes up on my screen, why can I not, for example, scan a tree and find out something about this particular object? So we started to think that it's very prosperous to try to develop our business in the field of the machine learning and artificial intelligence and try to read and recognize 3D objects.
Thank you.
Perfect. We still have 2 minutes. Maxime?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Regarding the price, I remember you told about 2K, but are you selling something more, like some new skins for the brand or something like that?
You mean the business package?
Yes.
Okay, so in the business package, you are able to receive your own skin. You are able to receive your own logos, and the panel is completely adjusted to the company's requirements. But what's very important there, in the business package, you can implement your own products. So it means, for example, if you are a producer of Coca-Cola drinks and you would like to teach our system, our engine, that this is a can of Coca-Cola, you can do it in the business package. In the package which was in the middle, the optimal, the standard package, you make use of the products that are already in our system, so that are already in our database, let's say, yes. And in the business package, it's very important that you also see the map of the real world. So you actually, when your players are going around this building or they are going around the shop, you see everything they see also in this package.
Okay, so it can be used all around the world?
It can be used all around the world, and right now we are starting the pilots in Portugal, in the touristic business, touristic area with 3 companies, including the Boost, which is quite a big company connected with the traveling. So we will see how it works, because we finished this project by the end of this year.
Okay, cool.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we are running out of time, so thank you, Natalia, very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. And now let me invite Sarah Smart to join us on stage. Come on up. And these will be your tools in order to pitch right in front of our jury and our audience. So this is for you. And I'm setting the clock to 3 minutes. As soon as we see your presentation, it will start. Good luck.
Thank you. Sarah, Samoti. No, I'm not here to sing, thankfully or regretfully. My name is Tilen. I'm here to present you Sarah and what are we doing at Sarah. At Sarah, let's first start with the problem. While we were building our e-commerce, one of the biggest e-commerces in Slovenia, Europe, where we are from, we struggled with a lot of problems, and we found out that selling in Europe is hard. It's really hard. Europe has 24 local languages. Pretty much every country in Europe has their own specific payment method, and there is a lot of regulation. Just in Poland here, this beautiful country we are currently at, 50% of people pays with BLIK, and the other half pays with cash on delivery. And there are many more examples of different countries in Europe that are specific to the country. And how we help with that at Sarah? We help e-commerce stores quickly scale to pretty much all the Europe they want to. We offer them local customer support. We offer them refunds and returns handling. We offer them warehouse and fulfillment, translations, and obviously the most mentioned one, country-specific payment methods. And on top of it, we have our beautiful and really capable Sarah software. It includes with order management system, SMS and email marketing automation, e-commerce intelligence that helps e-commerce businesses track their profits, and really soon also a storefront, actually a Shopify for Europe. And in such a big market as fulfillment is, obviously there's a lot of competition that's already making huge amounts of profits, and it's growing, obviously. But we are a bit different than competition. While with competition, you'll get price lists on 12 pages, and pretty much no one knows what they're paying for, they just know they are paying something. We are different. With us, you pay only 10% of the order plus 3.9 fixed fee. And that's how you know what you're paying for. Currently, we are shipping 1,100 orders per day on average, while each order has around 40 euros average order value. At the end of 2022, we want to ship 5,000 orders daily and so much. So dear investors, if you want to 7x your investment in the next year or so, this is the team that will make your investment do it. It's a team that consists of, that built a really big, already mentioned e-commerce company, 2Digit, that went from 0 to 30 millions in turnover in 5 years. That's a really good thing. And obviously, with warehouse management and everything in place, Luca and Our will handle that part. We are raising 1.5 million, and like I said, 7x. That's it. Thank you very much for listening. And
thank you, Tylen. And now let's move on to the questions. We've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Who'd like to start? All right, Claudia.
Okay, thanks for presentation. So, what will the investors' capitals will be used for?
Sorry?
What will the capital investor will be used for?
50% will go to further software development because software is already developed, but 50% of the investment will go to the storefront builder, which takes a lot more effort to build. And around the next half, 20% of the other half will go to labor costs and all the costs connected with the warehouse management, scaling, and so on. And then the other 30% will go to pretty much the advertising costs, so attending conferences and all the marketing activities that we'll do. And around 10% will go to that cost that we don't know yet that they will happen, so legal costs, stuff like that.
Okay, thanks.
All right, Marta?
So as I understand, this is B2B model, right?
Yes, it's a B2B model, yeah.
Thank you.
Just a quick question. You mentioned Cubin.
Yes.
For the transport, etc. Does it mean that you are currently working with them, or you are competing?
We are competing.
Okay,
with them.
so you provide the full package.
Yeah. They are. Cubin is a traditional fulfillment model that basically fulfills the order like we do. However, we are more of all-inclusive fulfillment model.
Okay.
And they are.
How many tech people do you have in your company?
We currently have a tech, actually an agency that's doing that for us. I don't know that doesn't sound too good, but we are really connected because we are working with them for 5 years already. So there are 2 dedicated persons only working on Sara at the moment.
Cool, thank you.
Yeah.
We still have 1 minute. Any other questions? If not, would you like to add something to our audience here in Wrocław and listening on Hopin?
Not really.
Okay, so everything has been said. They are in the expo zone, by the way.
Yeah. Visit us there. We are there. I'm also available for the meetings. So.
All right, so I'll take your mic. Thank you so much. Round of applause for Sara. The startup name. This is Thailand. All right, so now our next startup will be joining online. So let's see if we can connect. It will be Rekoshov and Yaroslav. Can you hear us? We cannot hear you for now. Can you say something? Hello? Yeah, Yaroslav, we cannot hear you. So what I propose is that you try to work this out right now during the 7 minutes that our in-person startup will join us on stage, and it will be Challenge Rocket and Tomasz Florczak. Are you here? Perfect. This is for you. And as soon as the presentation appears, I'll start the clock to 3 minutes.
All right, thank you.
So let us see if we can see it. Yeah, good luck.
Thanks, thank you so much. And thank you all for being here. As I'm looking at you in the audience, I don't know most of you, but I think I can safely assume that every single one of you at some point in your life, you had something to do with the hiring process. You could be at both sides of the table, and it could be everything from absolutely positive to the dreadful experience with a lot of problems. And typically, and I'm afraid, typically the problems are for hiring brands, needless to say, shortage of talent, especially tech talent. They need to go beyond the traditional job listing, so they're trying to go out and engage those candidates with different tech meetups, hackathons, but unfortunately, mostly they are missing the tools to build this engagement in a proper way. If you're the candidate, if you're senior level software developer in the current market situation, you've got an upper hand and definitely you can pick and choose, but still you might be dissatisfied with some parts of this process. And if you're a junior level person, it's not so colorful anymore. You can be very talented, but you could be easily rejected because your skills does not stand out on your resume, and you're never going to get a chance to show off them during the job interview. And our vision is that actually every candidate should have a chance to demonstrate their talent in front of cool hiring brands and be evaluated based on their merits. So let me show you very quickly how the example experience could look like with our framework, with our platform. So picture this. You're the candidate, and there's a brand like Coke, and the message is this: come and join our challenge-based gamified recruitment process when you'll be able to demonstrate your skills up front, and we are going to give you the decision early. And it starts in a very regular way. You tell us some basic stuff about you, your experience, your work permit, and then you're demonstrating your talent 100% online from the comfort of your home. You're showing your skills relevant to the position you're applying for. It could be about analytics. It could be about coding when you're actually solving code problems on our platform. And here's where the magic happens, because you're getting automatic skill evaluation and early initial decision with your brand, so you could get this message that you're among top 5% and you're qualified to the next round of the recruitment. Automatically, there's no waiting time, there's less stress. And from the brand perspective, you're getting access to talent, you're getting access to people that there wouldn't be available otherwise, and you're getting early insights into their skills so you can move faster. And we have proven the effectiveness of this model. We have proven that we can sell to both independent, small SMEs and big enterprise clients in Poland and abroad. And we have proven that we can deliver value, that we can improve key hiring metrics like time to hire, cost to hire, quality of talent, number of talents. And we're receiving quite a lot of brands, quite a lot of love from those brands. They love the approach, they love the outcome, they love the results, and they are coming back to our platform after they run the pilots. And we also receive a lot of love from candidates, because so far over 100,000 people joined. But we're not stopping there. We're actually building the first tool when you can not only hire people, but you can engage people, and you can do it early on before they even apply. We're building talent engagement platform. So if you're the brand, you can compose different immersive experiences for your future talent pool. You can offer a hands learning experience, you can have gamified paths, and you can invite students even before they enter the workforce to learn with your brand, to practice with your brand, to start in different competitions so that they can unlock different opportunities with your hiring brand. And you're getting access to pre-assessed talent pool, and this is the first tool of this category. We run pilots with Accenture already and have very promising results. Our business model, very quickly in a nutshell, you can pay per talent or you can pay per the platform usage. And our growth model, we are looking for investors that could unlock us access to new markets. Using this strategy, we have recently closed the round with the Japanese investor, as it's one of the largest recruitment organizations in Japan and in Southeast Asia, and they were looking for new tools that could be implemented in the local market and bring a big change. So this is our new direction. And we're looking for partners, for investors, for new hires. So I know that we'll come to the judges' question right now, but please feel free to talk to me afterwards, and I'd love to grab a coffee with all of you and talk. Thank you so much.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Thank
My
you.
name is Tomasz, by the way.
As you said, we have 1 minute and 30 seconds for the question.
Thank you. So quick question about the competition.
Okay, in a broad sense, every company that is hiring people is our competitor, including talent agencies, because they are providing talent, so we're competing for the same budget. I do not believe that we have a direct competitor in the talent engagement phase, because companies do not tend to focus, software platforms do not tend to focus on that part.
Thank you. And tell us something more about your team.
All right. So we hire 10 people. We're based here in Wrocław, by the way, so we're locals. 10 full-time employees, and we have a number of contractors who are helping us to create a great content for the platform.
Okay, thanks.
Less than 1 minute to go. Any other questions?
Yes, maybe. Thank you. It was a super nice speech. I had a question and I forgot about it, but I believe that it has changed the way that brands are recruiting. Do you have any, I don't know if it's data or experience, like we were used to hire this kind of people, those kind of people, and now we are looking for a new kind of people. I'm not super clear, sorry.
Yeah, I think that I get the idea. It's a good question. So it's a question how the skill requirements are evolving in the workplace. So what we are observing that with a big shortage of talent in the tech space, companies are doing more and more bets on high potential candidates. They want to identify talent early on, and they want to hire people that they can train on site. But here comes with the problem how to identify the right fit, the right talent, the highest potential, so-called rising stars, as we call them. So we see this as being one of the big changes in how companies are looking for talent. But we're able to engage and provide both senior level and junior level talent as well, so we're covering the full scale of it.
Thank you so much. We don't have time for any more questions, so big round of applause for Tomasz.
Thank you so much.
And if I can get the microphone back, thank you. And this one, perfect. All right, let us see if we can connect with the record shelf. Again, let's try it out, because this will be the last person pitching in this particular session, but don't worry, there is more coming. There will be the FinTech Great Pitch Contest session powered by Greenhouse by Komar in a second. So stay with us here in the audience while we try to dial in Yaroslav. Let's see if his, all right. Unfortunately, I'm getting a message from our team that probably it won't work today, but I hope that we'll be able to hear. Oh, no, I'm getting a green light. Perfect. Let's dial in Yaroslav. You see, everything changes so quickly. So, Yaroslav, we are waiting for you to dial in and to see your presentation. All right. We can hear you now, but we can also hear you breathing, just so you know. And
I look differently.
I'm starting the clock. You've got 3 minutes. Good luck.
Yes. So, hello, my name is Yaroslav. I'm from Ukraine, and I'm CEO of Record Shelf. Imagine you came to a supermarket looking for your favorite juice. You go around the shelves and find nothing. You are upset and likely go to another place. The first would lose your loyalty and money. Empty shelves don't sell. That leads to $1 trillion loss of global retail. Solution is camera installed against every shelf that controls what is happening there and informing personnel to restock timely. It uses computer vision technology. It's perfect timing for such a startup because of a few factors. Like there are less resources at higher costs available for retail. Also, inflation pushed to cut those costs, but also retain existing consumers. With our technology, we may do that. We have few products for the market, and let's take a look at practical use of it. One of the big Coca-Cola competitor decided to install auto-ordering system inside of their shelves to cut the merchandising cost and increase sales. It's quite a significant figure. Our business model is B2B SaaS. We charge about $20 per camera per month. We operate in a very big retail market that's nearly $30 trillion globally. And our niche is blue ocean that grows at a pace of 40%, that is computer vision. We sell through partners and also do direct sales. A single customer may bring $500,000 of revenue a year. We are not alone in this world. There are other competitors, including Trucks Retail, that is Unicorn. Our difference in this, we are at highest automation level, so we offer smartphones, so right from the shelf we may order the products, in contrast to others. And also we control the queue and other parameters like price tags. What others say about us? They like this auto-ordering, they like that we don't charge CapEx, and also we have flexible IoT camera. Also, we need a little data to train our machine to a decent level of accuracy. For today, we have few pilots running in parallel and one commercial customer. They are very big retailers. We received nearly 300,000 of investments, and we completed 4 acceleration programs, including Alchemist, which just did demo yesterday, and I received many inquiries from investors. Good products need good teams. We combine IT, marketing, and sales expertise. I served Facebook, Amazon, and other big companies, being Nokia here, country manager. And my partner, Mikita, did projects in computer vision area for German and Danish customer, and he's our scientist now. We have perfect advisory board from biggest companies like Amazon, Deliveroo, who help us to steer in proper direction. Business coach who closed deals more than $100 million help us to operate in this VC world. Our plans include growing our sales force, R&D, to get more customers, to get more revenue with new investments we expect. So let's help retail to sell more with computer vision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Are there any questions? We have to cut it short a bit because of the technical problems, but go ahead. We can go with one question.
Yeah, I've got one. How many cameras do you need in one store?
It depends on the store. It might be from 50 cameras to thousands of cameras, like Shans or Kefurs.
So that means one camera can do, I don't know, 5 meters of...
Yeah, it's like 50, 60 products.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we don't have time for any more questions. So once again, thanks a lot for pitching, and thanks to the jury, everyone. It was Marta Motel, Maxim Sabaek, and Claudia Kuchaj. So we'll see you back here in a few moments after a short technical break. See you. I believe that we are slowly going live. So to those on Hopins, I would like to say hello to you. But also to those who are here with us in person in Wrocław. This session is FinTech, and it is a Great Pitch Contest session powered by Greenhouse by Komar. So everyone, round of applause for the partner of this session. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce our jury. Piotr Filipiak, Consulting Director at Greenhouse by Komar. Konrad Ozdowy, Innovation Expert from PKO Bank Polski. Tomasz Michalek, Startup Scout from KB Smart Solutions. And Łukasz Słoniewski, Business Unit Director at Komar. All right, let's see if we can dial in our first startup. And it will be InvestTown and Peter joining online. Yeah, it always takes a minute.
Perfect.
So, okay. We can see your presentation. I'm starting the clock. Good luck.
Perfect. Thank you very much. Happy to be here. And I'm here today to talk to you on behalf of InvestTown about a very real problem, which is the fact that 91% of people in the Central European area do not invest. This has three main causes. Lack of trust. People don't trust companies with managing their money, and they don't trust the underlying assets. They feel like markets can crash from underneath them at any time. They don't feel like they understand the markets enough to invest in them. And of course, they lack the capital to invest in the assets that they truly believe in. This is resulting in over 1 trillion euros being devastated by inflation in bank deposits. And I'm here to talk to you about InvestTown, about the solution to this problem. InvestTown is the first platform in the Czech Republic that allows everyone, no matter their economic background, no matter their status as an investor, to invest in real estate. We tackle the three main issues: trust, simplicity, and stress that comes with investing in real estate. We are a partner of Erste Group of Česká spořitelna, which is the largest commercial bank in the Czech Republic, brings a lot of trust with our investors. Users can start with as little as 20 euros, and registration is done through a very simple user interface, and it only takes around 20 minutes. And we take care of all the important and stressful sides of the investing in real estate. We analyze the properties, we buy them, and then we manage them. Our traction within the first year has been incredible. We've managed to amass 50,000 users who invested over 18 million euros through our platform, and that shows that we've hit the perfect market fit. An average user will invest 10.5 times with InvestTown, which goes to show that they consider this a long-term monthly investment. And over 45% of people that we successfully verify end up investing with us. Now, our business model from our side works this way. We are the sole owners of all the properties on our platform, which of course leads us to benefit from the increase in value. Last year, that was in Czech Republic 16%, which is way above the European Union average. That's made a difference over 3 million in just our portfolio. We take 5 to 20% from the monthly rent from our tenants. So we use that money to manage the tenants, to upkeep the properties, and to make the whole process for our investors as smooth as possible, so they don't have to deal with that. Now, what's next for us? We would like to become a wealth management platform. We would like to allow people to plan their financial future with us, allow them to set up and forget their investments, and simply monthly deduct money and invest that for them. That way they can see their growth month on month, year on year, and they can do all of that without having access to millions in their account. Thank you very much for your attention. This is the email on my screen. Please feel free to get in touch with any questions, anything. And that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for you from here, from Wrocław. Do we have any questions? You have microphone in front of you, so whoever would like to kick off, feel free to start.
Okay, thank you very much for a very interesting pitch. And one question from me. There are on the market real estate investment trusts, and for example, me as an investor, how you can convince me that I go with you and not with real estate investment trust, which is regulated and very safe for me, and with rate I can also start with €1 of investment. I don't need to buy the whole apartment.
Of course. Thank you. Great question. When it comes to real estate funds, the main difference between us and them is the fees. Basically, InvestTown operates with no fee policy. The only fee that we have is we charge 0.9% for a preliminary exit from the investment. Let's say a property is in the platform for 5 years. If somebody decides to exit after 2 years, the fee is 0.9%. And the next thing is liquidity. We basically take pride that we are able to release investors' money within the matter of days compared to the real estate trust funds, which would take weeks, sometimes months to let you exit the investment.
1 minute left.
And you've said that one of the biggest problems and issues why people do not invest is that they are afraid, because they just don't know it. They are afraid to invest the money, that they will lose it. How do you want to solve it in a mass scale, in a mainstream, like to make those people stop being afraid of that?
Yes, thank you for your question. Well, first of all, we put a great emphasis on educating people, not just pushing our platform in their face. We want to show that investing is nothing to be afraid of, and we do this on 2 different fronts. First of all, we've partnered with the largest commercial bank in the Czech Republic to show people that this is not a project that can fall down at any point and just collapse, because we have a really strong partner standing behind us. And second of all, our proprietary algorithm analyzes the market for the investors, and we only select the best opportunities for them. So by providing long, stable, and profitable opportunities, we want to show people that there really isn't anything to be afraid of when it comes to investing with InvestTown.
All right, that's the time that we had for the questions. So big round of applause. And now let's welcome on stage right here, Pundi. Are you here with us? This is what you need in order to pitch. So this is your pitching devices. And now I'm starting the clock to 3 minutes, and good luck.
Hello, everyone. Good morning. So I'm Victor from Pundiex. We are a Singaporean-based startup, and it's a pleasure being here with you today. So to start, blockchain technology is promoting an amazing redesign in many aspects of our lives. There's still lots that we will understand in the future of how this will reshape like economics, social relationships, and etc. But the big challenge is how do we make sure that everyone is able to interact with this amazing technology, which is still quite hard today for an average person. So our mission is to create solutions, products that makes it very easy for everyone to use cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology. We were born in Singapore. We have 6 different offices, different locations, and over 70 employees in the company. So we do operate in 2 business verticals. One is crypto payments, and the other is crypto shop, which I will tell you more about this now. So crypto shop are physical locations where people can go and buy and sell cryptocurrencies easily. So this offers on-ramp and off-ramp way for average people, but not only millennials and teenagers to interact with cryptocurrencies. And crypto payments. So we started with this POS device, which is a hardware that merchants can use to easily interact with cryptocurrencies. So the nice thing we do is we provide fast confirmations, especially for small amounts, small transactions, usually 1 confirmation on the blockchain. And we also provide instant settlement, so the merchant is not exposed to the volatility of cryptocurrencies. He doesn't have to worry if the cryptocurrency is going up or down. Some other parts of our product is the X wallet, which is our proprietary wallet. The big advantage is that if the customer is using the X wallet, he's actually transacting off-chain, meaning that he doesn't have to pay for the gas fees or even wait for like 15, 30 seconds or 1 minute for confirmation. And the XPS card, which is this very user-friendly interface for customers to use cryptocurrencies within our system. There's also a distributor and a merchant portal where merchants, distributors can keep track of their reports, funds, and etc. We are very focused on integration, so we started with our own hardware, but now we've been integrating with major POS manufacturers in the market, and we also open what we call open platform, which is a way for different projects and even CBDCs to be listed, integrated to our platform. Our business model is quite simple, so we charge what we call merchant discount rate, so we take a cut on every transaction, and for crypto shops, we also charge the brand licensing. They can use our brand and etc. So these are some of the countries where we have most traction at this moment. And in 2022, we are very focused in a few key markets, which is Argentina, El Salvador, Honduras, the Netherlands, and Spain. So some interesting cases here. One of our offices is actually located inside Ingenico's office, the one in Brazil. So we keep this very close relationship with Ingenico, Worldline actually. We have partnered with MakerDAO, the issuer of DAI stablecoin, and that allowed us to distribute over 1,000 devices at no cost for merchants across few countries in South America. And we also have partnered with one of the biggest EDM festivals, which is Ultra Festival. So in Taiwan, we integrated their own coin, Ultra Coin, so festival goers could use this token to pay for beverages, merchandise, and everything else in the event. So we are running a Series A right now at 10 million, and preferably in tokens. So our tokens currently sits at 200 million market cap, so quite substantial for the crypto market. And yeah, we look forward to have investors and VCs that can not only support us with money, but also with the so-called smart money that can help us to push our presence globally. Thank you.
Thank you. We've got 2 minutes and 30 seconds for the questions. Are there any from our judges? Konrad, feel free.
Okay, so let me start. So thank you very much for your pitch, but my main question is, because, okay, it's great idea and a great project, but what about Europe? I mean, you're from Singapore, you're showing us the countries that where we are entering. Of course, you have the plans, Spain, yeah? Is the
right.
But we are in Poland, Wrocław, and looking for the investment here. So my question is, what about entering more countries, like in Ukraine?
Okay, that's a very good question. So, so our business model is actually to distribute our technology to other companies, which we call distributors, that will later reach the end users. The customers will launch the crypto shops locally. So we, cryptocurrencies were born to be borderless. So definitely, the whole world is our market. As of now, we have a presence in over 30 countries with local distributors, and we are certainly working to find distributors and partners that can help us to expand our presence in Poland.
We still have time for the questions. Go ahead.
Hi, I was wondering, what's the typical merchant receiving crypto payments? Why would they do that? And second question is, can you elaborate a little bit more about your token? You said you issued in a token. Why? Why is that, and how does it work?
Awesome. So in regards to the token, it works. So we have Pundex chain, which is a chain where we process on-chain transactions, and that tokens serve as a fuel for confirming the transactions. Okay. So in regards to the merchant profile, in a few countries especially where inflation is really high, like Turkey, Argentina, then there's already this big trend of crypto payments. So people are already really use it to that, and really taking advantage of that to protect themselves against the inflation. But in some other markets, payments is not really a thing. I mean, just because it isn't a need. So mostly, crypto early adopters are the ones using it for payment. So that's why we also started the crypto shop, which is this on-ramp and off-ramp way for people to interact with cryptocurrencies by buying and selling, not necessarily only using it for payments. So different markets, kind of different strategies to to meet local demand.
Super. Thank you so much. We don't have any more time, so I'll take this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and see you around in the expo zone as well. So now let's try to dial in our startup that will be joining online, and it's FlowPay and William. So let's see if we can connect.
Hi.
Hi, William. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me and see me?
We see you, but we only need your presentation to kick off. We can
it's
see it.
being shared.
Yes, I can see it. I'm starting the clock. Good luck.
Thank you. Hi, I'm William, the founder of FlowPay. I've always been very passionate about SMEs. I believe they're the heart of the economy. They don't only have a massive add in GDP, but also on a socioeconomic level, and they drive the economies forward. I personally worked in financial consulting, where I co-founded a firm of 300 consultants, 20 offices, where I came in touch with a lot of small businesses. These companies would always come to me looking for some sort of financing. We would do the classic process, go to a bank, it would take 3 months. And after a certain period of time, they would most of the time say no. I was always frustrated by this because the key metric they used was a tax return, which in 90% of the time, small business optimizes these tax returns. So I started looking around. I saw that there's a lot of point of sale platforms, aka cash registers, e-commerce platforms, which are collecting a lot of real-time data about the business. But most of the time, they're not offering other products on top of this data, and they are only providing basically the main core products. So we thought, why not build a white label solution, aka embedded financing solution, which is able to process this data and offer certain products on top of that, such as financing products. So our machine learning model not only analyzes risk of the merchant, predicts future revenues, offer other data insights, and once we provide this financing, we are able to share revenues with the platforms and adding them with another revenue stream. In the year since our founding, we've connected with over 4 platforms in the Czech Republic with access to over 20,000 small businesses. We've done over 1 million euros in financing, and we are growing faster and faster as we go. Our final goal, I would say, is we would really want to identify key success metrics of a small business. And based on that, even without seeing long-term history, be able to offer them with a financing solution. We have a very experienced team of 10 full-time employees, members of the Czech FinTech Association. We've just been invited to join Techstars, and advisors such as Michal Schmida, the founder of Twisto, a BNPL solution. We're now planning on expanding to at least 3 new markets this year and ramp up our basically financing to over 10 million euros. We really want to change the landscape of SME lending and hope to do so. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Round of applause for you from Wrocław. And now let's move on to the questions. Are there any from our judges?
Yeah, thank you for your pitch. One question from me. How do you compare your fees against bank loans?
As inflation has been affecting the interest rates, we had to, of course, increase our interest rates, but not as much as banks have. We are a bit more expensive, but in the long run, we would, of course, want to compare with them on the product, but we are competitive in the speed and with the flexibility we can offer the financings at.
Thank you. And you are targeting on early stage SMEs, yeah? In early stage.
So yes. Well, even to basically cover their operational costs, cover their basically storage, because you've got from physical retail stores to restaurants to e-commerce platforms. E-commerce shops, sorry, not platforms.
Hi, William. I'm wondering what's your unique selling proposition in regards to competition, for example?
2, I would say things is our width, because most of the competitors offering purely to e-commerce platforms. We are offering also to physical retail cash registers, point of sale systems, and also the type of scoring we offer. Banks, classic, as I was explaining. Then you've got revenue, basically financing models, which look at historical revenues. But where we look at is we look at the future. Therefore, we predict seasonality. And based on that, we are able to offer them with financings and the height of that.
We still have 2 minutes. Are there any questions? Any other questions from our jury? Okay, would you like to add something real quick to the audience here in Wrocław watching?
I think I said everything. Really, what we do is, also maybe follow up on that question. Are competitive, offering other data insights that we offer to the platforms and to the SMEs for free. Therefore, we are able to partner with them as they're looking to see how they should use the money. So it's also kind of a data-driven business, because a lot of these businesses in e-commerce, it's very similar to run it on, use other applications, help them with their products. But let's say when it comes especially to physical retail, stores and restaurants, they still run everything pen and paper. So by offering them with data insights and assistance in this, we are not only leading them, but as well offering the financing to it.
One more question from my side. So what's the idea for the scaling? Like, how would you like to go globally, and like, how the financing would be looking, and what's the plan here?
Oh, well, we're focusing now on the CEE region. We currently are opening partnerships in new markets, Romania, Croatia, Hungary, Bulgaria, Austria as well, where we have partner platforms where we'll be connecting. The advantage to us is because we embed directly with them, we can, through access to one platform, we can get thousands of clients instantaneously. In the long run, we would, of course, be very agnostic, as the product can expand globally, not just to the local markets. But we see that some competition are focused on Western Europe, but Eastern Europe is being, let's say, left behind. So there's much more opportunity here.
Okay, thank you so much. So round of applause again for you. Thanks for joining virtually. And now I believe that we will welcome on stage Simply Rent and Piotr. So please join us on stage. This is your mic. There you go. I'm starting the clock to 3 minutes. Good luck.
Cool. We are an online platform that helps landlords mitigate their financial risks and smoothly onboard tenants. So guys, how many of you are landlords or tenants in this room? Cool, so listen carefully, because our platform can impact your lives, and I will tell you why and how. There are plenty of pain points in the renting process, and it's international. It's not only in Poland, but we currently operate mainly in Poland. There are late or no rental payments. Over 25% of landlords experience delays in the payment from their tenants, and over 10% never receive the payment from the tenant. There are 25% landlords that claim they had issues with the damaged property. It's a real big issue that we are trying to solve with our end-to-end digital platform that first starts with tenant screening, but we are trying to cover the whole rental journey, as you can see here. So why tenant screening? It's been a very successful way to acquire first customers, especially in countries like Poland, where it's not a market standard to do any tenant screening. It's not a market standard to ask for salary, for credit agency reports. So we created this very digital process that starts with landlord generating a link that they send to tenant. Tenant goes through a three-stage process, and then both parties receive the tenant certificate. What's the tenant certificate? Well, tenant certificate is a three-stage report that confirms the identity, that confirms the affordability, and credit check of the tenant. And everyone always says, oh, my tenant would not like to go through this process. What the hell? Well, 95% of tenants claim that our process is easy to follow, and then they actually go through it, and they don't have any issues with completing it. So that was the first step. The second step was like, well, we do the tenant screening. It would be nice to guarantee rent. We did 2 packages of insurance in cooperation with PZU. The first one is Tenant Insurance Bundle. Tenant Insurance Bundle is basically an insurance that covers accidental damages in the flat caused by tenant, and the Landlord Insurance Bundle. Well, that's the unique product on the Polish market, the first one in Poland, that covers basically lack of payments from the tenants, up to 9,000 Polish zlotys or 3-month rent, and also some damage protection, legal protection insurance, a completely unique and first in Poland product. Our clients, we work with the biggest names in the industry. We work with the PRS sort of private rented sector players, guys that are mainly entering Poland but very present in the foreign markets. We work with the biggest agencies, but also individual private landlords. We partner with the biggest rental estate companies and the insurance groups. We partner with Autodom, with OLX that promote our product, and also PZ2. We are an award-winning startup. We hope to continue. And our team consists of experienced people with international background. We have tech co-founders, we have business co-founders. We have also support from, for example, Paweł Zym, who is ex-CEO of Breu Bezpieczenia, that was later acquired by AXA, and also an angel investor. Thank you so much. Here are the contact details, and let me know if you have any questions.
Thank you so much. And now let's move on straight to the questions. So, our jury, do you have any questions? I can see Konrad with the microphone.
I can start. Thank you, Piotr, for your presentation. I see right now like the big trend of the startups in the like the renting ecosystem. Let's name it like this. But my main question is because from my point of view, the main problem with when you are a landlord and renting apartment is when maybe not the lack of payment, but when there is lack of payment, the problem of getting out, the not payment, and this is in Poland is najem okazjonalny. I don't know how it is in English. And how do you offering such a service also?
No, we actually started to offer part of this process, because one of the biggest issues in najem okazjonalny, I don't think there is a good translation for this, it's basically the lack of the address where the person could move out to. Well, right now on our platform, we can purchase this address. So if the person is from abroad, you can basically use our platform to purchase the address where this person could move out in case of lack of payments. So we are literally like first screening the tenant, then we are guaranteeing payments for a certain period of time when there is a legal process, etc., etc. And then at the end, the person can move out using the najem okazjonalny solution. So we are actually, literally last week, we started covering this case. So thank you, it's very relevant.
Cool. Do we have any other questions? All right.
One more question from me. In my opinion, your success depends on convincing rental agencies to use your solution. What's the plan to convince the rental agencies?
Lots of calls from me and my co-founder, but obviously this would take a lot of time. So that's why we started working with Autodom and OLX, who has amazing contacts directly with the agencies, obviously, because that's where they market their solutions and their listings. So we work directly with them, and Autodom distributes our products directly to the agencies. So that's our growth hack. And when it comes to the institutional players, we go directly.
Is there a benefit for the tenant to go through the process and give you all the information?
Well, first of all, they will get the apartment. So in the tenants market right now, it's kind of you kind of need to do it. But we see more and more that our solutions are used as an alternative to deposit. So if tenant goes through the process, it's verified. And actually, I didn't mention the most important thing, that the insurance guarantee is based on the scoring from the tenant certificate. So PZ will link the pricing depending on the scoring from our tenant certificate. It costs 29 zlotys per month if your scoring is good. If you don't have the tenant certificate, it's 50 zlotys per month. So there is a price benefit for the landlord. The landlord quite often starts to offer, like, look, I will need to pay for the insurance, go through the process, like maybe contribute to the insurance, but you don't need to do the 3 times deposit or whatever we would expect from you.
Perfect. We don't have time for any more questions, so
thank you.
Thank you so much. Big round of applause. And now let's move on to the next speech that will be also in person, and it's going to be Tap to Pay. So, Eugene, the stage is yours. I'm starting the clock now.
Hi everyone, my name is Eugene, I'm CEO and founder of Tap to Pay. We activate payments in all digital channels for SMEs, especially we focus on social media, messenger, website, and social networks. So the market really growing really fast, and it's gonna reach about 600 billion in the next 27. But merchant face couple challenges during the checkout process, enabling checkout process in these channels. It's very long steps. It's very limited payment options because of restrictions of the social networks and providers, and really hard to cross manage all these sales in the channels. But we offer unified solutions that are available everywhere, in the website, social network, messengers. It's really work as simple as possible. Merchant activate account in Tap to Pay and can put payment links, widgets on the website, social network, messenger, and so on. It's really seamless payment process because a customer don't need to install any new application. We support different payment methods. It works on any device. It supports buy in one click, and even we connect buyer and a seller in one messenger interface. They can communicate before the sales or after. Let's see the demo how it works from the customer point of view. So customer just open social network, find out really nice idea, click on the post, and immediately get invoice in messenger with all information about the product. The customer can accept it and select a payment method. Let's add a new one. Payment method. It could be cards, it could be Blik, it could be PayPal, so everything. By the way, we are a Polish financial licensed company with a KINEF license for activating payments in these channels. As you can see, less than 30 seconds, the customer finished the payment and got notification messenger. Yeah. So in the last 6 months, we find out about 900 new merchants. We sold even white label license to the bank. We did exclusive integration with the PayPal. We got alumni as a Visa Innovation Program and got investment from the US VC. We did a lot of projects in Portugal, in Poland, in Bulgaria. We reached about 7,000 business from our start. We have team of doers, achievers. Really glad to be with all these guys and achieve more results. But our next milestone is to get license for the full Europe and expand for the full Europe. That's why we're looking for 350,000 K. That's it. Thank you very much. Glad to answer the questions.
Great. All right, let's move on straight to the questions. So grab your microphone and start.
Okay, thank you. What is your business model?
We take a commission fee. It's a, let's say, freemium. But we have premium model when a customer can pay subscription. It's really small, like from 50 euro, and start using additional functionality in our service, like integration with the CRM systems, with a call tracking system, with the accounting system, and so on. But we have, as I said, white label, special offer for the banks, corporations, when they're looking for such of product or service to present to their customers.
Okay, and how do you differentiate yourself from the competition, like, for example, MasterCard wallet or, I don't know, Apple Pay? And
yeah, it's like infrastructural, let's say, companies. Let's view it like on the roads of the payments. On the roads of the payments exist trucks. Yeah, like big cars with special needs, with a special licensing certificate to drive this truck. But let's say Tap to Pay is like automobile, just usual car or bicycle. So as this differentiation could be applied in us.
Sorry, but thank you for the presentation. But what's your strategy to entering the European, countries? Because like Poland is quite developed in the area of payment, and I'm not sure it's the best market for a solution like this because it's a big, like a competence. But what other countries? I mean, like it's not better to enter to American, countries or.
Yeah, definitely. All European countries very different in terms of the payments even. But Poland, for us, really great because it's like the most competitive, I would say. When I first time opened e-commerce page for checkout with the 17 payment methods and the banks and so on, it was really crazy. But we have really unique proposition in the market. Only we can offer such of payment methods in a very unique channels like, let's say, Instagram, messengers, and so on. This is really easy to merchants activate it, and we can collaborate with the current payment providers in the market. Let's say we integrate Bleak, let's say we integrate PayPal, we integrate Stripe and other players, and it's for all of players win-win situation.
We have a bit less than 1 minute to go. Any other questions? All right. Would you like to add something to our audience here and on Hopin?
I would say go to the tap2pay.me, try to check out process, make a test payment, and realize if it will be integrated in your business and make more sales for you or maybe for your friends. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thanks. And I would like to invite now on stage the startup Egera and Tomasz. Please approach us. Here's your microphone. All right. I'm starting the clock to 3 minutes. Good luck.
Okay, hello. My name is Tomasz Limiszewski, and I am co-founder of Egera.com and also the COO of this company. Okay, each of you probably is familiar with the cryptocurrency exchange platforms. Yeah, they have a nice interface, the mobile apps, and etc. Yeah, it's the nice thing, but we realized at the beginning of our MVP that it's not enough. That's why we decided to build a new ecosystem based on cryptocurrency market, which contains mainly the cryptocurrency-friendly internal institution, payment institution built in Poland. Currently we have the payment institution license made by KNF, Polish Financial Authority. We also have the trading desk, smart exchange for the less qualified investors, and also the big thing for the Polish market, which is the ATM exchange platform, which gives you possibility to withdraw your bitcoins directly in the ATM in more than 3,000 ATMs in Poland, which is the biggest Bitomat ATM networks in Poland right now, and we want to expand it to the whole Europe. Right now, we are focused on increasing the market by our part of the market by using our own infrastructure of the cryptocurrency wallets, which allows us to perform the market for the 98% of the digital assets. We also want to perform the expansion of our payment institution to the whole Europe and probably next time to the other countries. And we also want to launch the NFT market by giving the possibility to investors to purchase NFTs only by not by the Ethereum or other cryptocurrencies, only by, for example, Bleak or any other payment channels, which is most familiar for investors.
We'll try to fix that.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Yep. No.
Oh.
I'm sure we'll get there.
Okay. Okay.
I'll add additional 10 seconds for you.
Okay. And now we are on, and now we served more than 30,000 customers from the whole Poland. We made more than 1 million transactions and serve more than $500 million in the transaction turnover. Right now we are looking mostly for the liquidity providers for our internal markets, which we have the great opportunities for them to push the liquidity to our market because of, for example, the market spread, which is the most important thing for us to decrease in the next future. Here is the contact info to us. let ask your questions, and feel free to visit agara.com by QR code.
Super, thank you for your pitch. And now let's move on straight to the questions. So if our jury can take the microphone, if you have any questions to ask. All right.
Thank you very much. Could you tell us something more about your team?
Yeah, of course. Our team is mainly based in Poland. We've got about 20 developers, which are the most concerned on developing our product. Right now we've got ready to go product, and we focus only on the selling this, because since the 2019, when we start our journey with the cryptocurrency market exchange, we focused on the product, and now we are focused mainly on the marketing process.
And what are the main the growth blockers that you see ahead that you need to overcome?
Could you elaborate your question?
What can happen, or what is the biggest risk for the growth of your company?
In case of our company, the biggest challenge is to find the liquidity providers, because we've got a little bit limits in this part of the business, because it's really hard to develop the product and focus on the push the liquidity in big amount to the market by ourselves. So now the biggest challenge for us is to find and build the traders community who are interested in pushing the liquidity market and build the exchange between our users.
Okay, so if we have a little bit more time, so can you elaborate more about what's your unique selling proposition? I mean, why you are better than other places to buy, crypto?
Yeah, of course. The most important thing in our part of business is that we focus mainly on the local payment methods. So in the case of our competitors, you will never find probably the BLIK payment or local bank payments. In our case, we always focus on the giving to our users the unique value in case of local payments methods, which is faster and much more safe for our users.
We've got 30 seconds. We still have questions. Perfect.
Are you cooperating with traditional financial institutions in any way?
Yeah, currently we cooperate with the BLIK and with the Stripe. In the case of the payments, we've got the local payment institution, 2 local payment institutions in Poland, and we have the coverage of more than 100% local payments in Poland. And now we are expanding for the other countries of Europe.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot. Big round of applause. And now we will move on to Norma, who will be joining online, and that's the name of the startup. The name of the pitching representative will be Beryl Dora. So let's see if we can dial in. All right. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can see your presentation. I'm starting the clock. You've got 3 minutes. Good luck.
Perfect. Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Beryl Dora, Head of Strategy for Norma, the first neobank for freelancers, micro businesses, and sole traders in Turkey. So today, if a freelancer, sole trader, or an entrepreneur, if they want to start a business, what do they need to do? First, they need to quit their boring day job as they crave more freedom and flexibility, then find a clever new name for their business, and then figure out how to register their business, find an office address, get business insurance, open a bank account, find an accountant, send invoices, manage their expenses, figure out how to make payments to their employees, and also try to get financing to grow their business and more. Is anyone else already exhausted? Siloed systems and slow processes, together with hidden and overwhelming fees and lack of financial education by traditional financial institutions, all lead to SMEs spending 60% of their precious time in non-core business-related activities. What if we could change that whole process around in every single aspect? Let's talk about Norma. So, if an entrepreneur wants to start a business, what do they need to do with Norma? Again, they still need to quit their boring day job, find a clever new name for their business, sign up with Norma, and Norma will tell them exactly what they need to do and the options they have to register their company and also run their business with financial confidence and ease. And all of this in one single platform in low cost and speed, and the best part, in a non-pretentious way to become the company synonymous with SMB finances and business management, and to do this globally. Our leadership team has deep experience in fintech, banking, and technology, and the vision to take Norma to the next step. Furthermore, Norma represents a gigantic opportunity of $900 million in serviceable addressable market based on 10% of market share only in Turkey and Poland. So far, Norma has raised $2.8 million in VC funding and angel investing. We have partnered with Visa for card services and CPay for payment services, already have more than 2,000 pre-registrations on our applications, and are ready to launch in Turkey in 2 weeks, and expect to launch in Europe, beginning in Poland in 2023. So, to move Norma forward on its journey, we need more capital, we need more partnerships, and most importantly, we need you to spread the word about Norma, a new generation of finance for freelancers, sole traders, and micro businesses. Thank you for listening, and I'm open to your questions.
Yes, exactly. I'm not sure if you heard, but we had a big round of applause from Wrocław, and now let's move on to the question.
Thank you. So you told us that you plan to expand your business to Poland. So in Poland, you will have a great competition from the banks side because they provide such services. So how do you want to compete with them, and what's your plan?
Sure, thank you. Great question. First of all, just to give a bit of a background as well, Turkey is also a very highly digitalized and highly penetrated market. So in that sense, it's a bit similar to Poland as well. And we have already done some market research in Poland, where we know that mBank and ING are very popular, as well as a few other providers. And we think that what would differentiate Norma in the sense is our comprehensive suite of offerings. In terms of we have a very strong suite of embedded, integrated accounting ecosystem that would be tied to the banking side of things, and then also invoicing and invoice matching. And we know that in Poland, for regulation-wise, e-invoicing is coming into service as well, into regulation in the near future. So our comprehensive suite of offerings, and not just on banking and accounting, but then also business insurance and various other services, I think would make us competitive in the Polish market as well. And we know that the trend in Poland is there's a trend of many people becoming sole traders and freelancers, and there's complicated tax regulations, very similar to Turkey as well. And that's why we kind of made the similarities between the two markets. And we think, regardless of the competition, we find Poland to be a very compelling market.
Thank you. I will continue the question about the Polish market, because of course, as we are in Poland, it's really nice that you are thinking of entering here. But still, after I don't know the Turkish banking market, so I don't want to talk about this. But still, are you sure that this is the first step abroad, Turkey, Poland? Can you elaborate more? Why Poland? Because there are a lot of other countries. Germany is bigger. The banking system is worse, a lot of worse, and not so competitive. Because in Poland it's hard to, it's not easy to set up a company. That's why a lot of banks bank where I'm working are doing exactly thing what you're doing. Of course, our communication is different than the normal is, so I understand the point of this point of view. But tell me something more. Why Poland? Why the Poland is the first step in the European Union?
Yeah. So fundamentally, we looked at obviously. So our target segments are micro SMEs, freelancers, and sole traders. So a very specific niche part of the market. And when you look at Poland in the last few years, the number of micro SMEs are growing quickly and positively as well, and even during the COVID period. So we think that there's a lot of room for more people to go in there and also provide services. So I think, and fundamentally, what banks do traditionally, they're risk managers, and what they're really good at serving larger businesses and meeting their needs, and also they make fees off of lending. So they have kind of bigger fish to fry in another way of saying it. And so our focus target would be micro SME segments that is much more niche and have different needs and don't necessarily have in-house capacity to deal with everything finance. And with Norma, what they would be getting would be not just a banking service or not just an accountant service, but everything integrated in one platform from day one, registering their company. But then also when they have questions, they'll be able to be part of the Norma community and have their needs met and get also educated and informed, because that's also a big part of being an SME. And micro SME or freelancer sole trader, you don't necessarily have the full financial background, and you don't have time, and your time is very precious. And with Norma, they would be able to also become more empowered in running their business. So we wouldn't just be looking to provide services and get fees from customers, but I think the offering that comes with Norma and what we're trying to do is create a community of freelancers, sole traders that are way more empowered when doing what they're doing.
Firstly, we ran out of time, but big round of applause for Norma and Beryl. So, thank you very much. This was the FinTech Great Pitch Contest session powered by Greenhouse by Commerce. So once again, big thanks to our judges, Piotr Filipiak, Konrad Ozdowy, Tomasz Michalek, and Łukasz Słoniewski that we had here. Also, big round of applause. And I'd like to add that Greenhouse by Commerce is also granting an award for selected startups, and there will be business consultations for them. So thank you very much, and I'll see you in 5 minutes right here with a new batch of startups. See you soon. Light that we can begin. Super excited about that, and thank you for joining us in person here and for joining us on Hopin as well. So, without further ado, I'd like to introduce our judges here in the front row. Jowita Sewerska, Senior Associate at European Circular Bioeconomy Fund. Also, Wojciech Mróz, Country Co-Director at Ashoka Poland and co-founder of Impact Angels Network. Next up, Wojciech Ratymirski, partner at Radix Venture Partners. And last but not least, Szymon Kwiatkowski, investment manager from InnoEnergy. All right, so let's see if we can dial in our first startup. He'll be pitching online, so we're looking to connect with Michał, which can take a second, but can you hear us? Can you say something?
Yes, absolutely.
Perfect. We can
Awesome.
see your slides. We can see you and hear you. You've got 3 minutes to pitch. Good luck.
Great, thank you. Hi, my name is Luke. I'm a co-founder of No Spoilers, a software as a service solution that helps bars, restaurants, and hotels to reduce labor costs, cut losses, and prevent food waste. I've been working in hospitality businesses for almost 10 years, and during this time, I found out that hospitality professionals have huge problems with efficient inventory management. And the problem is that this mismanagement leads to big money problems on the business side, and also it brings negative environmental impact on the society. And the good news is that hospitality professionals exactly know what is their weakest spot. And that's the reason why they are usually requesting inventory management as a feature in their point of sale systems. But unfortunately, this point of sale system solutions, they are not good enough to solve the problem. The bad news, on the other hand, is that this is a global problem. It means that mismanaging resources happens both in North America, in Europe, in Asia, and in Australia, basically on every continent. So it's high time to solve this problem. And that's the reason why we created No Spoilers, a solution that consists of mobile application that connects with Bluetooth weight scales. It's a web-based system. And all data is available for our customers in web application. Our customers are gathering data regarding inventory level, supply ordering, sales, wastage. And based on this data, we are able to calculate key business metrics for them, optimize and automate supply ordering, and also prevent food waste. This is absolute core for daily operations in hospitality businesses. It means that there are answers about what to do with your menu. Should you raise pricing? Should you reduce portioning? Should you find an alternative resource for this most expensive resource in your business? Our customers are reducing losses by up to 40% and reducing labor costs required for inventory management by up to 75%. Talking money language, it means they are achieving at least 10x ROI. And this is a minimal ROI we are guaranteeing, but usually it's around 20x. In near future, we are planning to start our own procurement platform because this is the best synergy with data that we are collecting. And this is a platform where we're going to connect hospitality companies with suppliers. In 6 months from now, we're going to raise a seed round. So let's stay in touch and let's change the future of hospitality together.
All right, thank you so much. Big round of applause for Luke. And now let's move on to the question. Who'd like to ask it? You've got microphones right in front of you. And all right, Jovita.
Thank you, Luke, for the presentation. I have a question. How do you integrate other solutions in the value chain? So like orders for the restaurants and other solutions?
Mm-hmm. Okay. So unfortunately, this business is quite old-fashioned. Still, supply orders are sent by emails, sometimes even short text messages. So the thing is that we need to connect suppliers with their daily updated offer. So we have to import their data to our solution. And since we know already what are the requirements regarding resources, we are able to create the most optimal baskets for a specific supply order.
All right. Mm-hmm.
I have two questions. The first is, you spoke about the benefits, and then my question is, are those assumptions or any data-based information that you shared with us? And the second question is, could you tell more about the team?
With pleasure, absolutely. So the first thing, those values are not guessings. We already have 20 customers that have more than 50 venues, restaurants, bars, and hotels. Hotels are the most meaningful because those are big operations. So those values, we already have data that those are the values we are bringing to our customers, and these are the savings we are basically guaranteeing depending on at what stage of business development somebody has a venue. Regarding the team, I've already mentioned that I'm the logistics hospitality guy. Beside me, we have two founders, Michał, who is a developer and he's focused on business development, mobile application programming, and web app programming. And we also have Mateusz, who is our third co-founder, and he's also CTO. He has huge background in database management, and he's responsible for algorithms and everything regarding data. And this is our core. Beside this, we have 5 members on team currently.
Okay, Szymon?
Hi, could you please maybe elaborate on the model of the pricing, if there is any flat fee or success fee based on savings?
Mm-hmm. Yes, okay. So currently we are running our solution based on monthly subscriptions. Usually our customers are buying at least 1 year license. Because to be honest, there is no point of implementing such solutions for shorter periods of time. Like half a year is absolute minimum because everything has to be configured. And the first values are delivered in 2 weeks to 1 month, depending on how well everything is prepared on the client side. So yes, we are selling our solution in two types of licenses. The basic one, where our customer receives just a mobile application, the system, and the weight scale, and they are doing everything on their own. And this is like 20% of our customers. And the most expensive licenses, which are 80% of our sales, are where all data, like invoices, sales data, is sent to the platform, and our customers are getting reports directly from the platform.
All right, thank you, Luke. We don't have time for additional questions, but thank you so much for your pitch. Big round of applause for Luke. All right, and now we will have a startup joining us in person, and it's going to be Pig Brother and Boromisha. Please join me. Hi, yeah, which side you prefer? As soon as we see your presentation, I'm starting the clock to 3 minutes. All right, good luck.
Good afternoon. My name is Balin Nemat, replacement of Mr. Boromisa. So there is a huge burden on the whole pork supply chain, and basically we are providing an artificial intelligence solution for the whole supply chain. So farmers, livestock transporters, processing plants, retailers are facing the same problems, mainly the cost of labor, the shortage of labor, the quality and food safety regulations are getting stricter and stricter, and raising prices, raising costs, and less profits. Our solution is basically a machine vision solution for the whole supply chain. We created several products to cover the whole chain. Our first product is Pig Brother, which is a daily weight gain monitor system with 2D cameras, which is important because that's why the technology is very cheap to implement. We have a pig counter for the transport industry, and the pig selector for sorting the right animals for the processing plants. This is what the cameras are seeing for the weight estimation. The estimation is quite precise. It's above the 99%. This is the counter system. So basically, in this channel, the pigs are loaded out of the track towards the processing plant, and the camera is counting them like in a shopping mall, the footfall systems. Okay. So we are, our mother company is a 150 employees software company. And we have a dedicated team for the big project, for the Big Brother project. We choose this industry because it's a huge industry all over the world, the biggest protein source, and today we have 10 clients in Hungary, and just a minute. So we have 10 and the biggest slaughterhouse in the region, and we started to make some pilots in the Netherlands, and we are planning to do one pilot in the US and in England. Mainly we are looking for, we are looking for investors and partners, especially with focus in the agri-tech, with agri-tech focus. Do you have any questions? Because
yeah, we can jump straight to the questions.
Yes,
Go
I
ahead.
have the first one. So how your solution really impacts the well-being of the animal and the environmental impact of the facilities?
Basically, through the optimization, there is a positive impact. For instance, we had an experience when the lights were on through the night for the animals, and basically they got very dizzy the other day. We immediately could recognize how they lost their weight, and this caused an extra one extra week of growing them and feeding them. So basically, even the carbon footprint went up. So with this immediate data, we can optimize the whole process, the food intake. We can decrease all the medicines what they are taking. So basically, there is a significant impact.
We still have 2 minutes.
Okay, and could you tell a little bit more about your team? Because you mentioned that, if I understood correctly, that you are a software team mainly. So are there any food tech experts in your team?
Mr. Boromisa is our leading food tech expert, and we are working with the biggest companies in Hungary. So they are. So basically, we are in a daily discussion with universities and other research labs.
And I have a question about actually the return for the farmer from applying your solution, because I understand that you need to install the cameras, then you have kind of payment to you, and this is monitoring of weight, so not really if the pig is sick or anything like that. So what did you calculate your return on investment for the farmer?
Actually, there is an optimal curve of the weight gain, and if you are losing that curve, that's the best sensor, the predictor that that animal will be sick. On the other hand, just the return on the weight will be between 2 to 3 years for the farmers. For the slaughterhouses, it's a bit different. The counting system could provide them a return within a year.
Thank you. We don't have time for any more questions, but big round of applause. And now, let's try if we can dial in our startup. No, so we'll go with the ones that we have here on site. And I would like to invite on stage AgriEye and Serhii Lubkin. This is yours.
Hey. Hello, everyone. I'm Serhi. I'm representing here the Agri-Eye. So actually what we do, we analyze satellite data and we provide meaningful insights for farmers. And also we help monetize the CO2 credits. So of course we know the problem. The climate is changing and the more and more people experience hunger. But the biggest problem I see here right now that agriculture industry emits a lot of CO2 instead of consuming the CO2. So imagine that all the CO2 produced by the humanity can be put back to the soil. So from one side, there are techniques that are called regenerative agriculture and some practices that can consume a lot of CO2. From another, we have different financial instruments that are already looking to employ the capital into such practices. But the thing we really lack is trust, because from one side, it's difficult to evaluate if this farm really produces CO2 or consumes the CO2. So Agri-Eye here is the validator of the CO2 consumed, and also we can spot like resilient practices or unresilient practices on the field. So Agri-Eye right now is we have a lot of experience working with regenerative farming. We are from day one. We worked with reforestation projects, with desert greening projects, as well as organic biofarming. Of course, we have competition, but our main advantage is that we can calculate the CO2 pretty precisely, and actually that we have special tools for this sustainable farming. So our go-to-market strategy, first we will, of course, continue working with the companies that we work right now. We also expand the network, and right now we are focusing on monetizing their CO2, selling their CO2 credits, and the next will be going to regular farms and help them to transit to regenerative agriculture. So we have a lot of clients and partners in all over the world. We started in Ukraine, but we expanded quite a lot in different regions. We have a nice advisory board and, of course, founders with versatile experience in different fields. So actually, this slide probably is not very correct. We kind of raised, but we're still looking for climate funds that are willing to work with us. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on straight to the questions. Who'd like to start?
So thank you for the presentation. A question about the data that you already have. So at what stage you are? How many trials or pilot projects did you have? Of course, because in AgTech there is a matter of seasonality. So where were the projects in Europe or any other country, and how do you actually plan to go about the geographical implications of this sector?
Thank you. So basically, actually, agriculture doesn't stop. It works everywhere, and because we can calculate the CO2 on a historical basis, so we can help monetize on a historical basis as well. But in terms of geography, we already partnered with some sustainable farming in the United States. And also we have projects in Ukraine. Unfortunately, they're not right now, not all of them, of course, ongoing. We have more than 20 pilots around the world, and yeah, so we don't, because we use satellite data, we don't need to be present, in the field, but we still can provide meaningful insights and also calculate this CO2 impact of the farm.
We still have 2 minutes, 30 seconds.
Okay, if I may ask a question. I remember that you mentioned that you have a lot of expertise in the field, more than 8 years, and a great team and advisors. Could you elaborate more? Because I just remember that you have a lot of people, a lot of expertise, but what specific is?
So we actually started in 2015. The company started. We started with drones, and we started analyzing fields and with drones, but then we switched to satellites. So this is quite long history of the company, and that's why we run a lot of pilots and we have a lot of partners. But we didn't have this scalability kind of feature that allowed us to scale, even more. We were quite sustainable in terms of financing, but right now our idea that this CO2 angle plus green financing angle can give us this feature that that we can scale up on. Because actually, we started with sustainable development goals, and when we presented sustainable development goals 5 years ago, we were a bit, not. it was not nobody expected us to be profitable or something like that. Because everybody thought it's a grand project or United Nations project or something like that. But right now, we see the big switch also from the venture capital and also banks. They're extremely interested in funding projects connected or related to sustainable development goals.
We've got 1 minute. Any other questions from our jury? If not, you can feel free to add something to our audience here or online.
No, I think if you want to reach me out, I'm here, in the conference, so you can find me on Umbrella. So I'm always open to discuss, climate issues or agriculture issues or AI or satellites. So please reach me out.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'll take it. All right, and let us see if we can dial in our online startup joining called Spacecrop. All right.
Oh,
Tomasz,
hi. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. I can start.
Sorry for no video. It was working and now it's not. So it's just very inconvenient. But I will try to manage. Can we rock and roll?
No worries. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, hi. We are Spacecrop. At Spacecrop, we help farms manage irrigation and predicting soil water needs using satellite data and artificial intelligence. In 10 years, we are aiming to be a global player in a 22.5 million market. And by the end of this year, we are deploying our software in 2,000 farms in Hungary. We have a user-friendly web page, a web application, a mobile application, where our users can get information about the weather forecast, irrigation schedule, and crop monitoring. Our farms save a lot of time and money, not spending so much time in the farm, knowing how much water needed in the soil, and getting updates on weather conditions. Our partners, we are partnered up with ESA, AgroSense, AIT Food, and AIT Manufacturing, and so on. They help us building a smart and sustainable agriculture by, supporting the income farm productivity, CO2 reduction, and water savings. Our clients are farms above 10 hectares and big agricultural companies by using our software and data. Spacecrop has advanced machine learning and precise technology and cost-effective. Compared to some competitors on markets like Bosch, they are more real-time casting. We are forecasting, and we are much more cost-efficient. Spacecrop, our growth forecast at 8% inflation rate with at least 500,000 times will generate a ROI in 3 years for 6.9 million euros. We target at least 25% client growth each year. So we expecting our revenue grow shortly. We are raising at the moment 500,000 euros. And this is for post-software deployment, as we are releasing MVP in June, business, marketing, and sales. So far, we have input 50,000 euros of our fundings and 50,000 get from ESA. We're looking to get the real traction this year. We have a multinational diverse team, very much R&D based on the universities and also with hands-on business. So this is it. Thank you.
Let's go straight to the questions. Are there any from our jury? If you can take your microphone. All right.
Thank you, Tomasz, for the presentation. I have a question. What tests have you run? What is your accuracy rate, and why are you targeting water exactly? And how do you integrate also with other solutions that farmers are using or can be using, having in mind that this is a bit of a resilient audience, I would say, for new solutions in terms of digitalization?
Well, what we have done so far, we have surveyed hundreds of times Europe-wide in Hungary, Italy, and Spain. Last 2 years, trying to question their needs. So what we are trying to do based on these surveys and Q&As, we are trying to facilitate their needs, developing and deploying our product. So this is like a customer request based, not our solution thinking based.
Okay, we still have 3 minutes. Any other questions?
Hi, Tomasz. Maybe could you tell me what main risk you identified in your way to grow your company?
This is global market, and in global markets you need to make smart decisions. What are your next steps? And if you the same if your business is AI based and app based, entering different markets where we have extensive previous experience with the app industry and games industry, it is a decision that has to be done based on data and based on customer feedback. It takes time and it's risky because it all depends on a retention rate. It's easy to get the customers, especially in the test period. Is tough to retain customers. However, with our pricing, which is very rational, because and then the market size, we believe that can be done.
Okay, go ahead.
I would like to ask you about the distribution channel of your product. So, because the market is pretty fragmented, what is your idea how to approach it?
Okay, I will answer that shortly, but just about another question. Can you see my screen now with the revenue forecast? Or not? Because I'm sharing different screen?
Yes.
Yeah, so like looking on this total addressable markets, for example, and believing that our serviceable market is only 0.2, I'm just saying how big the market is. And then this is the average price per hectare from the competitors, and we can come up with 100 euros. So then we expect like big feedback from the market, but then to maintain it's tough. And now answering your question. Tough one. Can you say it again? Sorry.
Yeah, sure.
30 seconds left.
And the question was about the distribution channel, how to reach this fragmented market.
Yes, we on one hand we have a sales team. On another hand, we partner up with big water companies and organizations supported by the European Union to distribute this solution. And this is already sealed and done, and we have few partnerships and few letters of intent.
Great, thanks.
All right, thanks, Tomasz. Big round of applause from Wrocław to you. And now let's move on to our next online pitch, and it's going to be by Suplifu and Martins Lasmanis. So let's see if we can connect. And in the meantime, I'll set the timer. All right, we can see you. Can you say something so that we make sure?
Yep, hello everyone.
All right, yeah, we can hear you. So I'm starting the clock. We see the presentation. Good luck.
There are 200 million creators globally, but 60% of them struggle to make money with their content, creating $1 trillion market opportunity. Hi, I'm Marantovich, founder and CEO of Suplifu, and we make it easy for creators to launch their own private label brand to earn more money. Meet Mason. He's a fitness creator and he's struggling getting the brand promotion deals needed to support his lifestyle. So he's looking for other ways to earn more. He had an idea of launching his own supplement brand, but he realized that it is really hard. He needs to invest a lot of money up front, spend months to find the right production partners, set up distribution, and hire a team of people just to run the whole operation. So it was too complicated and too risky for him, and he ditched the idea. One day, scrolling through his social feed, he noticed the Supplyful ad. Launch your own supplement brand for free. It sounded too good to be true, but he decided to give it a try. With just a couple of clicks, Mason registered on Supplyful, chose his products, branded the labels, and launched his online store. And that's when things really took off. 5 months into partnership with Supplyful, Mason has made more than 100,000 in revenue, all while enjoying his life in Miami and creating awesome content for his followers. And it's possible because Supplyful acts as a silent partner on behalf of all of our creators. We are unifying the entire business cycle from product selection all the way through online store setup and order deliveries into a single digital platform with no upfront costs. And creators absolutely love our solution. We have been live in beta for 8 months and have established a robust infrastructure in the US market and have helped creators in the US make almost $500,000 in revenue, while maintaining a solid 20% month-over-month growth. And we have been the creators ourselves. We bootstrapped our first e-commerce brand in the US market and successfully sold it in 2020. Our team knows exactly what type of tools we need to build to make sure that our creators succeed. We're backed by the top investors in Baltics and US, including operators at Bolt, Startup Wise Guys, and Diaspora Ventures from San Francisco. Now we are raising our $2 million seed round to onboard thousands of creators and help them earn more money. We have already 1 million for the round committed, but there's still room to join. So if you're interested, don't hesitate to reach out. I'm Marantovich, founder and CEO of Supplyful. We make it easy for creators to launch their own private label brand to earn more money.
All right, thank you so much. And now let's move on straight to the questions. Wojciech, go ahead.
I have a question. A few months ago, I started also to cooperate with creators. So I agree that it's a huge market and giving them the product is something that they currently need. But will you have chosen supplements, or are there any kind of products that you would like to start?
Yeah, thanks. That's a very good question. Our first initial target is fitness creators. So this is the first vertical that we are going after. Therefore, we are adding these products that will help them to earn more, because they are already either selling but fitness plans, or they're selling some fitness programs or merch themselves. So one of our top sellers was already selling this. So it's just another kind of low effortless revenue stream that they can add to their package that what they're already selling. But to expand on that, eventually we can add any type of product category that meets 3 main criteria. It's easy to ship with e-commerce supply chains. It has long shelf life, and there's a personalization element in that, in packaging, in labeling, and eventually also in the ingredients themselves. So this is just the first vertical for fitness, but eventually we will open other categories and add products like healthy snacks, chocolates, muesli, functional foods as we scale the platform.
Okay, we still have 2 minutes. Any other questions?
There's a question about the supply of the products that are offered to the creators. So where do you get them, and how do you make, or how long do you plan to keep your creators? Because at some point, you know, it may be more beneficial for them probably to go directly to the supplier. So what is your idea about that?
Yeah. Thanks. Very good question. So 2 parts of the question. First one, we are sourcing suppliers only in the US market. This is where our base. We have a facility in Denver where we ship out all the products. So we use the basic tactics of sourcing new products. We buy them in our facility. We make sure that they comply to all the regulation needs. We have a specific checklist how we choose these suppliers, and then we add them to our product catalog. So that's the first part of the question. When it comes to churning of these creators, so we were the creators ourselves. We built a e-commerce brand, Graphome. We pretty much sold posters in the US market, and the whole business model was based on print on demand. So there were 5 different suppliers in the back end that were actually delivering our products. And we also had the idea, hey, let's maybe switch out and start buying our own equipment, thinking about supplies, etc. But eventually we didn't do it because it would limit our kind of growth possibilities. We have to hire more people. We would have to increase the operations, and that would actually diminish our margins. So we see as we build out more and more features, it will not make sense for them to churn because the value that we provide is so high and the switching costs are too complex basically for them.
Thanks a lot. We don't have time for additional questions, but would you like to add something to our audience here in Wrocław?
No, I hope you have a good in-presence conference. I was in Latitude last week in Tallinn, and it was just nice to meet people in person after all these COVID times. So enjoy and talk to each other and just have a nice time.
Super. Just make sure to use Brella for one-on-one meetings. They can also be happening online. So thanks a lot. And now we will move on to another startup that is also joining online. And it will be Crocus Labs and Galina Gorshkova. So let's see if we can dial in Galina.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Everything looks perfect. We can see your screen. I'm starting the clock to 3 minutes. Good luck.
Awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you so much for having me here. I'm Galina. I'm co-founder of Crocus Labs. I'm happy to bring the diversity among the presenters. We have developed a really cool technology that is going to change the future of indoor farming, but I'll tell you about this in a second. What I want you to do right now, I want you to remember and imagine the best strawberry you ever had. Remember the smell, the color, the taste of it. This is the strawberry that I want you to keep in mind. All the aspects I mentioned above are heavily dependent on the light. And to grow a perfect strawberry, you need to have a full light spectrum. And sadly today, you cannot even grow a decent strawberry in the vertical farm. And there are 2 reasons for it. One, 80% of OPEX costs of vertical farms are coming from the lighting. And that it means huge energy bills. And even with these energy inefficiencies, there is still limited amount of players that can offer a full light spectrum. And that is what we are going to change. We build a product that not only brings full light spectrum, but also reduces the energy efficiency, increases the energy efficiency, We did it by combining smart drivers, proprietary LED technology, and the software. And let me show you what we did. We grew strawberries with one of the biggest strawberry growers in Germany, and we actually increased the crop quality. We also did a really cool project with a research institution where we grew basil, and it increased in biomass and also in the quality of it. We did multiple studies on stevia and on chili peppers, and we managed to decrease the growth time, but also increase crop quality. And of course, we did the studies on our product, and it already brings 15% of energy efficiency versus existing solutions. And we did all of that with 300K of pre-seed investment and a fantastic team. We have 3 engineers, Prash, with 15 years in semiconductor and material innovation expertise. Evgeny is horticulture engineer, and Shri is a serial hardware engineer and also owns the mango plantation. Team has a huge network and experience in agriculture. Marcus is our financial guru, and I am the hustler and the presenter. We are right now closing our seed round, raising 1.3 million. We already have some hard commitments, but we still have 400K open. So if you want to contribute to the future with a fantastic juicy strawberries growing in vertical farms and indoor farming, then let's stay in touch. Thank you.
All right, thanks a lot. And now let's move on straight to the questions. Who'd like to start? If you grab your microphone.
Okay, thank you, Galina. Then I will start also here with diversification. I have a question. Basically, indoor farming companies, they target different fruit or actually different plants. Usually green salads or things like that. You target strawberries, and first I have a question, or I have a couple of questions. But first, you mentioned that you improve the energy consumption, and on one slide you had, I think, 20%, and on the other 15%. So what is that, and comparing to what? Exactly. And also, there are different companies, but there was one example of AgriCool that was also targeting strawberries. So what is different? I hope that there is something different in your case.
Okay, let me maybe break it down a little bit because it's a complex thing. So first of all, we are not focusing on the strawberries. Our product is crop agnostic, which means that because of the tunability, if our customers want to change from leafy greens to strawberries and tomorrow and tomato day after tomorrow, they can do it with one product. That's the first thing. Second thing, indeed, so we have a combination of the smart driver, of the LED technology, which is under the patent, and the whole system. We also have the IP for it. And then we have the software element of it. So if we combine all of it in 2024 with the first line of our LED proprietary chips being part of the product, it's 5.0 energy efficiency combined together. Hence, you will see the 20, the 30, and the remaining 20%. What we have today, we have the off-the-shelf LED lights, and then we have our proprietary smart driver. And that is the product that we have today, that we have tested with the paying customers, and that is the one that is bringing 15% of energy efficiency, 1.5. To put things into the perspective, one of our customers under LA, the vertical farm in Italy, they told us that if we manage to decrease or increase the efficiency by 3%, that will enable them already to hire an additional senior staff member into their farm. And then the final thing, what makes us different from the competitors that you mentioned, but also the other ones, we are building something specifically developed for the horticulture, and we do have a special material and IP on the LED chips themselves that reduce the amount of errors and therefore increase the efficiency, plus the driver. So I hope it was a bunch of answers, but the question was also a very complex one. So yeah, hope I answered those.
And my question would be about your sales strategy. Could you elaborate on it?
Sure. Yes, so there are two things to mention. So we are focusing on the vertical farms today. However, we do want to get together in the greenhouse market as well. We are planning to do it by 2025. The reason why we started with the vertical farms, it's more fragmented market. Our average customer acquisition time is 2 months, and it's more fragmented, and therefore we can also more easily penetrate into the market. We are talking to the light producers and semiconductor companies that are suppliers for the vertical farms, but we are just being realistic. We are very small to satisfy the needs of the complex value chain of the vertical farms, but we want to get there. We are starting with the pilots, so we are leasing our lights. The minimum duration is 3 months, and after that we start to sell the lights with all the bunch of services, from maintenance to the software, which gives us the long-term relationship with the customers, opportunity to grow and develop the product, but at the same time constantly upsell the services. So to sum it up, we start with pilots, we move to selling the product. We're starting with vertical farms, we are moving to greenhouses, and maybe one thing to mention is our software aspect is growing bigger and bigger. By 2024, we expect to sell it almost as a separate product. And if you look at our commercial forecast, you will see the hockey stick, but the reason is 2024 is the software, hence we're going to have more revenue and scalability.
Thank you, Galina. We ran out of time, but big round of applause for you from here, from the heart of Wrocław. And now let's move on to the last pitch in this particular session. So I would like to invite on stage MeFood. Where are you? Where can I find you? Hello, Ruben is here. Yeah, if you could please join us on this side.
Yep, start now?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Ruben Miranda, and I'm CEO at MyFoodRobot. Our company provides automation and robotization services to the agriculture industry. And our team found a couple of problems in this industry. One of those problems is that there's a very high labor cost, as well as labor shortages. There are more than 5 million workers needed. We can also find food waste, and that represents 30% of losses for the farmers, as well as there is a very high CO2 contamination, representing 22% of global emissions, only the agriculture industry. And lastly, there is a very high risk of work and toxic pesticides affecting 1 billion global workers. So in order to solve all of these problems, our team has developed a solution based on artificial intelligence and machine learning. It's a robot that collects and harvests food items in farms faster and more energy efficient than human workers. The robot is up to 3 times faster. It also generates 70% less CO2 emissions, and the cost is much lower than the salary of a human worker. And it only costs $99 per month. We also offer direct sale to our clients. And the market size is very big. There are more than 5 billion daily consumers, and the agriculture industry is 8% of the world GDP. Only the strawberry market in Europe is $120 million. Our company has a good impact in this industry, and we also contribute to the following goals of the United Nations: zero hunger, because we increase the total food harvested; a good health and well-being, because we reduce workplace accidents and injuries, as well as a responsible production, because we reduce food waste and rotten fruits; and climate action. We also reduce CO2 emissions on harvesting; and life on land, because we promote sustainable use of farmlands. We already have competitors in this market, Automated with a value of $35 million, but they only focus on tomatoes, and the rows are slow. And Up Harvest with a value of $450 million. They just acquired Root AI in Boston, but they're focusing on small crops only, and the rows are expensive. So here's the competitive advantage. Our rows are faster and also more affordable for the clients. This is the team. I'm CEO. I'm an engineer, and my co-founder Brandon from Virginia, in the United States. He has run two previous startups, and our business developer, he has been working at Huawei for 7 years. Carlos, our CTO, is in charge of programming the robot to collect food items in farms. This is the roadmap. We have the robot ready. We're harvesting 10,000 fruits per day, and by 2022, we expect to have 20 robots installed in Europe. By 2023, we are planning our US expansion. By 2024, we're planning to harvest 50 million fruits per day. And the next year, file for an IPO in the stock market. These are our financial projections. By the end of the year, we expect to sell 20 robots and 20 batteries, generating total revenue $258,000. And by 2024, we expect to reach break-even. The investment proposal, we already fundraised $210,000 from the Polish government, the PARP, as well as the accelerator programs in the United States and Silicon Valley. And we are now targeting $300,000 to manufacture 20 robotic arms and also develop the product and to detect other types of crop, and also focus on sales growth to acquire new clients. And we're planning a following round of $1 million. Thank you very much. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. If you're interested in collaborating with us, we are here at your disposal.
All right, thank you. Let's go straight to the questions. Go ahead.
Okay, so first of all, my question would be about the return on the investment from the farm owner. So how do you expect, how soon it can be paid? And second of all, how big of the scale of a farm is needed really to be feasible for a solution?
For us to become profitable?
Yeah.
Sure. So as we counted around 100 farmers using our service that allow us to become profitable. And when it comes to the return of investment, we provide the return of investment within 18 months, and only in Europe, North America, which is the market we're targeting, because in markets like India or Africa, the salaries are too low, so it doesn't really make sense for us to be there at this stage. And this is where we're focusing Europe and North America.
Okay, my question is, do you design and produce the whole robot by yourselves, or maybe you use some existing cobots from the producers on the market and only provide the arm for the robot or something like that?
Sure. So we work with multiple manufacturers across the globe, in China, also in Europe, in North America, and we pack the whole solution, which is that's the most innovative thing. And there are so many robotic arms out there in the market, so makes no sense for us to invest all our resources in this target. So that's the reason we work with manufacturers.
And I have a question about the plants that you address. So I could see the pictures of strawberries. So is it the only one, or do you have more?
Sure.
And
so far, we have developed the artificial intelligence algorithm and the vision system to detect strawberries and also grapes as well as apples. Poland is the #1 apple producer in Europe and #2 of strawberries. So this is why we're here. It's a great opportunity for us.
Apples are great in Poland, that's true. A question also about the profitability. So, and there is also the matter of seasonality, because of course the robots would be used when there is a season to pick the plants. So how did you assess the profitability for the
Sure,
for the
very good question. It's actually one of the competitive advantages is that we also offer it's multitasking. So it can also do the leafing, the robot can do the leafing, irrigation, spreading the chemicals. So the robot can work during the whole year, not only during the harvesting season.
All right, any other questions? Would you like to add something to our audience here?
Yes, thank you very much for inviting me and letting me pitch. So hope you enjoy the presentation.
Yeah, we did. Thanks a lot. Big round of applause. Can I have the remote? You have it here. All right, this pitching session has come to an end. So thank you very much for tuning in and joining us here in person. So I would like to once again express my thanks to our judges here, Jowita Sewerska, Wojciech Mróz, Wojciech Ratymirski, and Szymon Kwiatkowski. Thank you so much, and here at 5 o'clock there will be another pitching session if that's what you're particularly interested in. And yeah, see you around.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as you start amassing great clients, is building trust and brand recognition. So working with a company like Microsoft gives incredible credibility out of the get-go. It definitely helps open doors. Microsoft does an unexplainably good job of connecting startups with these opportunities. It's been really powerful on the new business front in terms of scaling your startup and connecting to key resources.
This is our world. We must do better for a healthier world and a greener planet. That's why, here in Singapore, business is not just business. It is a force for good.
One of the biggest challenges as a startup, even as
Okay, and welcome back everyone. I hope you got a great lunch. And we are back with a discussion panel. And the panel is, will be probably answering the question that has appeared in every single founder's mind at least once, if not twice. And the question is, you have successfully fundraised. How to scale internationally now? Well, we will have the question, we'll have the answers right now. And first of all, we'll have a short presentation from Róża Szafranek, the CEO at HR Hands. And then later on, we will welcome on the stage Denis Birkhauser, Corporate Innovation Success Manager at Glassdoor, Max Filipov, Managing Partner at GR Capital, and Dariusz Nawojczyk from Salesbook. Thank you so much. Róża, the stage is yours.
Thank you. It's working, perfect. Hi, hello. As Anya said, we are starting from like short introduction, like giving you the context and giving you the short information. How can you avoid mistakes startups usually make, especially after like the first financial rounds. I'm Rosa, and I'm CEO of HR Hints. We are working only with startups and fast-growing tech companies. So we are there when startup gets the first financial round, which means that this is the moment when all the processes, people processes, talent processes, recruitment processes, operations processes are getting professionalized and are getting like more into measuring, more into analytics, and more into scaling. We are working mainly with experts having a background in psychology, performance, management, sociology. So, and we are operating basically in Europe, having like currently 2 partnerships and 3 American startups as well. We've started in March last year. So far, we've helped more than 40 startups. So I'll be focusing only on our experiences. So I'm not, using theories because it's like very, of course, valuable knowledge and experience. But we don't have enough time to share something more than what we've experienced so far and what we know already. So please let me focus on what we know from our own experience. Just to give you the context, HR Hints currently is having 15 people, FTE people, so full-time employees, and we are having a few consultants in different countries. So like more than 20 people is helping us on daily basis on HR Hints' behalf. We are starting from mainly appearing mistakes and the most common things which funders are coping with and facing with on daily basis. After that, we are moving to 4 most important things you should know and remember when you are going global. So after you fundraise, and no matter if it's like the seed round or A round, like depending on what type of business you are having, but after getting around and you are doing your first hirings outside of your origin country and doing like really international business when it comes to the team, what kind of things you need to remember about. And the third thing, building HR team. What kind of functions you need to cover? What can you expect from that type of team? Especially that we are usually first people in HR in startups in Poland and the region, because of the fact that we are doing interims, so we are doing like less than full-time, and we are like starting to operate in that area, and after that we are hiring people responsible for that in the long term. So starting from the most common mistakes we are all making, of course, including me, because like I'm also a funder, so it's not like, I'm not speaking to you from the position like, oh yeah, other people make mistakes, but we don't. Of course we do, and like I've chosen the 4 which are the most repeatable in our analysis, in our data we are gathering with our people and culture partners. The first thing is asking instead of doing and checking and not doing proof of concepts. So going to investors, going to friends, going to other funders, asking experts is of course super valuable and important. But many people and funders are doing it instead of acting. So these 2 first things, like asking a lot and making this first stage of gathering information much longer than the second thing is very common mistake. So instead of acting, instead of implementing, checking in practice what can really work and what doesn't, it's like very popular to analyze, to gather more information. Like it's quite similar to the process which was already checked in research and scientific point of view, that people who are writing a PhD, they are gathering information for 80% of time, and after that they are not able to write it on time, the thesis, because of the fact that they are lacking time. So it's quite similar that you want to do that so perfectly. You are doing it. You are trying to do that so well, and you see all mistakes all around. You see your friends' startups who are failing, that you would like to avoid it, and you postpone actions. The third thing, super important, is that you want to professionalize, and if you don't know the area, so you haven't been doing, I don't know, sales to UK market or sales to US market. You are trying to outsource all the planning and all the vision. That's the very common problem, because like delegating the things you've already understood and delegating things you already know how to do or you can imagine how to do is not wrong, because you have to trust someone to avoid the situation that you are doing everything on your own, because it's not possible. But the very big problem and the common problem is that you are outsourcing like the first step, so the strategy and the vision. So you are hiring agencies, you are hiring experts from other markets, for example, but they are coming back to you with like the basic question, like what exactly we need to do. What exactly is the final goal? What is the definition of done? How you expect the results, the final results. And if you are not able to do that, they will not help you, even if they have like, the specific knowledge. And the last one, when it comes to the most common mistakes, it's not checking the progress. So you are delegating, even if you are, for example, hiring an agency to hire first head of sales, let's say, for the foreign market, you are not checking the progress. You don't understand the process and you don't have knowledge, so you trust so much, or you don't have time for that you are not verifying what other people do. And of course, micromanagement is not the way, but on the other way, not checking at all, not defining any milestones or any definition of success at any stage. It's like a huge and very common problem. What you should learn to scale, especially when it comes to getting huge amount of money to go internationally. When you hire the first person, for example, in sales, like let's use sales or marketing example, last 2 years showed a lot of research which shows that it is not the best solution to hire the person who did something what you need once. So it's much better to hire someone who did it like twice or 3 times or 4 times, for example, growing the company from 50 people to 100 people. But if someone did it once in a previous company or like years ago, his or her experience is worth less than experience of someone who is highly motivated and did something a little bit smaller or different. That's because of the bias that you know one thing and you cannot compare it or contrast to the different thing. So you are making that mistake that this is the only way how to make it. And this is like very common problem in hiring. So that's the thing which doesn't work. And when it comes to the meta-analysis of mistakes in hiring, that's the thing we can see very, very clearly. The thing we discussed yesterday, if you were joining the panel, asking to join people who are your copies. I will not be focusing on that because of the fact that it's like it was like yesterday discussed very detailed. But the main thing and the main bias, the main willingness you have is to have around you people who are very similar to you. And it's a big mistake because of the fact that if you don't see something, people who are very similar to you will not see the same thing. And when it comes to customers, when it comes to the market, when it comes to the opportunities, or when it comes to like wherever else you can see. So that's the thing you have to remember about. Very common problem when it comes to scaling is that at the beginning, when you are having like 10 people, when we are having like 15 people, 20 people, you are very focused on the people who are joining, on people and culture part. After that, when you are scaling very intensively, and like in last year, we are having this experience of growing one of, like I think it's like the most, the highest success in European startups and the biggest rounds, etc. And we were responsible for growing it. And it was like a growth of from 15 people to 150 in a year. And what we've learned from this experience and what we were teaching funders, it's that the culture is never negotiable. So the culture and the values, you can negotiate on whatever you want, but this thing is not negotiable when it comes to the rituals, when it comes to values someone shares with you as a funder or not. I guess it's quite popular, so I guess you may heard it previously, hire slow, fire fast. And when it comes to research and when it comes to our experiences, what we know already from work, it's absolutely true. So you really need to give the frames to firing someone or fixing corporations which are not working. Like leaving someone who is not performing well or the cooperation which is not working right is the worst solution possible. So really, if you are having bad performer or you are not satisfied with the way how it's done, it's like 1 month of trying to fix it, another month, and like you don't really have time to wait. You don't really, you cannot trust that someone or something will change just like that. So it's in your hands totally. And as I have like 2 minutes left, I will just give you the picture of your expectation, of how can your expectations look like, and how the people team should be built when you are scaling intensively. Because of the fact that we are having different functions and we are having different people dedicated to team growth, talent, people, and operations should be separated. Talent means experience of the candidate. So employer branding, EVP, which means employer value proposition. So what can we offer to candidates to bring him or her to our company? Gathering to share the knowledge about our company, recruitment processes. So everything we do to take candidates from the market and hire them for our company. The second part, people, taking care of people who are already hired in our company. So taking care of their performance, taking care of their well-being, taking care of communications, rituals, and company strategies inside. There's the second part, and the third part is operations. Operations means back office, so payroll, documentaries, cooperation with compliance, lawyers, etc. So it's very rare that in scaling teams, more bigger than 70, 80 people, one person or 2 people are able to cover all these things. Usually we need to grow this area separately. And always, when it comes to standardizing the processes, it's super important to remember about having one standardized recruitment process, especially if you are doing it for the foreign markets, or you are interviewing people who are not originally from your culture. So, because it's like very common bias that you go with the flow, so you are having great conversation with one person, maybe not so good gut feeling and not so good conversation with another one, and you are making decisions after just the feeling, and after that, after whole process, we came up to the conclusion that basic things were not checked, or we didn't ask basic questions to strategic person we are hiring. So verifying, keeping the same length of a hiring process. Usually it's like not more than 3 stages, and very important thing, not repeating the same people on different stages and not repeating the same aspects, the same questions on the different stages. It's very popular that funders are, you know, joining different stages, like they are talking to candidates at the first, the second, and the third one. It's very hard to, you know, have any kind of objectivity on the third one, on the last one. It's much better to bring someone from outside or even your co-founder to that stage. Eval meeting taken all over the process, and inviting every person who was interviewing the candidate is super important, and measures. So these 4 basic things you need to have to measure your process, and to have it like divided to different stages, and to have it like very well described for each candidate. Because like that's our experience from our internal data, that 80% of the processes when we are joining the company and we are starting cooperation, asking about previous mistakes, people say like, okay, we've made 3 mistakes in hiring. Okay, like show us the previous processes. 80% of recruitment are not measured, and people are not having described any stage. So it's not universalized, it's not described well. So that's all, basically. We are moving to the panel, I guess. Thank you very much. We will be having time for questions after that, I guess. Thank you for this time, and we are moving to the panel. Thank you. Do you need it?
Yeah, thank you very much, Rosa, to share your expertise with us. I was asking myself, so Max, from you've got the investor's perspective. So as I've heard, you mostly invest in Series B and later stages. Do you seen something that you, from a mistake perspective, that you've seen also in the startups that you invest, or do you have some additional recommendations, also what investors like to see in scaling a company?
No, yeah, I mean, Rosa's presentation was more detailed and focused on the processes of hiring and how you treat people. But in general, from high-level investors' perspective, I just can't let people underestimate how important international thinking is from the start, at least from the moment when you raise your first significant round. Of course, first years or first months of company's life are about a little bit different things. But as soon as you've got some additional resources, I always say that you must dedicate part of them to studying thinking internationally. So either researching some potential markets where you can enter with your product, or adding some people to the team, because we had different examples where, like I thought about this example when we were discussing the potential panel, that I love sailing, and with one hull, the boat is pretty shaky. It still doesn't sink, but it's very shaky. With several hulls, it's much more stable. The same with the company's culture, or even with the company's international markets. So at Series B, when we invest, we really are looking for founders who already understand that and who already have done some efforts to introduce some international culture, international thinking to their strategy. And one of the examples we've seen, I wouldn't name the company because those are mistakes, right? But one of the companies, just about IT talent, but still, we were pushing for starting hiring internationally. They were growing pretty fast. And at some point, founder was pro this, but CTO was against. He was like, I want to see everyone in my office. I don't want some international people. I don't understand what they're thinking. I need everything streamlined. A couple of years after that, this became their bottleneck. They became the biggest IT employer in their city. They started pushing salaries higher for the whole city. Ecosystem hated them. And it was already too late. They had to change CTO with more international thinking to solve that. Another thing we have seen is another company from US. So actually we introduced them to just research about Ukrainian market. Maybe they could sell their product, its device, in Ukraine. We are from Ukraine originally. So it wasn't,
the case didn't work out. They decided Ukraine is not worth entering. But since that, they started their international expansion. And a couple of years later, their product got banned for half a year in the US. So if they wouldn't start this beforehand, I mean, they will be left without any sales. And this and other help, like I said, help them survive the storm they were in. So again, that's my point, and that's what we always say in Jar Capital. You have to think internationally, even if you see your product as only as appropriate for only one market.
Cool. Thanks for sharing. Dariusz, you are with Salesbook. You recently secured your seed funding. When you hear the inputs of Rosa and of Max, what's your positioning on this? Do you think that also every company can be scaled internationally? And what's your strategy?
Of course, every company can be scaled internationally. And especially if you have a proper product, because sometimes it is related to the product. Basically, it's quite easy to scale up a company which has a product that is a little bit more software as a service oriented. When you have to put a lot of effort into just like giving to your customers proper tutorials, videos, making content marketing, and so on, and the whole deployment process is automated. So it's quite easy to be a centralized company there, and you can be like present. Maybe your whole operations can be located in one country, and you can still be an international company because of the very essence of your product, right? However, if there's something like a deployment process included, or there's a need for a great customer support, or your sales strategy is strictly connected with the human approach. So you have to have a sales team that needs to like take meetings with your potential customers. Then this decentralized strategy is something important. However, of course, for every company, it's definitely doable.
Yeah, Rosa, in your presentation, you mentioned also the cultural aspect. So the culture of a company, when going abroad and scaling internationally, how do you encounter intercultural differences also in scaling a team?
Mm-hmm. It's like it's super important to separate culture fit from culture added value, because like usually we think that culture fit is like being exactly the same. So like, you know, as you said about a CTO, like I know that type of mindset, I know the type of people, and it's like the most easy thing to work with them for me. Right? And like what we are looking for, it's like not the same type of behavior, not the same type of, you know, experiences, backgrounds, etc. We really need to look for people with different ones, but having the same values or the same goals, or understanding the goals of the company and wanting to share it or to realize it. So like basically that's the thing. And there's like, when it comes to culture differences, there is like no better way than awareness. That's what I think. Like, especially, there's like very dangerous line between stereotyping and saying about culture differences. Because I've seen a lot of international startups where people are saying like, oh yeah, like these Polish people are like so sad and these Americans are so funny, right? So it's like, it's not awareness. It's not talking about differences, really. It's using stereotypes. And the thing, like the difference, and basically, like the most important thing here is like saying, okay, you should be aware that we are maybe in this conversation, what I see, maybe I'm not so talkative as you are. Maybe I'm not, you know, going with jokes left and right. But that's the culture I was born in. Maybe it can be the difference. So that, like more heads up than, you know, giving this judgments as an example I said.
So also being aware of the situation helps in a diverse setup. You mean? And what about again, a culture question? Sorry to go with this. What about different characters within an organization? When we say, okay, to foster our own mindset and to broaden our own mindset, it's important to have different characters into the company with different backgrounds. How can you then have a cultural match with the values of a company?
I think the ones when it comes to the line managers or the people who are really managing the teams after funders, organization is too big that funders is not managing everyone. This is super important that we are all invited to the discussion. Everyone, we have this boldness in organization in that space that everyone can say okay, I don't agree, I have another point of view, but the final thing is just the leader who is saying okay, but we are not following your thought, right? So give the space for everyone to say it out loud, but not being afraid to cut some thoughts, right? Because it's the fear even was heard yesterday when we were discussing what if we are having chaos in organization because everyone can say everything. No, everything can be said, but 90% of things cannot be done, right? The leader is responsible for what we are doing, depending if it's a leader of the team or the leader of the company. So that's the border, that's the line, I think.
Okay, so it's important to create an environment of safety where everyone can have a voice and talk about things that they see within an organization that can be done or can be improved.
But also understands that not everything will be realized.
I have a case for that. I was just recently talking to one German startup. It's in automotive industry, which itself is pretty complicated, as everyone might imagine. And at some point, this founder, there are two co-founders, one of them who I was talking to, he says, I'm actually not a car person at all. I never had a car, I never drove a car, I don't understand anything about it. And I'm like, isn't that a bad sign, actually? But I asked, how do you manage this? And he says, no, my co-founder is a car lover, and he was the generator of an idea of the business model. But he invited me as a counterintuitive co-founder because so this guy I was talking to, he introduces some ideas which sometimes are not working just because he doesn't understand the industry. But still working together, they are more creative and innovative than just one person who already knows everything about the industry. You talked about this also at your presentation. It's not like just taking someone who already knows everything and does everything the same way as it has been done before, but having different people brainstorming and trying to take another approach. That's how innovations are done, right? Pretty obvious.
So I think that it is really quite important in this context also to create a space in a company in which you can simply move your employee into a different position inside of your organization instead of firing him. So this is what we do because you are talking about the different characters, and of course someone can think something about himself and he strongly believes that he, for example, belongs to the sales team or anything like that. And we have the example the last month, it appeared that someone who we believe he's a sale, he appears to be a perfect customer service person, and now he's so a lucky person and so happy person at the moment because in our organization he was able to find his true spirit, and this is what we do. We believe that finding the proper place inside of the organization instead of repeating you're doing something wrong, it's a great thing to do.
Okay, so you also have a good view within your organization to see where people can fit in. But from the other perspective, do you also have a strategy on how to motivate people to engage within the organization?
Yes, of course. The very first thing that did work for us was to completely open the whole idea of our company for everybody in our company. So we invested a lot of time in creating something like an internal knowledge base where absolutely everything is described. And the processes, the recipes, the values, the goals, the mission, the vision, absolutely everything. So in terms of the questions that can came to your mind, what am I doing here, and things like that. So you can just type into the search of our internal database, and probably there's the answer: who we are, what we do, why we are doing it like that, and things like that. And quite important thing to understand is that when you are a founder, you spend like 150% of your time on doing this operating things and having a lot of and I believe like 80% of them are meaningless. So you are doing a lot of things, right? And after the whole day, you are coming home and you are so tired, but you have like 120 tasks done. But when you ask yourself if you did something really important, if you invested in the future of your company, that most of these tasks are not so important at the very end of the day. So we decided to invest. So we spend a lot of time like creating this space for our people in our organization. So this is how we do it. They know what we believe, and they know where we are going, who we want to be, which product should be, and things like that. Everything is described.
Rosa, you also mentioned processes within organization. What do you think is more important, to be very precise and specific on defining, let's say, role descriptions, for example, or is it more important to create a general framework how people could act within an organization?
I think like rules are pretty important in the company. Like rules, I don't mean the procedure, like every step you need. It's like a little bit like, I'm not a fan of Reed's book about Netflix, but I like that part specifically. Like the part which is saying like, don't manage with like a control, manage with the context. So it's much better for me to give the context, like not show people like what exactly you need to do, but what you need to reach. Like what's the goal, not what exactly are the steps. From my perspective, like my perspective is quite specific because like we are working only with startups. Like startup funders sometimes are difficult to cooperate with, and it's like very challenging environment because of the fact that everything is going very, very fast, and and they are like pretty demanding, and we love that, of course, but on the other hand, like everything is having like a crazy race, and like for me there wouldn't be super ineffective if I go with every step with everyone from the team. Like I'm not the manager of everyone right now. I have line managers in my company, so it's not possible. And I believe that's the same when you are going like very fast with your startup. So it's like more general framework, more general goal and mission, and yeah.
Yeah, so you mentioned an interesting thing that I wanted also to ask Max, actually. So sorry, Dariusz. When it comes to the mission and also values within startups, so how do you see it from an external investment perspective? So are you looking for specific values in your portfolio companies, or how do you access this from this external perspective?
Look, we are pretty generalist in our investments, so we invested both like in fintech or in delivery, food delivery, logistics, and all over the place, insurance. So in general, I can't just name common values there, despite just being innovative, being ambitious, and all of these things. But I just wanted to point out that, for example, what we have seen in food delivery business and most of like they call it execution-based businesses. Of course, you can't limit and to tell each step of potential job to the management team, for example, especially the strategy team. But when it comes to launching some markets and managing the growth of execution-based businesses like food delivery, we were impressed by, for example, Globus, our investment handbook. So it was written out week by week, and each week the manager of the country, he asks himself or she asks herself some questions. Did I reach this? Did I reach that? Which KPIs to look at? And they were different at each and every week. And if the enough answers are no or are negative, then they just stop the market. So with some roles and with some teams, it's really crucial because there is no room and no time for just creative thinking or finding yourself motivated at some point. You should be really killing and winning the markets. But as I said, for some teams which are more long-term thinking and more creative in their jobs, of course, it should be just value-based and like framework-based.
Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Like it depends on vertical, on the market, on the industry, on the size of your team. Yeah, we are using handbooks, and for example, our record now is the salesperson sold our solution in the 4th day of being in our company because of the handbook. So we believe the handbooks are not these like these awful procedures, right? But this is something that should be helpful to you, right? It's something has done something before, and it worked. So he's giving you a recipe. It's like the recipe from your grandmother for doing something delicious. Like because she achieved this level of greatness in the past, and she wants to share it with you. It's rather like that, and I believe it's quite important in like growing up and scaling up.
And it also resembles a lot with what Rosa said in her presentation, that if something's not working, just leave it. And handbooks allow you to understand when it's not working.
Of course, our handbook is being updated like all the time because, you know, someone finds something better, so we are adding something or deleting something from it. So it's like the iteration. Yeah.
Okay, agility is also an aspect that you find in most of the companies. Yeah, there was a McKinsey paper a long time ago about the 2 speeds of startups in the corporate world, where the startups are the speedboats and the large corporations act like a tanker, where it's super hard to do like a sharp left turn, for example. Rosa, when accompanying startups to growth, have you seen also a switch from being agile to become this big tanker thing?
Mm-hmm. Like it's like the changing the mindset you've started with, it's like super crucial here. Like because like people, the thing we see usually, last year we were having a lot of, because like as we all know, last year was like crazy about valuations and fast growth. So a lot of our companies got huge rounds, and yeah, and they were growing like crazy, and it was like fantastic journey, and it was like the most common thing when it comes to the blocker which appears in people's head, it's like they are at the beginning they're afraid of standardizing the policies. Like the first reaction is usually like that. So okay, so now we are becoming corporation, right? That's not what for I came here. So you know, like. And we are doing a lot of things just to avoid it. And it's like, it's not cheating people, because it's like saying very directly and transparently, yes, we are here to build a huge company. We are a startup, and it's not possible to be like a cozy family company for the next years, because we are here to build a huge international competitor. So like, and founders who are hiding it and saying like, yeah, you know, on one hand we are growing, but on the other hand, we will be still cool family cozy company. We will be still, you know, based on the same values, but our culture will be different. Like every time when you are growing your company, like up to more than 20%, the culture is a little bit different, and you must be okay with it, and your people must deal with it.
But I think this is just the startup hustle that every company has. Yeah. Cool. So thank you very much for your insights.
Thank you.
How can people reach out to you if there are additional questions? So you will be here all day, I hope. Okay.
Yeah, Vintasset networking parties, LinkedIn.
Yeah, like social media. Yeah, you can just find us.
Perfect. So yeah, thanks for listening, and yeah, thanks for being here and sharing your expertise.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and we have finished rearranging the stage, so let's welcome Dennis on the stage. Dennis, the stage is yours.
Hi, I'm back again. Still missing my slides. Because, yeah, perfect. Yeah, I changed my title of the presentation to make it more appealing. So it's called The Fantastic Impact of Innovation and How You Can Find It. But I forgot to tell Wolf Summit to change it to get even more people here in the room. But never mind, because a little disclaimer, there will be no further Harry Potter references and so on in my presentation. So thank you very much for being here. My name is Dennis Birkhölzer. Yeah, I've got a very German name. My role is the head of growth at Glassdollar. What we do, I will tell you in a minute. What I do is that I am taking care of scaling a company in a reasonable way, as hopefully we've discussed prior to my keynote here. So what we do is that we help big corporations, some of them are in the room today and partner also from Wolf Summit. We help them to find innovation within their company, and not from within a company, but with the help of awesome startups like you. We have done more than 450 scouting projects and created more than 100 POCs working for big corporations, and we generated a value of more than, as you can see here, 80 million euros within the companies. So what's the deal with innovation? So it's a topic that everyone is talking about. All of your startups might be innovative. All the corporates that are here are in the field of innovation. But what does it actually mean? So I am German, as you might have heard from my strong dialect, and I thought to myself, okay, how can I tell you what innovation is? So I decided to not go to look for some fancy innovation by Clayton Christensen or whatsoever, what innovation is really about or where innovation can be found. And as a German, I decided to look for a standard. And I found the ISO 56000 Innovation Management Fundamentals and Vocabulary. And in the ISO, in the standard framework, innovation is defined as a new or changed entity realizing or distributing value. And now every one of you knows what innovation is. You can go outside and build an innovative company, I think. So what does this formulation, what does this standard imply? So it's actually pretty easy. Something is coming in here, then magic is happening, and then there's value at some point. So for me, it shows that there might be like an internal world where magic is happening. There might be some external factors coming into this magic, and on the other end, there might be some outcome of any form, just doing value magic and providing something additionally. But what does it mean in detail? So from my perspective, there are two modes of innovation. So most big corporations see innovation like an incremental process of constant improving of the things that are already there, most likely in their F&E or research and development departments, where there are excellent engineers trying to make the horses faster instead of building a car, actually. So where they make longer lasting candles than inventing a light bulb. And on the other side, when they want to be more innovative and foster innovation within the organization, they create something like an incubator or an entrepreneurship program where they take the smartest of the smartest who don't really want to do the actual work but want to do something cooler and put them into incubators to spend their working time magically working for something else and create therefore some crazy innovation things. And in some cases, they don't like each other this much, as the engineers in the R&D departments think that they are building the best solution of the things that are already there, and then there are these free radical monkeys in the incubators wasting just money from the company. Too bad that research has shown that most of the incubation programs actually fail. So this is now the internal mode of innovation, and then there's like the external world. Where we've got CVCs who focus on taking a look if there are startups that might be relevant to their business and make them innovate something from some without. So they just give them money and hope for innovation and pray for this. Of course, there are also acceleration programs who promise to find fitting innovation for them, give them money, startups, and take money from the corporates and hope to find innovation somewhere else. And then there are also partnering units where they really focus on business units and their needs and try to find innovation outside of the market and bring it to them. In most cases, the outcome, as I said, from internal innovation is that they did anything they can, but it somehow, like Nokia, it didn't work out this well at the end. But what's the actual impact of innovation? So the number one impact is, of course, you need to innovate your business or you just will die in the future because the world is ever changing, so you need to adapt to the current circumstances. What innovation also means from a very practical sense is that you might also be able to spend less money for the things that you are doing with your current business. The third thing is that you also make more money with the things that you do. Your research department might develop a very good product, which gives you the opportunity to sell at a higher price, for example. Or if they are very, very clever, and you find a new line to expand your business lines, you can create even a new additional revenue stream. Instead of just manufacturing something, you can add services that you're able to sell and create a new business and a new revenue flow. And what you also cannot forget is this relevance that innovation means. So as we have seen today, this keynote by the Polish bank PKO, they established new services on how customers can interact with the bank. And they digitized a lot of processes that are very tedious to employees. So they used innovation and new innovation outside of the market to put them into their organization and make something and make processes suck less, which also has got a very positive impact to your employees, but also to your customer satisfaction, so that you just stay up to date. They don't make any additional money with this. They just shorten the time and get away of tedious processes. Yeah, now the thing is not working. Perfect. But how can you find innovation within an organization? So where does it hide and where do the ideas come from? We have identified that there are 3 different categorizations or personas that we have in an organization. You might already know them, that there are the early adopters. At IBM, I worked at IBM 12 years ago, and the early adopters there were those who didn't use the IBM ThinkPads, but came with their MacBooks to work and wanted to work on them, so they were rather visible. Normally, early adopters can also be seen that they actually care for things outside of their day-to-day business and see opportunities in how to make their life better. There are also these that might also be more visible on social media platforms or on LinkedIn within a company. Then there are the biggest chunks. These are the fence sitters who just do daily business and day-to-day work. And of course, there are there's still the boomer generation who just hate new things and want to destroy the planet. And the good thing is, fuck them. So don't care about this hater stuff. Really focus on the people actually creating impact. And just make it count. Try to find them, the early adopters. Take something that will please them and create a lighthouse project. Lighthouse projects are things that are working easily and create a lot of value with not that much work and really create visibility. Also, be like me and create some noise about the things that you do, and also be bold about the things that are actually working good, and try to find people that want to work with you on this. Pressure and build interest, so create some kind of FOMO. You can also go work on, okay, if we don't stop doing this, if we do not implement solution XYZ, you will be out of business with your bullshit business unit that you're having there. So you can also be rather bold, because the good thing for you is there's nothing to lose, only stuff to win. And this might also turn the passive ones into active supporters. And at the end, in total, you've got 80% of the business who, in theory, are willing to work with you as a startup or with you as an innovation manager within a corporate. So, to sum it up, don't focus on the 20% against it, because you will never work with them anyway. Here's a little framework that I don't want to explain into detail. So if you like, take photos of this, so I don't need to make a workshop out of this. The good thing is, if you want to know more about this, there's a super easy opportunity. Please get your cell phones. We are going to make a webinar on how to create business impact. We have taken real business use cases from corporates we've worked with in the past, and it's not like a sales manager that I do. So no, there's no sales manager involved in this. So these are actually experts and not people like me. There's Jon Hauer, who has built the Bosch Siemens startup kitchen that some of you have already worked with in the past, as I've met some people today, and they will explain how to find the real stakeholders within the organization. This is also very important for startups to attend, because we give you frameworks on how to identify innovation managers and leaders from business units from outside a corporation. So, if you want to know more about this and want to connect with me, you can add me on LinkedIn or approach me. I will be here all day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dennis. Love the energy, love the memes on the presentation. Thank you so much. It really captured my attention. And we are moving on to the panel discussion, which will be moderated by Irina, and let me make sure I pronounce your surname correctly, because I have a huge problem with that. Irina Oboshtarova, the co-founder and CEO of The Recursive. She will join us right now, and while the volunteers are preparing this stage, all of the speakers and herself, obviously, she'll tell about herself a bit more, while my guys from the technical crew are trying to dial in our online speakers. You know, it's distance and hybrid panel, so just give us a minute, and Irina, get prepared.
for the nice and cozy music. It's really calming me down before I get the stage fright. Thanks also for the intro. My name is Irina. I am from the Recursive, co-founder of the media company which is reporting on the progress of the startup and innovation ecosystems in Central and Eastern Europe. Here with me today on the stage, we have a very knowledgeable crowd of people, very high density in PhDs. We're going to be talking about how to turn science into a successful startup, or as people actually call them, the deep tech startups. Like, what is the secret of deep tech startups? I'm going to introduce also the speakers, and they wear many hats, and still I'll try to keep it a bit short. We're going to start with our first speaker, who is joining us virtually from the UK, Botti Dimanov. He's the co-founder of 10x and also the CEO. It's a University of Cambridge spin-out on a mission to invent the way humanity interacts with artificial intelligence. Botti is dedicated to preventing the world from the misuse of artificial intelligence, but also to ensure that AI is developed with passion, excitement, and joy. He holds a PhD in AI at the university, from the University of Cambridge. Another PhD that we have here on the group is Alexandra Chenian. She's lecturer at the Faculty of Automatic Control and Computers at the University Polytechnica in Bucharest. Her PhD is in systems engineering, and she has very extensive experience in teaching, but also research in AI, software engineering, business intelligence, data mining, and her latest passion is blockchain. In her role as a mentor, she's been advising tech entrepreneurs and a huge number of IT companies on the development and the implementation of their innovation strategies. Our last speaker online is Demetris Gerogiannis. He is a serial entrepreneur in the fields of AI and distributed ledger technology. I'm very excited to learn today, also myself, about his latest project, which is called AI and Me. Prior to that, he was several times in the CTO and product management role at a couple of startups in the fields of digital marketing, digital fitness, health tech, fintech. Demetris holds also a PhD in computer science from the University Ioannina in Athens. And last but not least, physically, but from very, very far away, here with me is Jason Tay, who is the Global Coordinator and Regional Director of Business Development in MDAC, a Singapore-based fintech company focused on providing innovative foreign exchange solutions to empower the vision of a world without currency borders. I'm very excited to learn more about that. Prior to MDAC, Jason gained more than 12 experience in corporate investment banking, so an ex-banker, covering the Asia-Pacific region across a myriad of industries ranging from oil and gas, energy, technology, consumer goods, automotive, defense, to diversified industries. And last but not least, he's also a mentor at the University of Innovation Entrepreneurship at the Singapore Management University. So everyone, happy that you managed to join. Welcome on the online and on the on-site stage here at the World Summit. And before we move to the questions, I was thinking that maybe each of you can give us a short elevator pitch, 1 to 2 sentences, about the project that you're mostly involved in, because I'm sure that you're wearing many hats. I would suggest that we start with the lady, Alexandra.
Hi, everyone. It's so great to be here and meet all of you. So a few words about my latest projects. Besides the research and teaching activities, my latest project is a startup, which is called Recyclex, and we are developing a platform based on machine learning algorithms and blockchain technologies to automatically detect the plastic spots in seas and oceans, and to put together all the actors in the recycling ecosystem to collect the plastics and then transform them into second generation plastic.
Wow, that's exciting. An interesting mix of technologies all together on a mission to keep our planet a bit cleaner. Botti, would you like to go next?
Absolutely, Irina, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a privilege to be here with you today. Short intro on me. So I'm a CEO and co-founder of Tenix. This is the one thing I'm doing finally. Friday was my graduation, so no more extra project. There is one project. And what Tenix is doing is we're on a mission, as you said, to invent the way humanity interacts with AI to protect the world from the Terminator. And we're very serious about that because there are a lot of deep learning companies being started where we don't really know how the technology works, and that can have all sorts of repercussions. So, that's the problem we're really solving. And specifically, we're helping machine learning engineers figure out why their models break and what they can do in order to fix them. It's a little bit like a doctor for AI, so you can understand, there is a symptom, there's probably a problem, what is the root cause, and what should the recommended treatment be so that we can fix this algorithm. And if we take Alexandra's example, many times machine learning algorithms detect oil instead of plastic, and we can spend resources unnecessarily. So we help companies like Alexandra's to figure out how can they improve the quality of their data and their models to make sure the AI is operating not only accurately, but also safely and reliably.
Doctor for AI, I love that elevator pitch, and I'm also very happy that we're already finding synergies in the panel. Dimitris, this is not your first project, but maybe you can share a bit more about AI and me.
Yeah, actually, as you said, I had gone through a couple of projects in the past, but as Botti said, this is my top priority right now, focusing on that. Being involved in the being involved in the Greek ecosystem, deep ecosystem, I decided to pursue what I have learned so far. So basically, AI and me is a no-code platform for federated learning. We wish to give people tools to develop machine learning applications, and without dealing with technical details and regulations that are coming in the AI world. We are providing them with a platform to monetize their skills, monetize the data they might collect, and with a collaboration ecosystem, we wish to do all this stuff very fast and without any issues regarding compliance, technical details, scalability, etc.
Thank you for this intro. I will be looking forward to finding a bit more about your startup. As you know, we at the Recursive report exactly of projects like this. Jason, tell me about MDAC. It sounds a bit like NASDAQ. You do have to do with foreign exchange, but what is the deep tech relation here?
Sure. First and foremost, I just want to say I have no PhD. So I don't know how I got through the selection criteria, but thank you for having me.
I don't even have a master's, so.
Yeah, I mean, let's work on the PhD first, right? So thank you for having me here. I wanted to share a bit about MDAQ. So MDAQ stands for Multi-Denomination Automatic Quotation, whereby I know most of you lost me at multi. What? Right? So MDAQ is actually a play on the word NASDAQ, and then the US NASDAQ. 12 years ago, the company was founded with one sole mission, to create a world without currency borders. And I think the best way to describe some of our successes and the reason why I'm in Warsaw and Wrocław today is that just yesterday, for those of you who are in Poland, if you search the local news, you would notice that MDAQ was featured as having signed a multi-year deal with the Warsaw Stock Exchange. We met with the board, and we are now working on a co-broking innovative solution to allow the exchange to sell its securities in multi-currencies to investors across the world.
Wow, that's exciting.
So, yeah.
Happy that you are also establishing this relation to Central and Eastern Europe. I think this is a breeding ground for a lot of innovative solutions that we're going to see global from here, but also happy to see the same happening vice versa. My first question would be actually to the more of the researchers on the panel today. So for a long time, research has been focused on doing it in the university labs. Now we see more and more companies and actually scientists developing this entrepreneurial spirit and daring the entrepreneurial path. Would you say that entrepreneurship is now more popular or more promoted in the scientific community? Or has it been always like this? Boti, maybe let's start with you.
Awesome. I thought we were getting Alexander and Dimitris to start. So maybe starting with kind of how the entrepreneurial spirit begins with and so on. There has been a strong focus in commercializing research, but actually we're starting to see, especially in artificial intelligence in particular, funding plays an important role. And for our type of research, there are heavy computational resources, cloud computing resources, and actually companies which have access to these resources are able to produce much more significant discoveries at scale. And a great example of that is DeepMind, where we saw artificial intelligence for the first time applied not only for kind of playing games and winning games, but also used for scientific advances. So, for example, solving protein folding problems, which were challenges which we didn't even expect AI to be able to solve. So I would say the main benefit of industrial research is the ability to apply resources at scale. Now, the downside of that is that research companies and very often I have this conversation with our CTO and head of research, Dimitri, because there is a big discrepancy between what is research, and research should be about blue sky ideas and things which we don't even know how are going to happen, versus industry where we have a very clear focus. I mean, my research team works a lot on, there is a particular business problem that we need to solve, and all of the research we're doing, it has to solve this particular problem. So it kills the opportunity for serendipity and discovering one thing. For example, just as NASA was kind of inventing the pen, just so that they were able to write in space, but it turned out it's actually useful for all of us here on Earth. So there is a little bit of a disconnect between the goals of research labs and industrial labs.
Alexandra, Dimitris, how is it in Southeast Europe? Do we see more and more entrepreneurs with a scientific background getting out of the research labs and daring to create their own companies, to commercialize the projects that they've been working on? Alexandra?
Yes, I think so. I mean, in the past few years, I think we've seen more and more scientists and people coming from universities and the academic environment taking on more entrepreneurial initiatives. I think that now people are more encouraged, like people coming from the scientific world are more encouraged to start their research projects from specific problems, like using the technology to mitigate some real issues that surround us, which is a very good starting point, to take the ideas then and to have them transferred into startups, industry, real products that will go to market and so on. So this is one starting point. The mindset is starting to change, and research projects are starting to focus on real issues that need to be addressed with deep tech and emerging technologies. And then I think also starting from this point, the mindset of the research researchers started to change a little bit, and they are getting more and more attracted by the entrepreneurial world. Also taking into account the fact that there are more and more funding opportunities to transfer the research ideas, from the lab to the real world environment and take them to market and start a real business out of the developments that we are doing. So also getting this funding helps in improving this situation, like making it more attractive to researchers. And then I think these things are also in line with the larger European initiatives. If we're thinking about the European Innovation Council, they have a lot of funding programs specifically designed to help projects from the research stage to more advanced technological readiness levels, and going to market and then scaling up. So there is this whole roadmap that we can start in a lab from a research project and then get funded throughout the entire process to take the product to market and being commercialized. So I would say, yes, we also notice in the Eastern countries that there is this trend, more and more frequent, for research to be taken to startups and spin-offs, and then to more develop the business and scale up.
Demetris, what would be your 5 cents? Are there more and more entrepreneurs coming from the universities, from the research labs?
I would say the situation is changing compared to what was happening the past few years, and I think also the COVID situation is a catalyst on that. The digital transformation, the developments in the deep tech and the emerging technologies, and all these tools that are available right now. At the same time, there is a tremendous capital that is available for funding. Take, for example, in Greece, what is happening. The whole ecosystem in Greece, the innovation ecosystem, is transforming the past 2 years. A lot of technology transfer offices are opening in the universities. There are a lot of business competitions, hackathons, mentoring programs to assist students and researchers to move from their labs and commercialize their high impact research. I would say this started about 10 years ago, but it took a long process until some milestones are reached. For example, a few months ago, we had the first unicorn in Greece. The first startup started from a small company in Greece, and it was purchased by, I think, Morgan Stanley or something like that. So this is actually something that other people try to imitate. So it's also a factor for imitation and also motivation for researchers to stop thinking research for research. But at the same time, I think there is also a curse. All this available European funding, there is a threat for researchers, for us, that being all this fund that is available to us for doing research, and we get the funding, and once the funding is ending, the project is dead. So I think this is a threat, and but I want to be optimistic. So I think yes, there is a change in how researchers are dealing with entrepreneurship.
Okay, I wasn't expecting that there is also a negative side to the funding, which is fleeting in. But we will be talking about funding for deep tech endeavors a bit later on, more extensively. Before that, I wanted to ask you, Jason, in your case, what's actually the other way around? So you got the science outside the labs. The founder of MTech is not a scientist. How did you manage to leverage on certain progress when it comes to data science, and how did you commercialize it or made it into a business?
Okay, I mean, if Dimitris is giving his 5 cents, I'll just go with the 1 cent.
Okay.
You know, no PhD. But yeah, so I think the key I wanted to say here is maybe I'll give you an example of how we built our technology stack and our in-house algorithmic black box that powers the AI and data behind the scenes. So in 2015, 5 years after MDEC was founded, our focus was primarily on stock exchanges. But in 2015, we happened to be in a position which is very unique. Jack Ma, who is the founder of Alibaba, was on a cruise ship with our chairman. And on that cruise ship, he spoke to our chairman and he said, hey, you know what? I want to beat Amazon to be the #1 world-leading marketplace. And my chairman probably was a little drunk, and he said, you know, why don't you talk to MDEC? You know, they are good at FX. Fast forward, right? The right-hand lady of Jack Ma was in our office a few weeks later, over Chinese New Year, and she said, okay, looks like Jack wanted us to have a chat. We're building this new technology. We want to get a guaranteed foreign exchange solution which will allow anyone in the world to buy on the AliExpress platform in their home currency, right? The banks, if you are a banker or if you happen to know the financial markets, to hedge a foreign exchange position, say a G10 currency pair, it costs anything about 1 to 1.5% for 1 day. And the Alibaba team were looking at how to reduce that to 0.5. So they were looking at how do we get a solution which was able to achieve a guaranteed rate without paying that kind of fee. So fast forward that, what MDEC did was we were able to guarantee foreign exchange for more than 24 hours on weekdays, 72 hours on the weekend, 5 business days if there's a long weekend, and up to 3 months if there's a refund at more than 1/4 the price of what the banks quote. Fast forward, we won the deal, and Financial invested 100 million into MDEC. So that was the motivation for our big data. So the thing of what we did was that we looked at another way. How were we able to achieve the cost at 1/4 of what the market, all the big banks were quoting, was to relook at the way you look at risk, right? So what we were able to do was to take information across the span of time and use that as a back testing to find out how much variance was there traded on the platform in terms of a currency pair over the past 10 years. That means, effectively, tomorrow, before tomorrow happens, I know with a 93% accuracy how much a currency pair will be traded on will be used on the e-commerce platform. And with that, once you use that as a gauge, you're able to then reduce your cost of hedging because of data, because of analysis, and because of the algorithmic black box. So that was how we did it.
Was it some kind of an algorithm that you developed maybe in a partnership with an academic institution, or you just hired the right data scientists?
We generally in-house a lot of this tech. So I think one of the good things about MDEC is that we are about 60% ex-bankers. So we come from the investment banks of the world. We know how this thing works, right? And you have a lot of this technology and some of this, the way bankers look at risk, and you just kind of tweak it a bit, and you're able to kind of come up with a black box. But the thing about black box is that it takes time, and it takes time to feed the beast with data. And as the beast feeds on more data, this sounds like a Harry Potter show. As the beast feeds on more data, it gets smarter. And that's how we got to a 93% accuracy. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
It's very interesting. So the first thing that I've learned today about deep tech is that you really have to think cross-disciplinary. So you combine a perspective and an insight from one industry with maybe a scientific invention or an algorithm or perspective on AI data, and then you mix it together and then you have something which is really unique. In this sense, I wanted to ask you, but maybe in short, what was the first motivation? What was your personal moment when you decided that I'm not going to follow my academic career, but I'm actually going to go wild, take the risk, and become an entrepreneur? Alexandra, let's start with you. Because I think it's the most recent.
Yes, but I'm not 100% fit to the profile because I'm still pursuing my academic career. So I'm still teaching at university. I'm still continuing with the research career, but I took the chance. We had this team already set up, the team with which we started the startup, and we took the opportunity to kind of transfer part of what I did during my PhD to the algorithms that we're developing for Recyclex, for the data mining approach. So this was the connection between the research that I did and the startup that we founded. So I hope that they will go well together, and that I can continue with both perspectives.
Well, one thing that I know about researchers is that you have the discipline and you have the grit. So somehow multitasking, doing on several projects is not as hard as for us, normal people. Boti, what was your personal moment?
Oh, Irina, I think you're much better at multitasking than I am by far. And for me, the story is actually exactly the opposite to Alexander's story, because I started with the drive to be an entrepreneur. I knew I wanted to be. I had this, I call it early life crisis, where I wanted to be two people at the same time. I wanted to be Elon Musk, take an industry and completely reinvent that by building a business. But there was some part of me which had the scientific drive, the Thomas Edison who wanted to sit in his basement and come up with the light bulb in a magical eureka moment. And I didn't know how to reconcile this problem actually. So I went to a mentor. It was Sir Andy Hopper, who was back then the head of the department, the person behind ARM, Acorn, Olivetti Research. I mean, he did a bunch of kind of university spin-outs, and his main point to me was, you can easily start companies. That's not kind of the big challenge. The big challenge is starting a company which has a massive impact. And to start a company which has an enormous impact, you need to find a huge problem which is blocking something. And I didn't know what that problem was going to be, but he said, look, if you stay for the PhD, not only will you find this blocking problem, but you're also going to find the solution to this problem. And that solution will help you start not only a company, it's going to help you start a whole industry. And in this industry, you have the technology to build a category-defining product, just as Google did with their search. And that was kind of the motivation he used to lure me into the PhD and, invest like 4 years into doing that. So for me, it started with, I had a goal, which was become an entrepreneur who makes an impact. And then science was kind of my unique personal way to use my passion to go and achieve that goal.
So science, in your case, was enabler. But from what I see, you didn't really copy Elon Musk's path, because I think he dropped out of university. He didn't finish his PhD, so you managed till the end. Demetris?
It was difficult. It was difficult.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Would you repeat, please?
Yeah, I'm sorry. It was very tempting to copy-paste Elon Musk, but I decided to take Larry Page as an example. He did finish.
Demetris, I think also, I read it on your blog, which was from years ago. Already back then, you wanted to be a serial entrepreneur. Why then start in academia?
As Boti said, I don't know. I always wanted to combine these two hats. I was raised in a family that both my parents were in an entrepreneurial spirit. But at the same time, I think to pursue creativity, you have to dive into what you are doing. You have to get familiar with the science behind what you need to develop. And for researchers, for us, for researchers, everything stops when you publish a paper. You go to a conference, you do some networking, nice vacations, and that's all. For me, it was the wow moment was for my first venture when I saw what I have built was used by someone else to solve an everyday life's problem. And that was very. I was shocked with that. I was amazed with that. Something that I built helped someone else to meet a need, to solve a need that he had in his everyday life, and that was my motivation. All this research we are doing, all this stuff we are doing, it shouldn't stop in just publishing a scientific paper. We need to put everything we are doing into having a social impact, assisting people with their needs. And we need to materialize what we do in the labs. And also we have to pay back. All this money we're getting, all this funding comes from taxes, from taxes people are paying. So at some point, it's also our responsibility to give back to the society. And not, just get used to all this funding. So that was my motivation for combining research and entrepreneurship.
I think you are pretty much confirming what I have heard from other researchers who were co-founders of startups. One of them, by the way, Marantovich, who recently founded an interesting startup which is called Insight, actually a deep tech institute for research in artificial intelligence in Sofia. I'm very excited how this will go. In any case, what he shared with me is that researchers that don't really care about, having a startup or being a founder or a co-founder or the commercial aspect of being an entrepreneur, but they actually care about having impact. And a startup might be a way, not the only way, but a very effective way to commercialize an idea and let it have impact on society or the industry that you're operating in. And from your mindset, this is something that now I see confirmed. You care about the impact and not about having a startup. So it's not just a confetti life. Yes.
If I may add on that, I think that, if you want to change the world, you can do it in many ways. And I think with being an entrepreneur, with entrepreneurship, you can also change the world.
Are you going to ask me about my academic career?
No, I'm not going to ask you. I have another question, but I'm going to keep it till the end.
I want to answer the question. So the reason why I did not pursue academic career is because I knew that if I pursued it, more people would fail than pass. So yeah, now I got that out of the bag. But I wanted to just kind of point it back to what Dimitri said about about change the world. And it's a very important part of the company which I am part of. In fact, change the world is one of our core values. Whatever we do in the fintech world, everything stems from a very deep, basic requirement that fulfills a certain need in society. Whether or not it's foreign exchange, when it comes to stock exchanges, buying and trading, or whether or not it's in the world of e-commerce, which obviously with COVID-19 has changed the way we buy things, and a couple of other new innovative things that we are building as we speak. Yeah, so I really believe that the world of deep tech, the world of academic research, and the notion and drive to change the world, make the world a better place, it's actually very, very crucial. Whether or not you are a fintech startup, whether or not you are an established business, whether or not you are an academic researcher, across all spectrums, if there is one common point of gravitation, that should be the way it is.
What you're saying is very much true. I think having this motivation and not just wanting to be some kind of rock star is something that will make you survive those hard moments where as we know, on the downside of the roller coaster of the entrepreneurial path. Actually, I had another question that stuck with me. How is Jack Ma doing? I'm sorry.
How is Jack Ma doing?
Yeah.
You're asking me this question. Well, I mean, it's not my Instagram. So I think he's doing okay. All right. Less news is good.
No news is good news, I guess. Okay. Thank you. You mentioned funding, and this is something which is very, very important if you want to have a big impact on a problem which is societal or a world problem. Without funding, even the best motivation and the greatest grit cannot help. Traditionally, deep tech startups are incubated in academia. At the universities, they have like different structures of how to do that. Now we see more and more diverse ways to fund a deep tech startup in Europe. And still, if we look at the numbers in the latest reports, half of the funding is actually public funding, so from the government in one way, so the other. The other half is coming from VCs, which is or private equity, which is relatively low. And the third one, I need to check again from the sources, but what was surprising for me is that governmental funding is still a huge portion of the way that we create deep tech startups. Can you share me a bit more about how did you fund your ideas? How did you start? Were they incubated at the university? Did you get support? What kind of support you wished you had, and how are the talks with the VCs? Because I know, for instance, that Botti got funded by a VC. Tell me about your path so far. Let's start with you.
Yeah, Irina, pleasure to actually. I'm not a huge fan of government funding, maybe because we got rejected from all possible government funding sources. So, maybe that's the reason. But our journey was, I wish it was the same, honestly. It was the most informing journey I've ever had. And it started with Cambridge. And there is a person called James Thomas. If he's listening, James, thank you so much. He was the first ever person working at the Cambridge enterprise, which is kind of Cambridge's way to invest in its own spin-outs. And they made a very humble investment. I mean, £20,000 was the very first investment. We had to fight for 6 months to prove to them that we have a business plan and the technology is sound, and we're actually going to use the money properly. It started with this £20,000. That was the first thing we got. And then we spent a ton of time on applying for government grants, government support. The UK has a ton of these programs, and we all hit. We hit a snag. None of it worked, and we thought, maybe that's how we should fund the startup. But it turned out no, and we even had a point in time where nobody wanted to give us money. It was like horrible. We were like counting on it. We had to work pretty much for a year. I moved to live with my parents. Nobody would give us anything until we figured out the way, which for me is 100% VC funding and accelerators. That just changes the game. And I believe it changes the game because it stops being the focus on government scientific grants is on the technology, like how unique is your technology, how phenomenal it is, like who has never done this before, and so on. Whereas VC funding and accelerator funding is focused on who is your customer, what is their problem, how are they solving it today, is there really a business out of your technology? Which is a very different game, because with customers, you can talk to them, you can back it up with proper data. I mean, have X many customers, they're ready to pay that much amount of money once we have a particular solution for them. And then it's a very different conversation to the subjective panel of researchers who maybe who haven't built so many companies. So it's difficult for them to assess how good of a business is going to be there assessing the technology. And the moment we focused on the team and the technology, which is what early stage startups is all about, then suddenly it is as if magic happened. We got accepted to Y Combinator, which I'm sure everybody in the room knows about that accelerator. And then Y Combinator just created an enormous inflection point for us. And I mean, we fundraised from 3 different VCs from all across Europe. So we have a UK VC, a Bulgarian VC, and kind of a European, Austria DACH-based VC. And we're actually very, very happy with VC funding versus government funding.
Alexandra, I'm not quite sure how far are you at the funding stage, but how do you plan to fundraise and to fund for your startup idea?
We're at a much earlier stage than Boti's startup, but we did manage to get our first 10,000 euros funding from the Parsec Accelerator, which is not in Romania. It was in Brussels, but it was a very good help for us in the beginning to start everything working. And then last year we joined a business accelerator program here in Bucharest, which helped us a great deal. I mean, it was like a revelation to us because it shifted our focus, just like Boti was saying. Maybe we were initially focused on the technology and, the machine learning, the blockchain, and we were, wow, the technology, deep tech and everything. And then we joined this accelerator program, and everything shifted to who's the customer, what does the customer want, what is the problem that you are solving, how is it solved now, how will you solve it differently and in a better way, and so on. So it also helped us rearrange a little bit our business plan, our roadmap for the future, but most of all it helped us get in contact with a very valuable network of people, some of which are also our potential customers. And we are now, after this accelerator, we have been in contact with a few of them to discuss about the opportunity for them to help us fund our first pilot projects, which would be great. And then for future funding rounds, we are of course also considering different VCs. We've already been in contact with some of them, but for the moment, we think that our stage of development is a bit too early to raise money from VCs. So we would first of all want to have the project validated and demonstrated with 1 or 2 pilot projects, and then start trying to raise money from investors and VCs. And we were also considering applying for the EIC accelerator, but for that we would also need to be at a later stage of development, to be at least at TRL 6, which would mean that we need that pilot project for the validation of the solution.
Maybe you can share also for the audience. I'm sorry for interrupting you. Maybe because I'm not quite sure that everyone in the audience knows about the ERC, maybe you can just give like 1 or 2 sentences about what is that and why is it so prestigious to get this funding in Europe?
Well, it's a program started by the European Innovation Council. It's called the EIC Accelerator, and it's a program dedicated to high risk, high potential companies, small and medium companies. So you can also be a startup. There is no need for you to already be out there on the market. This program will help you, will give you a grant component and also an equity component for you to fully develop a product and be ready to go to market with it. And then once you prove that you can go to market with it, you can use that equity component to, for the sales activities and for the scale up. So basically the grant component will be the help that startups need to, to finalize the technological development and then accelerate the go-to-market and the scale-up for the companies.
Thank you, Alexandra. Dimitris, from the perspective of serial entrepreneur, you've been seeing already a couple of ventures which were based on science, governmental, so public funding or VC funding, or how? What is the best way?
It depends. To me, the best investor is my client. So if I can go with my client in a pilot case, this is, I think, the perfect situation. And for the venture I'm running right now, it's we are in the same stage as Alexandra. Like a few months, just 2 months ago, the company was funded. We have our first client that believed in us, and we are running a pilot case with them. So actually, he's taking the risk. At this point, we are bootstrapping, and we are using the 3Fs. I think the startups know the 3Fs: friends, fools, and family. So we are trying to mature our technology right now and get ready to stand in front of VCs asking for some money, to grow and actually implement the business plan. Now, regarding the public funding, I would agree with Bodhi. I mean, public funding is good only if you know what you are doing. Otherwise, you are dealing with bureaucracy and you get lost with all this bureaucracy. But at the same time, it's good when you are doing something that is creative, when you are dealing with deep technology and there is a lot of risk where the private funding is not willing to take this risk. So I would say that depending on the stage you are, you have to consider all the options and utilize smart money, I would say. Get money from investors, not only just for being funded, but also with anything that comes with funding, like networking, perhaps some mentoring, coaching, and all these kind of services.
Yeah, I see that often missing, especially in early stage founders who are looking for the money, but they totally underestimate the smart money or what else an investor or even accelerator can give you. Very underestimated from my point of view. Because you have your own experience, and I wanted to make the conversation real, I'm going to ask you very honestly, about the challenges that you're facing as deep tech entrepreneurs and maybe the failures, because we learn a lot from those failures in order to, for us to learn from them, from your mistakes. Would you share maybe one of your biggest challenges so far and how you dealt with it? Demetrius, I would start with you because I think that you have the most experience.
I think failing is the option when you are active in entrepreneurship, and especially with deep technology. I think the first and the difficult part in the beginning is to realize that you have to start thinking not as an engineer, not as a crazy scientist, that you are, in a lab and you have your wow moment when you have discovered something and that's all. It's a great distance from materializing what you have perceived in the lab to a product that solves a need, a product that can be used by consumers or by businesses. So this is the first challenge. You have to start thinking as a businessman or a businesswoman, and less as a researcher. At the same time, you have to deal with good timing. For example, I had started a venture a couple of years ago in Greece regarding blockchain and NFTs, but it was too early at that moment. So when I was trying to pitch some stuff to investors or potential clients, they didn't understood what was the value behind that. So being coherent with what people, what are the people's needs, is very important if you want to succeed. Because after all, when you are doing business, in the end, you have to make money. You have to make money so as to your business survive, and you can pay your salaries, you can pay your bills, and all this kind of stuff. And definitely, you have to accept the failure. Failing is just part of the game. It's nothing that you have to be ashamed. I mean, if you don't fail, you don't learn. it's like the child. You have to fall in order to learn how to walk. And also it was that was my let's say my fear, my fear in my early steps, when I was seeing my colleagues, my friends from the university, they were having their career growing, and I was a little bit steady in what I was doing. So I was thinking, okay, do I do something wrong? All these people are progressing, I'm staying behind. But this is the game you have to follow. So you have to think positive, and you have to understand that failing is part of the success.
Alexandra, you're early in the stage, but still, you've seen also other entrepreneurs working on their business ideas. What was the thing that you have extracted as a lesson so far?
So yes, you're right. So besides my new role as a startup co-founder, I've been in contact for a lot of time with for a long time with the entrepreneurial ecosystem in Romania. So I did get the chance to maybe to learn from other startups experience and other people's experience, and I think a general challenge that I've seen, especially regarding the deep tech innovations and deep tech companies, and I can confirm that it's also a challenge that we are facing, is getting funded at an early stage, because especially VCs and investors in Romania, at least, they're still very reluctant to giving money to an early stage startup. So they could be very excited about your idea, just like it's the case with our startups. So when we pitch it or when we talk to someone about it, they're all like, "Oh wow, what a great idea! That would be great to have it. It will have an impact. So it's related to the Green Deal and everything. It will save the planet." But you don't have it. It's not validated yet. So you didn't do a real environment demonstration yet. So let's wait and see. Contact us when you have that ready, when you have some real results. So this is a challenge that we are facing, and I know that a lot of technology startups are also facing it in Romania, and I can assume that it's more or less common to the Eastern European countries. But also, I think it's it's more like a general approach in Europe, especially. This is generally a hot topic when it comes to European versus American startups. That in the US, it's easier to attract funds even when you're at an earlier stage. If the idea is really innovative and seems like with a very high potential.
I can only agree with you. That's my observation, and I think it's even harder for science-based startups, because somehow I think investors would trust them less that they can commercialize, especially if the founders are, with a scientific background. I think there is like a double standard here. Botti, you managed to convince the VCs. You managed also to get into Y Combinator. How did you manage to do that?
What was the secret, huh? I thought we were going to talk about failures, not successes. But actually, I can speak on both. So one in terms of the funding, and funding for us was a massive kind of bottleneck, or like struggle, maybe is the right word to say, Alexandra. We definitely went through the same thing. If you haven't shown it to anybody, and what's the validation and who wants it, absolutely the same challenge. And really, what helped us is actually a review on the very first paper I submitted as a researcher. And interestingly, we wrote this paper, and we immediately jumped to like the big problem on a huge neural network and like the real world use case. And the reviewer said, okay, but can you show us it works on a toy example? Can you show that it works on like something well controlled and well defined? And if it works, then we can jump into like the big problem. And what helped us a lot was exactly this feedback. It starts small. You need to just show something, show some progress. And for us, it was literally we took all of our research code and we ran it. We personally were kind of the half of the interface. We were like sending pictures to like customers and things just to start the feedback cycle. And once we had a few people that were doing more or less everything manual for them, we had like a very small contrived thing, but we showed there is technology, it works, there is a potential for it. Then people started to engage both on the customer end, but also on the VC end, because they went and talked to these people and they asked them, okay, but how do you see this developing? What is it solving? Why are you so excited to work with these people, even if it's them doing consultancy work for you? And that really is the thing that unlocked our fundraising afterwards. So that's on this, but that was the success. I'll tell you about the failure, which I think is even more interesting. And the failure, I think, is once you get the funding, and maybe that's, I mean, now for me it's kind of done. It's the next problem on the line. So a little bit of anticipation for everybody. The next thing that comes is balancing the feedback from your customers. And what I mean by that is sometimes you can go into the end of you're listening to everything your customer says. So you're like, your customer wants to do all these things and they're very excited. They want to work with you. Wow, let's build all these cool features. And you go and build them, and it turns out you didn't even need to build all these things. You lost a lot of your development time on developing things which not a large proportion of your customers needed, and it was unnecessary. Or you can go into the other extreme, which is, okay, we know exactly what needs to happen. We're going to talk to anybody for like a month or two, and we're just going to build, and then you lose touch to the market. And it's very difficult to tread this fine line between listening to your customers, but saying no to some of their requests. I think that is something we're still learning to operate on and find the balance.
I can understand and I can relate to what you're saying. Somehow in the beginning of a venture, I always compare it to a boat, which maybe is not that stable because your sales are not in the right position. And then because you're unstable, all sorts of feedback can somehow make you jump the boat, or can pull the boat away. Once you have set your course, it's much easier. But especially in the beginning, sometimes it's really hard to filter out what is relevant feedback, what kind of feedback do I really need to listen to, what kind of feedback shouldn't I take too personally, maybe what kind of feedback should I take very seriously. I can totally relate to that. In an established company, how do you deal with feedback, Jason?
Feedback?
Yeah, from customers and from the market.
I maybe just want to summarize a little bit of what everyone has mentioned from our perspective. Is that very clearly when we speak to our customers, our VCs and PE firms that have supported us from day one of the things that I realize MDEC does a very good job of is that they understand clearly what the end game of the person opposite the table wants. So if you're a government entity providing funding, what is it that they want? If it's a VC, what is it that they want? If it's a PE, what is it that they want, right? And they're all very different. So if you have the same pitch deck and you present the same pitch to all three, you're probably not going to get 2 out of 3. Okay. So I think the feedback that we've got over the years is that we got smarter in terms of really understanding what is the real secret sauce, right, to make it happen. You only have 30 minutes to make an impression, especially when it's a big team. In fact, you only have 30 seconds, if I were to say. If you start the first 30 seconds, behaving like Elon Musk at the launch of his new vehicle factory, then you're gonna have a bit of a trouble. But otherwise, you gotta really hit the nail on the head and make sure that the person opposite the table understands very clearly what he wants to hear and what he wants to see.
You make it sound so dramatic. 30 seconds, which can change your life. Everyone, we're out of time. I think we could actually spend and talk a bit more. I hope next time it will be in person. Looking forward to meeting each of you at some point, somewhere in, I don't know, Sofia, Bucharest, Athens. Thank you for joining us from the different parts of the world today. It's been super insightful. Most of you I will probably meet tomorrow. I'm having another panel which is focused on talent. And thank you for your honest insights on how to do a deep tech startup. Thank you for your real-world examples. I think this is what's worth it more than just the blah, blah, blah that we usually speak at conferences.
Thank you.
Okay, we are ready. And I wanted to say special thanks to our volunteers. That was probably the record speed of changing the whole setup here. And I hope you already have your questions prepared, since we are starting the panel Future of Living, which will be moderated by Oksana Zabolotna, Head of Business Development of Qubit Labs, and she will be joined by Filip Warzywniak, CEO at Berlin Green, Jowita Sewerska, Senior Associate at European Circle Bioeconomy Fund, and Eric Weber, Founder and CEO at SpinLab. Guys, I can see you already are here, and also 2 of you are missing a mic. Here you go. Oh no, you don't. Okay, we're ready.
So hi everyone, welcome to our panel, The Future of Living. My name is Oksana Zabolotna, I'm business development company Qubit Labs. And today we have 3 nice guests and they represent different companies, I guess. So we have a startup, we have investment, and we have, I guess, accelerator, right? So we will have a very broad view of the topic. So I would like to ask you to introduce yourself, your projects, and let's start.
Okay, so I'm Philip. I'm a CEO and founder of Berlin Green. It's the company where we make the most beautiful hydroponic systems for everybody.
My name is Jovita Severska. I'm with European Circular Bioeconomy Fund. This is a fund that is focusing on, as the name suggests, on bioeconomy, which means that we are looking for investment opportunities within within companies that produce and develop technologies focused on bio-based materials and any technologies that enable transformation from fossil-based economy to a bio-based one.
Hello, my name is Eric. I'm founder and CEO of SpinLab Group, I would say, because I'm having 3 hats with me today. First is the SpinLab Acceleration Program, where we support startups in the fields of energy, smart city, and health, and connect them with corporates to do real projects and help them to receive investment. Then 2 years ago, we actually expanded to a location in Hanover, where we're supporting startups in the fields of agriculture and bioeconomy. So that's a good fit here. And last but not least, we have our fund. It's called Smart Infrastructure Ventures, where we invest exactly in those areas, in those startups that may have gone through our programs, and usually invest up to 300,000 euros. Yeah, so different hats today. It's not only acceleration, it's also investment. And yeah, I'm really looking forward for the future discussion.
Okay, so let's start here with a bigger view, because I guess this problem, it concerns everyone, because it's future of our living and future of our kids. So the question is, why we are discussing it and why we cannot continue living the way we are. So what are the main issues? I guess we can start with Jovita.
Yeah, thank you. So I guess everyone heard or is aware that of the greenhouse gas emissions. So for one are a threat to the environment and to the supply chains with food. That it will be a threat that we for our future, but also for animals, for different species, and so on. But it's not the only thing. So we have really many levels where we actually are a danger for ourselves. And for example, I started talking a little bit about the food chain. So basically, for example, in terms of eating of meat, of course, everybody can have different opinions of that or different habits. But it's not only a matter of, again, environmental impact, where we have very big emissions of methane, of deforestation of lands for animal farm production. But it's also a matter of how the animals grow and then what we eat with them. For example, an overuse of antibiotics, which on the other hand, when we consume meat that was produced with using of antibiotics, and here I mean not only for treatment, but just for faster and bigger growth of animals. So this is given like every day, just to give it so that farmers can have a bigger profit. Then we consume that meat, and then it causes antibiotic resistance, which is again a threat to our health. So this is very many levels. I guess we will touch more of that later in the discussion. But just to start,
you mentioned the profits for business. We know that business was all the time about profits. Can it be changed now? Can business make like startups say pivot more from looking for just profits, but more about sustainability and more?
Yeah. So I think that's exactly what we do with our programs. So we usually work with established corporations. For example, there's one big company, it's called K+S, which is one of the biggest fertilizer companies in the world, fertilizer producers. And of course, this is a sector with various problems, I would say. But they are aware of it, actually, and they are now changing and considering new innovation, more sustainable technologies, what what can they do actually to change these things. Or another company we support with our energy activities, it's called LEAG. It's one of the biggest coal energy producers in Germany, and they're running 2 big facilities there, and they know that their business is ending in some years. So in Germany, by law, it will be latest 2038. Most likely it will be a little bit earlier even, due to other mechanisms, I would say. So they are completely changing their business models. So they even received some billion in subsidies, to be honest, to have their business changing, and this is what's happening. So they now have some of the biggest PV, like solar PV facilities in Germany. They, for example, have the big battery, which is the biggest electricity battery for like on the grid level. So they are changing their business because they have to, and as soon as they identified that problem that they have to change, they need some help, and I think this is a very good opportunity also for startups to change these things. Another company we are supporting, and we are not only working with the bad guys. It's established companies, so you know they have a running business, and they have to change, and this is where we can help them and where startups can help them. So one of these companies is VNG, which is one of the biggest gas corporations in Germany. So they store, they transport, and they trade gas. And obviously they have a kind of issue at the moment, so they have an urgent need to change their business models due to, let's say, ethical reasons, but also due to sustainability reasons, because gas most likely in this way will be some kind of ending business. So what do they do now? So they are getting one of the biggest hydrogen companies. So they use their infrastructure, of course, to store, again, transport hydrogen, maybe produce hydrogen, depends a little bit on the future technologies, and that's what they do. And we actually need this kind of resources to really change on an industrial level, because the startups themselves, they can develop real good technology, real innovative things, very sustainable with a very high motivation. But when it comes to industrial level, where you really do a change for society, I think you just need the resources and you need to change the existing market and the market mechanisms. And this is why you usually need some kind of cooperation.
Maybe anyone has to add something to that.
I guess it's difficult for the coal company to stop mining coals.
It is it's difficult, of course, and you always have to be aware. Like, take the situation in Poland. I mean, Poland is a heavy coal producer and user. So I think some of the biggest emittents of CO2 equivalents are Polish coal.
After Germany.
After the German ones. And by the way, one coal plant, like the big coal plants, have a higher CO2 emission than whole Ryanair. Yeah. So, and there are plenty of these emissions. But I mean, these companies are aware of, and the market mechanisms that started now will have a tremendous impact on their business models. So if you have to buy CO2 equivalents, or like if you have fees on CO2 equivalents on CO2 markets, actually, then it's just very expensive to produce energy from coal, because you are actually including this external effect to the pricing. And this will cause a huge change to these business models, and I'm pretty aware that these companies are also aware of that, and they have to change. And this is the chance I see, you know? It's not just blaming them, because they employ a lot of people. They have a huge infrastructure. Sometimes they are also needed. For example, in the electricity nets, they are needed. In Germany, we now have the discussion, we have to close down gas, we close down nuclear, so at the end of this year, we will have all 3 left nuclear power plants closed, and I think this is the right decision. But this has an impact. If we now also close the gas plants, we need some stable energy for the times when wind is not blowing, sun is not shining. And now there's a debate, if we should have more coal capacities, or if we should not have more, not build new ones, but don't close the old ones as soon as it was planned before. And so you always, and I think this is also an ethical question. Now we are judging somehow this ethical topic against environmental topics. Yeah, so we don't want the gas, which is obviously a little bit greener. From the CO2 perspective, it's a lot of greener, but now we have to find a solution on that. Yeah, and at the moment, I would say the preference is a little bit more on the ethical side, so stopping the gas. I can't tell you what will happen in 1 year. It depends heavily on the situation in the Ukraine, but it's a tremendous change going through these industries. And this is the chance for startups, and there we can really do we can really do a difference. But we need not to only blame these kind of companies. We actually need to help them using their resources and their know-how they also have in the best possible way.
I just want a sentence to add, because I think that it's, it's actually a very complex issue, and it's very interesting how you described it. But basically, it is actually a bit of if you look at Germany, which is a country that actually really invested a lot in the renewable energy. But at the same time, when you look at the charts, that you grew the renewable energy sources, but at the same time, as you said, they are not stable, and for the end. The only thing that could address that, so like energy, something that can somehow store the energy, like batteries or anything like that, it still is not efficient enough and not big enough that can basically store the energy that is produced from wind farms or solar farms. And at the same time, then you need exactly the old, very dirty coal plants, but this is just because this is needed, and it was a sort of a different effect than what was expected, because even though Germany invested a lot in the renewable energy sources, they had to just to fire up again the old plants that were more dirty than the new ones, and so on. So I think that this is a very complex issue and has many dimensions, and it takes years.
This is very important. This is very important that it takes years to change this kind of industry. And I think now the technology is already out there. So at least from my subjective opinion, I would say that the future will mainly look like that. We have wind and solar, especially also solar energy produced at a very low price level. Yeah, it comes down to zero basically per kilowatt hour. So so the energy prices will be zero or negative, and they are negative on the European Energy Exchange already at some point of time. And exactly then, at the moment, we are exporting this electricity, or we are stopping the plants from producing, especially with wind. You can just stop them. With solar, it's not so easy. With wind, you can stop it. So there's 5 gigawatt hours of energy that is green energy that is not produced per year, which is roughly 1.5 like nuclear power plant. And we could use this energy easily to produce green hydrogen. And this can be stored, this can be transported in the gas nets, gas grid we already have. If not, the European Union would block this actually. But this could be the solution. So the technology solution is actually out there, more or less, but it's gonna take years that the market is using these technologies on an industrial level. And there's one very good example, so one very successful startup from my region, actually from the city of Dresden. It's called Sunfire. And they have this hydrogen producing technology. They're receiving millions and millions of venture capital, and I think this will be a very big hydrogen player. So this was a very good option for them, because they are technology leader in that sector. So great opportunities are waiting, because we have to change, and the corporates also have to change. But I guess that they won't develop all of the technology themselves.
Okay. from my perspective, it might be different as it is in the investment sphere, that there are a lot of different startups. And they are somehow either fragmented or they have an idea and they don't know how to put it into the real something you can use. And either a way for them to collaborate, maybe they need some umbrella, government, some institution that will help them interact, help them cooperate for a better future for all. I mean, the question might be, should government help startups to produce better decisions and help them develop and integrate into the market quicker?
Yeah, so I guess government, of course, especially in Europe, should help startups. This is my own experience because we don't have such adult environment for startups like Silicon Valley, or basically where you can find the private investors pretty easily, like from go all the way from business angel to the small VCs, big VCs, and etc. So always this very first step, and especially because people in Europe don't invest in ideas. They invest usually already in something that's working somehow. So there is always this very first step has to be, this very first funding has to be from the government level, at least until we don't change our culture, which I believe will not happen pretty soon. There's always this government level at the very beginning, or accelerators funded by the government, etc.
Maybe you have a green startup. Maybe you can tell us a little bit more about your story of finding and raising some money to start.
Yeah, so we literally started with a little scholarship funded by the city of Berlin, and it was actually like the very first thing where we could start, because actually like full heads off for everyone who really bootstrapped all the way to the working business, because I know how pretty tough it is. So yeah, so the scholarship, which exists in Germany and also BSS in Berlin, this is like something you really, I know already like few startups. One of them is Unicorn actually, that got to the level only because there were these 3 guys who got this little scholarship, and then they didn't really have to work full-time, but they had this little table at the university and they could work on their idea, and it was actually our way. So we got the scholarship, then we started building a first prototype. No, we actually already had a prototype. I built it first on my own in the garage with my own bare hands. And we went with this prototype, we got the scholarship, and then we literally built the whole company around it. So finding another investors, Business Angels Club Berlin invested, and then we had a functioning business model. We had like first 300 clients who actually gave us the money up front, and then we kind of get it rolling. And right now we already have like this network of thousands of devices in Europe, which are working pretty well. And we have like full control over our tech and direct contact with the customers. But always, this is also super important in green tech. You don't find investors like in blockchain space, or you really have to have something working, and it's always tough to find someone else who can believe in the idea and literally want to build a future and not just is asking for a quick buck and return on investment.
Yeah, maybe I can a little bit disagree on that, because in the investment sector there are different. I think we are also like lemmings following some hypes, 5 years ago, everyone wanted to do, or like maybe 10 years ago, e-commerce, then it was to fintech, then it changed to SaaS, and then it was some shorter period of time with blockchain. So nowadays, no one wants to do blockchain anymore, especially since I lost all my bucket. But
now everybody wants out.
Yeah, except me. So this is really undergoing some trends and hypes. And what I currently see for at least 1 year, 1.5 years, all the newer funds are like ESG compliant funds, so they serve environmental, social, and governance topics. But they are, in addition to this, I mean, ESG more or less is not like a yes or no anymore. So it's a must-have to receive money from institutional investors like EIF. So it's not optional, so it's a must-have. But in addition to this, there are a lot of impact funds generating, which even outweighed sustainability on an impact on a higher level, maybe even before interest. And this is...
Yeah, but behind has to be some government funding, because nobody wants to invest in something that don't bring return.
Not necessarily. I mean,
of course, too much money.
Generally, you have to say that in the German, like not in the German, also in the European VC sector, except maybe Israel and the UK, there's a very high share of public funding on venture capital. Even if you go with private funds, they usually have state-owned companies backing them, like KfW in Germany or EIF on a European level, and some others. So basically, all the countries have different mechanisms on that, and this will even be more, would be my prediction, because there's some competition between, for example, France and Germany. So who's leading on continental Europe. So when the French government actually announced they will put 5 billion into startups, the German 1 year or something later, they announced, okay, we will put 10 billion, sorry. So there's kind of competition against this, and of course this will be a money flow to private investors, and then they will invest into
Exactly.
the startups. And
that's what I'm saying. So basically, behind it always is the government.
And at the end, there's the governance backing. But I think what is, and this is, by the way, the share of public funding or like, let's say, semi-public funding in Europe and the US is comparable, because in the US you have a lot of these half-public insurances and like the, you know, the retirement funds of the soldiers and so on who are active in that sector. So that all of them are.
The private sector is different and the culture is different.
Yeah. So, but it's also semi-private. If you ask me, it's not 100% private. In China, even the share of public funding is also to this private funds is much higher. And I think also from an investor or like from a societal perspective, I think this is also okay, because there is always a kind of societal effect and impact of these investments, like we see, because it's not only creating jobs, but it's also creating technology, which is bringing society to the next level. For example, at the moment, there's a lot of clean tech investments, health investments, biotech and bioeconomy investments, and so on. And this is also a positive contribution to society. So I think it's also fair if society is also paying a fair share to this investment area.
I would say that it's because we touched a lot on funding into startups, but I would say that there is also an impact in general a governmental decision on the level of creating a demand for a certain technology or for a certain product. So then I think that it is actually quite nicely combined in the meaning that, you know, you create a demand by regulating something like, I don't know, banning of some kind of plastics use or something like that, and then at the same time you somehow give funding often indirectly but also directly to create technologies and create startups that address this need. And it's actually and here maybe to elaborate more on this demand side. So here I would say that this is probably something that it needs to be carefully considered, where to address or where to create the demand, and the governments need to be very careful with that. But basically, sometimes it just cannot grow without it. Of course, we have, so we can either have a government push or market pull, and then, for certain products, you can have market pull, and for example, because people want to switch to, plant-based diet or things like that, then, then you have demand for this kind of products from startups. But some things are not that easy, like, for example, track and trace solutions for, I don't know, for example, for a chemical industry or things like that, where you have really very complex structures. Companies don't want to wait until the solution is within all of the companies that are present in the value chain. It's just not possible. They don't want to wait, I don't know, 5 years and pay startup for that long. So then it's actually, for example, in this kind of solutions, I think that it's just not possible without a regulatory push. So it needs to be carefully considered where the money goes, where this is needed, and be smart about it.
Yes, Eric. I also checked the website, and I guess that you are cooperating with academia for looking for startups. In your opinion, do you get more valuable and interesting ideas from people, not from people, but from startups who started as in academia, or you just receive the pitch and start to working with them in acceleration?
Yeah, I mean, it always depends. There are really, really amazing teams originating from academia with great technology, and there are great technologies with rather strange people that will never make it to the market, also originating from academia. So I think there's a huge potential in this, because actually, at least in Germany, but also I think in many European countries, there's a huge potential in bringing technology from academia to practice, and helping and supporting spin-offs from these institutions. And there's a lot of things that needs to be done, starting from licensing models to culture to support mechanisms. So at least in Germany, I can say that the professors, they are very risk averse. They try
to say at least.
Hmm?
To say at least.
Yeah, definitely. And at the same time, they think they are very clever if they receive a lot of shares at the very beginning without doing anything. Plus that the universities and non-university research institutes, they even think they are even more clever. So they also take some shares, and at the end it turns out that 30% of the shares are already gone, and yeah, then the business is established. So, and this is a real problem. This has something to do with culture. This has something to do with IP, with licensing contracts, and there we really need to improve. Like, for example, in Silicon Valley, also in Boston, but also in Israel, it's very normal that professors, they take a leave from the university, they found a company, when they have sold it, they can return to academia, and it just works, and it's normal that all the professors, or many professors actually, have been entrepreneurs at the same time. In Germany, I would say it's normal that they have a private consultancy company, but that's it. And this is a real problem. We have to change this in terms of culture, in terms of the mechanisms, and it's not so easy, and it's going to take a lot of effort and time to really change this on the institutional level, but also on the private level of the professors. But at the same time, I also have to say that there are great startups originating from universities and research institutes where it would have not been possible to invent technologies like this. And there are universities where it works really, really good, like Technical University of Munich is one very good example, or Humboldt University in Berlin, or RWTH in Aachen, pretty good. Technical University of Dresden is also doing this very good. But there are so many universities, and maybe you can name 5 to 10 good ones, and all the others need to come to this level, and then it would be a very good thing. But it's still ongoing. I don't know so much about the situation in Poland, for example, or other countries, to be honest, but I think it might be comparable.
But I think that what is interesting, I mean, for example, in Poland, it's actually, sometimes the professors think that their solution is so important that they cannot reveal it to the world, and then, it doesn't go to the market never. But basically, for example, what I can see in Western Europe especially is that universities often, for example, they develop some solution, they have like a pilot or something, and then they are willing to license the technology. So I think that this is a very smart solution because they do what they are good at, so they do the R&D, they have a solution, technology, but then they wait for entrepreneurs that would be interested in scaling this, in optimizing something and things like that. And this is something that we see quite a lot. There are some countries that are very good at it. Like, for example, in Finland, they have a special center actually for this. And really, if you look at the startups that produce some kind of materials, or they very often come from this VTT center, and they have really many licensing models. So I think that it's very great because then you don't start from scratch.
I have a comment on that everyone should do its own thing, like to research, and entrepreneurs should go to market and sell, and everyone should do its own thing, what they do better. I have the question about smart homes. I know you're into that topic, so maybe you can tell us how do you see smart home, and if what we have now, what we call smart home now, is different from what it will be in the future.
Yeah, so this is just a little bit different topic, but it's a little bit more common with the subject of this panel, so future of living. So this was my motivation at the beginning, just to start working on it, because from profession I'm an architect, and this was actually always, when you go to study architecture, you work in this profession, you really want to change the way people live, like on a very basic level, like in how look our homes, how looks our cities, and so on. And unfortunately, so the world, especially right now, it's not constructed in a way that you can really change the way people live, so to say. Well, maybe maybe change a different way where we get electricity from, but in general, we all live in the same apartment. Actually, we live in the worst apartments than our parents did. So this is actually pretty crazy. So our parents lived in the bigger apartments, which were furnished with a better furniture and better devices than we have now. And this is actually like, there are multiple movements, mostly because manufacturing moved to Asia, mostly to China, and nobody really did anything about it. Right now we are here in Europe all thinking about, is it coal, is it gas, CO2 emission, etc. But meanwhile, Chinese are building all our electronic devices, and most of the stuff we basically surround ourselves is made over there. And here we do mostly consulting and science, probably. And but this is, of course, changing right now. So there's this huge wave of reindustrialization of Europe coming, for sure, especially right now where we see this disruption of worldwide supply chain. I guess most of the people don't really think about it, but this is like crazy change of paradigm going on right now in the world, because like most of the things in the world were made in China, and right now China is closing, and we have to somehow find other ways how we can make things. And nobody really talks about it, right? And especially in Europe, where where everybody went to universities, nobody really worked in the craftsmanship anymore. Engineering is also kind of in decline, especially from my experience. So there's this crazy time where engineers are actually earning like half of the salary of some consultant. This is crazy. People building things and building future are earning less money. So And coming to your question, so about smart home and so I guess this is actually a huge opportunity for Europe itself, because we still have this tradition of craftsmanship, engineering, Germany, Poland, Central Europe. There is this huge hub of companies making things still with this hundreds of years of tradition, how to make good, lasting things from natural materials in a sustainable way with short supply chain. The only thing is they don't really put electronics into it, Just they make chairs and tables, very good ones, and I see our opportunity here actually just to make this place where we live a little bit more intelligent. Just put a microchip into our environment where we live and make just sensors. This is what we do in our company. We basically design the little brains for devices where people put in their apartments. And yeah, I guess this is also the future for the whole region. So.
And then we have a smart city. We have smart home, we have smartphone, smart home, and then smart city. When can we expect to live in smart city, for example, in Europe, in some country? Took whatever country you want.
Actually, it's happening already, right? This is the same idea. You put sensors, you put some cloud computing system behind it, just to monitor what happens in the city on a bigger scale, and then you can actually make a lot out of it. So I was architect, but I specialized myself in urban planning. So during studies, and then I worked a little bit in consulting in urban planning. And this is crazy actually So first of all, cities in Europe are best planned cities in the world. So because there's like 1,000 years of tradition of urban planning, more actually. The Romans did it well already 2,000 years ago, and still these cities like Cologne, London, Vienna, they still are based on ancient Roman plans, and they actually work very well. When you look at the rankings of quality of life index, actually, I believe 5 out of 10 the best cities in the world are in Europe, and most of them are actually like German speaking. But so first of all, there's this urban planning, and secondly, smart city is just a level on top. So you basically use this artificial intelligence tools, smart monitoring tools, where to put the traffics, where people really want to live, where people assembly in the evening, and you just use these tools to make better cities for us to live.
Okay, I have more questions, but maybe we have questions from the audience. You are not prepared. Okay, we will wait for 2 more minutes and get back to the questions. Maybe startups want to ask, I see one. Maybe startups want to ask something about how they apply. Yes, the one is coming right now. In the meantime, while the microphone is coming, I would like to ask, who came here by plane?
Thank you.
Okay, and from those who came here by plane, who is ready in future to come here by boat or by bicycle? We will discuss that. Yeah. We will discuss that.
I guess train is a solution.
I came here by train, and I didn't ask about train because it's not that longer it was not that longer for me than to use a plane, because I came from Ukraine. It was longer for different reasons, but if I just thought like it's 6 to 10 hours, and by plane, of course, took me like 6 hours. So it's not that longer, but by bicycle, it's longer. For train, you still use either electricity and to produce electricity, you still use coal, so, no?
Let's wait until Elon Musk will finish his train, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we already have trains for 200 years here, and they actually work pretty well, so.
But me as a person who is traveling a lot, and regarding the logistic, actually, train still is not the best solution, because there are not good connections, and it's better sometimes to take 2 or 3 flights with connections, so it will be faster than use ground
That's actually a huge
vehicles.
task for European Union, basically, and this is actually part of this Horizon 2030 plan to coordinate all the 20-something countries in the European Union to basically because in general Europe is pretty awesome place to live. You know, you have all these beautiful cities pretty nearby, like every 100 kilometers there is a nice city, which is actually perfect distance for the train, much worse for the planes. So the only problem is that nobody really took all these people. That's why actually, because smart city solutions are not really implemented yet.
I mean, to be honest, I don't want to blame the plane itself. It's maybe the question how we produce the energy to fly. So if we put in gas oil or like kerosene, I don't know what's English, kerosene. Whatever, then this is an issue because we have the CO2 emissions, but I'm pretty sure with hydrogen, for example, the CO2 footprint of the whole industry could be changing, and this is what they are actually now also developing. I think one of the key problems here is that we have to include the full pricing, including the CO2 pricing, into the prices. And what I really don't like is that we can fly from Berlin to Rome for like 20 euros with Ryanair, because it's not the full price and not the full cost that is actually cost to society.
My question
we need
was,
to change this.
My question was not about who is ready not to travel by plane. My question was, are we ready to give something up?
Yeah.
It can be anything. It can be plane, it can be bigger apartment to heat up, to have a better future for all of us. That was my question.
I was, sorry. I actually wanted to say about Ryanair, because we want to think about being ecological, but from the working conditions of the stewards, of the flight attendants, we also need to think about providing good working opportunities for them. This also impacts the train drivers because they are cheap fares, but there's also that side effect.
Yeah, the crazy thing with Ryanair is also that it's actually not economical to fly for Ryanair. It's not profitable to fly from Berlin to Rome for 20 euros. Ryanair is basically subsidized by the cities itself for that they buy the advertisement, so kind of, just to make sure that Ryanair will fly their tourists for this 20 euros to their city.
Okay, we still have a
Coming
question.
Back to the question.
Yeah, please.
Like the last part of your speech, it was about that in Europe we have infrastructure since Romans and our cities are already smart. But what about Saudi Arabia NEOM, which is coming in 2050, right? If I'm not mistaken. What about their vision about the smart cities, how they are even, I think, Jeddah or Riyadh, they are like currently changing it in a completely different way, and they are using ecological ways of like for energy. So like, what would be your opinion here?
Yeah, maybe I have the first answer here. You know, the problem in Europe is that we have these traditional cities with a very high quality of living, and everyone likes to be in the German city center, and I'm really looking forward to go to the Wrocław city center today. So everyone loves this actually, but it's much harder to make this a smart city or to make this area smart compared to building a completely new part of a city or even a completely new city like Masdar in Saudi Arabia, which can have completely different designs, which can have completely different mechanisms because you're building it from scratch and there's no one living there yet. Yeah, so you are if you put in sensors to a street, for example, yeah, you have to maybe stop the operation of the street for like 10 days, so you're like actually disturbing people in society. So if you build something new, it's much easier than to change something existent. Also, people are reluctant. At least Germans are reluctant, I can tell you. If there's any kind of change, people don't like it, first of all. And at the moment, everyone is crazy about data security. So if the city is building some sensors into the traffic light, people, or like cameras, for example, to maybe start the optimization of the traffic, yeah, you can be sure that in the city council there will be 100 people complaining about data security because you could use the camera to watch at the plates and things like this. So it's much
I can
harder.
see that in a Google Street View have pictures from 2000. So
yeah, I mean it's super hard to change a running system, and these cities are running systems, and this is definitely a disadvantage compared to other regions. So my prediction is that there will be parts of European cities that will be very smart, the newer parts. We have to see what will happen with the traditional old cities or the traditional old parts of the cities. But I'm pretty sure that newly built cities in Africa, Asia, and other regions of the world will overall be smarter than European cities, and because also from a societal perspective, there's maybe less reluctance and a higher acceptance of technology in public fields.
I think there are like two things. So basically, German cities are already good, and there is also
yes, they are.
Yeah, and there's also this mentality in Germany, why to fix it when it's not broken. So that's why we send telefax still, kind of, at least we're supposed to. But another thing is, of course, and this is actually another, so you cannot really build a livable city on the desert. So, of course, it is nice, you know, all this sustainable smart city, Masdar, Dubai, blah. But in general, the one thing that is missing is normal people living there.
That's true.
That was my point. I was thinking about that. Like, does the extensive development and building of this smart, like, which we imagine as these utopian smart cities from the movies, like, because Germans, I think that people are afraid of that because what they think of smart city is these cities from the movies when everyone is watching you, when you're just, like, it's part of someone, and then there is this concern of, it's my personal concern, basically, about social segregation of people who are living in this smart city is in deserts. I think that is a very deep topic, but just maybe sometimes we should think about the ethics of all of this.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you can say that not every smart city is livable, and not every livable city is smart. So there are great cities that are not smart at all. And there are really smart cities that are not livable at all, and this will also basically stay like this. It's my suggestion, because it's not an automatism. So it has a lot to do with urban planning, with culture, because at the end we are human beings living in a kind of infrastructure that we call city, and human beings want to interact. And this is a very important thing. So we don't need these cool places where we have a lot of all the cameras and so on, and everything is automated and everything is based on technology only. We still want to communicate with other people, so that's why we love market squares. That's why we love shopping malls at all. And so this is very important. And another aspect that you also have to consider from my perspective is that it will really be necessary that we find our own way in Europe to see what we identify as a smart city and which technologies we want to accept. And this has something also to do with technology readiness and the capabilities to build own technologies, because if we just import We are also importing ethical issues, I would rather call it. And of course, the definition and the focus of a smart city in China will be different to the focus of a smart city in Europe. Hopefully, that's what I at least hope, because I don't necessarily want to live in a city where that actually is mainly smart to see what I do, and so I want the city to be a service for me. And
yeah, so basically smart city is like this broad term, but in general it's just a set of tools, right? And these tools mostly mean sensors, IoT cloud, and some smart engineer behind it, right? And urban planner probably. And of course, it's like a hammer, right? You can use a hammer to hit a nail or for other reasons.
It's a concern about any technology that we adopt. Like, would it be used for good or for what?
But yeah, so in general, these are like two things. So first of all, I am excited about the future, right? Because we have so many beautiful tools right now which we can use, and we have to, and we should use them, right? Just to build the future, as Elon Musk said, you know, just to build the future that is worth to being excited about, right? But another thing is, of course, that we cannot go on the compromises, you know, just selling the tech to some authoritarian regimes just because they can pay for it and use it for any other reason except building good future for everybody, you know?
Okay, we have 2 more minutes. Maybe we have a question from the audience. Yes, we have one.
Hello. I'm from Ukraine, and I see every day almost totally destroyed cities. What do you think? Is it a chance to make new smart cities? Maybe it will be easy to build almost from the scratch, or maybe it's harder.
You will build the most beautiful cities in the world, I am sure.
I really hope this, yeah. I mean, it sounds maybe strange now, but of course, this is now a window of opportunity to do exactly this. Yeah, it's now you have to rebuild the infrastructure at some point of time anyways, so why not building it smart?
And I know many architects from Ukraine, and they're really the best people I know.
So there is an example in the history of that. It's about Rotterdam. They rebuilt it with absolutely new and new architecture that was on time when they rebuilt it. So they didn't restore the old. They rebuilt it from the scratch with modern and nice and very beautiful buildings. I'm sure we will do that also.
You know, the most beautiful cities in Germany are Eastern European cities because they were completely rebuilt after the reunification, more or less, because everything before was looking really strange. And also from my perspective, Eastern European cities, most of them are very beautiful because they were rebuilt in the 90s. And so it's definitely a chance because there's now a need to change. And this is compared to German cities, they will always say, oh, somehow it works. So why changing it? Why disrupting people? I mean, the street it's okay. The traffic is kind of okay. So there's no necessity to change something. And there you have the opportunity now. And I really hope that this works out for Ukraine and Ukraine cities and Ukraine citizens. And I really also hope that EU is supporting you with that, also financially, because it will be a huge cost, of course. And I hope that we all together as a European community will pay for this.
Okay, I think that will be all. Thank you very much for this discussion. Thank you, audience, for supporting us and for asking questions. It's very important when audience participates. So I think everyone, you should have a great conference and see you around in
at our booth, at the SpinLab booth.
Exactly.
Thank you, Oksana, for moderating.
Thank you.
my name is Arena, and I welcome you to the next slot and last for today of the Great Pitch Contest of our Wolf Summit 2022 edition. This slot is named is for construction startups, hardware, IoT. And we want to welcome the judges for the slot. It's Mr. Ultron Ar, Global Sales and Relationship Manager at Deutsche Börse Group. Mr. Lukasz Kaczmarski, Account Manager at EBV Electronic, and Ms. Trilin Lucas, CEO at Beamline Accelerator. We are very happy to welcome you on stage. And yeah, let's invite our first startup here, and it's Urban Air. And we have them here on stage with us. I'm giving the mic to them, and you'll have 3 minutes to pitch and 4 minutes for judges' questions, so get ready. Yeah, so is your presentation up? Let's see if your presentation is up. Yeah, it's up. And so, yeah, I'm starting. Yeah, here's the clicker for you. And your 3 minutes start now.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here. I'm Tanuj, and I represent Urban Air. And now we are solving a problem. Now, the problem we're solving is actually being faced by every one of us. We all get stuck in the traffic. So let's look at the problem. The global congestion in the year 2021, because we have the data, has increased by a massive 116%. Now, if you think about the solution to it, some people do have the solution, which is actually using urban air mobility, so using rotorcrafts, helicopters, to fly from point A to B. But only a few small percentage of the people actually have access to that technology, which is 0.8% of the top high net worth individuals actually have access to that technology. Now, as Urban Air, our aim is actually to make sure this technology is accessible to at least the next 10% of this population. We believe how we can capture the next 10% of the market is by providing personal door-to-door transportation, air transportation, which is safe, first of all, because we all care about safety, which is autonomous, because that will make it affordable, and is as simple to operate as you would commute using your everyday by car. Now, if you think about it, what's the opportunity for investors, or what's the opportunity for the world overall? This revolution is pending for a very long time. Only a handful of players in the market have begun to look up in the sky and think about sky tunnels, vertiports, and using UAM to solve that problem. When it comes to the overall, I would say, sorry, I'm just choking a little bit. When it comes to the overall opportunity in terms of the monetary benefit, Nexa investor advisors have made a study, or have actually made a research and said the global UAM market is going to grow from the current 880 million to 318 billion by the year 2040. Now, to put this into perspective, think about the current taxi market. In 2019, the taxi market was or the global taxi market was at a mere $69 billion. So you can put it into perspective and think about how this 318 billion plays against that $69 billion. On the other hand, when it comes to how does it benefit economies, there's another statistic, which is in New York is a $1.5 trillion economy. And the government of New York believes that the congestion on their streets actually costs them $100 billion every year.
Just letting you know that now is the time for judges' questions, but you can continue your pitch.
Okay, I'll just take a minute more. So why now, which is the commencement of eVTOL technology. The electrical vertical takeoff and landing technology has actually solved many problems, which makes this technology safe, which makes this technology greener, which makes this technology more affordable. Also, the advent of AI and neural networks has actually helped in autonomy as well. We can actually process big data sets and making sure all these variables are taken care of to ensure safety. I know regulation is a problem, so Jay Merkel, who is the executive director of FAA US, has already said that the regulation already exists and we don't have to reinvent the wheel. The previous regulation can actually solve that problem already. So the regulation already exists. We just have to put them in perspective to UAMs. So I'm just going to skip this one. This is our team. I'm the communications manager. Well, where are we at the moment as Urban Air? This is our prototype. We have actually cracked the code to design the controller so the stability is ensured. We have done our first takeoff and landing. We have created a circuit board for LiDAR and radar, and to also ensure connectivity, and we are thinking of connecting with Starlink. I'm going to skip this one in the essence of time, but here is just a video. I don't know if it's going to play, but yeah. Okay, well, I'm going to end it with this. So this is just a prototype to show that we are a serious player in the market, and we have already tested it. You can see the brave guy sitting on and risking his life with this. All right, so thank you.
It's a great pitch. Let's see if we have what questions we have. Yeah, Trino is starting.
Hi, thanks for bringing to life, hopefully at least, the thing that has been in books and stories for years and even maybe centuries. What's the TRL of this innovation? You're prototyping, right?
So we're in the prototype. When it comes to TRL, I think I do have a slide, but we are thinking of being able to sell this by 2026. We understand the regulation part is a tough part. So we understand that we're not thinking air taxis at the moment. We're thinking more like search and rescue missions, or maybe for something for recreation or sports. As the technology gains acceptance in public eyes, then we can think of actually getting into the air taxi market.
Just letting you know, 1 minute left.
Thank you. Have you heard about safety of this equipment? Did you make any study about how safe it is? And
it's $1 million question, of course. And we understand that while electronics can ensure safety, the other thing which can ensure safety is mechanical ways of doing it, like the traditional ways. So we are thinking of a ballistic parachute. So if something goes wrong, so there are two ways. One is ballistic parachute, and while we are also using electric motors, we are thinking of 8 electric motors, and with a redundancy of and 2 can fail, so we have redundancy protocols. So if 2 fails, the rotorcraft is still very much capable of flying.
And this brings us nicely to the end of your pitch. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Can you bring me? Yeah. And so we are waiting to see our next startup, and the startup is called Orden, and we are waiting for them online. Let's see if we have them. Yes, we do. Let's wait until they appear on the screen.
Hello.
Hello. We see Dennis. Hello. Hello. How are you?
Hello. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we see your
great.
presentation.
Thank you.
We see you.
Hello from Italian Wroclaw. Great. Okay, then let's start.
Yeah, let's start.
My name is Dennis. I'm from Orden.
Sorry, your 3 minutes start.
And we present sensors first, facility management for outdated buildings. So, real estate, buildings. When we imagine this, we see modern skyscrapers that are full of green technologies, ASG, but if we look in European cities that, according to European Commission, right now, 85% of the real estate are completely outdated. There is no BMS, there is no technology inside, just old school, the same maintenance like 100 years ago. So if you own or manage those outdated buildings, you have a problem that your operational expenses consist of salaries of engineers, technicians that do really simply and stupid stuff. They do manual inspections of the old equipment inside the buildings. And so, on average, maintenance costs exceed the plan by 20% and lead to equipment repairs and unexpected utilities expenses. What we provide? We'll provide a pill for outdated buildings, our hub for the sensors that are attached to the equipment, and the hub is connected to cloud AI-driven server that sends notifications to the engineers and technicians of any anomalies, not failures, but it's important, anomalies of the old equipment behavior. SMS, email, or to our own computer-aided facility management app. So, what's the result? 50% less manual inspections, move to the predictive equipment maintenance, less energy and resources consumption, which on average is 20% less maintenance cost for outdated buildings. So we charge 120 euro for sensor metric, which is on average cost is 15K for the average building, and we save 100 euro K for an average building in an average European city. The most interesting thing is the market, because the market of outdated buildings, which forms by 220 million buildings in European Union, is absolutely green market. There is no competitors. It's not digitalized. It's waiting to be acquired for a player. And I believe that this player will be us. So competitors, very simple. On the left hand, we have facility management solutions. On the right hand, sensor platforms. And OrdinSense is the only platform that brings facility management software and sensors platform out of the box. Right now, in an early MVP stage, we already have MVP working, but we are raising a small Asian round in order to reach 3 pilots, 3 commercial paid pilots within 4 months. So we have a great team who work in real estate software development for 20 years, and customers waiting for our software to be installed. This is our customers who have agreements for the pilots, and we're supported by a great team of our accelerator startup wise guys and our partners. Again, my name is Dennis. This is Ordin. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Now it's time for questions from judges.
Hey, questions, please.
Maybe, yeah, Trina.
Okay. Can you tell me a little bit about what exactly data you are going to transfer? I mean, I saw all the sensors on the left, right? And what kind of information you want to get out of this, all these buildings?
Yeah, it's quite simple. We use about 5 metrics. It's temperature, humidity, vibration, CO2 level, and something that I forgot, sorry. And the idea is that the sensors are pretty simple, but the telemetry that we get from those sensors that is analyzed by triggers and artificial intelligence can track anomalies in the equipment behavior. For example, you have a pump that is vibrating, or you have HVAC that consumes too many heat or too many cold, and so on. So,
Dennis, thanks a lot for your presentation. One other question: are you still live? Already live with your product? What is your traction so far?
Okay. As a company, we are live. We have customers. We have MRR. But this is like an extension for our current product, CFM. And we have in our office a prototype working, and we need more investment in development in order to go to commercial pilots. So right now, yes, MVP works. We have everything, server, we have our hub, we have our sensors, but in order to commercialize it, we need to do more to make it stable and commercial.
Thank you for the presentation. Can you walk us through how you will achieve the energy and efficiency or less energy wasted with this predictive device?
Yeah, okay, thank you. As you noticed, energy consumption optimization in the 3rd place. The key thing is failure prevention and lowering operational expenses on salaries. But if we, for example, check the anomalies for example, again, pumps or condensators or HVACs that we track, if we predict this, that means that pumps, HVACs, they will later consume less energy. And this is like a proxy effect. We are not like energy-saving company. We're a company that saves salaries, company that and technology that removes people who do like quite simple and not interesting work. Oh, I mean, those monitoring and inspections. I hope I answered your question.
Sure, thanks. Okay, does anyone else have a question? Any other questions? I don't think so. Okay, maybe you have some 20 seconds to say something important about your startup. Okay, I think, oh.
Yes, thank you. What, sorry?
Okay, I think we're running out of time at the moment, so.
I haven't heard anything about the question.
Yeah, I think it's the connection problem. Oh, okay. And yeah, sorry for the connection problem. We want to welcome the next startup here then, and it's Łukasz Satkowski from startup Bizonte. Yeah. Here's the mic for you, and it's on, and the clicker. Yes. Okay, you have 3 minutes for a pitch and 4 minutes for judges' questions, and your 3 minutes start now.
Okay. Hello, good afternoon. I'm Łukasz Sadowski, and I represent Bizonte, and we're about to become a leader in underwater robotics. But what is underwater robotics exactly? Well, when we look at the underwater services market, every investment, every operation, construction, that is offshore, from oil and gas through seaports to offshore wind farms, which are quite popular right now, getting bigger. There's need for constant inspections, maintenance, and on top of that, multiple surveys and repairs. And to achieve that, companies that contract with this type of entities use divers, which are quite self-explanatory, I would say. It's a human being. There's a risk of injuries and losing life at some cases. And also ROVs, which ROV stands for remotely operated vehicle. It's basically underwater drone, underwater robot. And we can roughly divide them in two classes, inspection ROVs and world-class ROVs. While inspection ROVs are quite small, they lack capabilities. It's basically a camera on a string. World-class ROVs are kind of workhorses of the industry. They can perform multiple tasks, just as divers can, but they're quite heavy, often going over multiple tons. Very expensive, very dangerous to use. There are many problems with them, basically. And that's pretty much what there is on the market. Until we came up with Nix 300, which is our own ROV, based on patented technology, variable hull geometry technology, which in simple terms, we have ROV that can perform same tasks as work classes, which are big, but is 10 times smaller and lighter. We basically took all the advantages of divers, inspection ROVs, and work classes and combined them in one piece of equipment. And versatility, size, and weight are major factors when it comes to costs of operations on this market for our clients, of course. And about the market, it's quite big, it's growing. It's predicted to reach $9.5 billion in 2028. 1/3 of the market is in Europe, which is quite nice since we're here. This doesn't account for, as I said before, emerging market of offshore renewable energy, which is really growing and is set to exceed the oil and gas market at some point. And this is the right moment to actually go into this market. We've been doing this project for 7 years right now. In 2015, we had a proof of concept. We've been awarded multiple times on exhibitions. We acquired grants, governmental grants. We attracted investors, and right now, we are ready to go to the market with our product, Nix 300, which was developed with communication with cooperation with Seaport of Gdańsk, addressing their needs. And seaports are quite extreme environment for ROVs. And because of that, NIX 300 is ready for any other market segment at this point. But that's just the beginning. The technology is fully scalable. We can go deeper, we can go bigger, we can address other markets, even the ones that are not yet there, like deep sea mining. Currently, we're the only company that can probably address that.
Just letting you know that time is...
Yeah, I'm finishing.
Okay.
And behind every company, there are people, and behind Bizonte, there's a team of great engineers, inventors with several patents, and also a board of advisors with extreme experience in business development. And, well, currently we are going to market, as I said, and we're raising money. And that's pretty much it.
Thank you so much.
Questions were quite...
Let's see, what questions do we have? Who wants to start? Okay.
Technical again, sorry, I'm spoiled.
It's
How do you control it?
Well, it's remotely operated. By remotely, we understand cable operated at this point. Generally, globally thinking, every company, all the ROVs are operated by tether, by cable. There are some types of acoustic communications and control, but the technology is still not there. It's quite lagging. If you want to have really like extremely good visibility, which is important for the clients, we have to have some serious bandwidth. And even the best sound communication right now, when you like pay top money for that, it gives you 1 VGA frame per 10 seconds in black and white, which is not usable. So yeah, it's tethered.
Where are these ROVs produced? Do you produce these at your own, or?
Yeah, we produce them ourselves. We have like machines and all that stuff in simple terms. We're trying to keep it in our own company in Europe.
What's the capacity per year?
Production capacity?
Yeah.
We're talking 2 units per month at this point, but we can scale.
Okay.
And we really try not to outsource because it's kind of new tech. A lot of our clients that we talk with, they're really pushing on this, keep it a bit secret. It's quite disruptive in some sectors, you know? And once we go there, competition will try to, we'll have patents, of course, but...
I've heard that these kind of solutions. Do you also do the cleaning part, or what these robots do? In essence,
3-minute presentation is enough to explain everything. So I kind of went with why the clients want this. And this is because it's cheaper to use. Basically, it earns them more money. But what it can do, well, we have a platform. It's basically the best inspection ROV you can get. But on top of that, you add equipment because we have huge payload, and you can do anything you can imagine with world class currently or divers. There are many tools and equipment on the market for ROVs already, and we can integrate everything just like any other ROV. But we have the potential to add more and more stuff on really small platform. So yeah, cleaning, of course, inspection, non-destructive inspection, ultrasound inspection, sonars, welding, whatever you can imagine, basically. There are a lot of high-tech stuff going down there.
Thank you so much. And yeah, it was perfect ending for the pitch. Thank you so much for your pitch and answers for the questions. And the next startup who's going to present is GrabMax. And we have Bruno here with us on site. Yes, let's come here. Here's your mic, here's your clicker. You'll have 3 minutes to pitch, 4 minutes for judges' questions, and your 3 minutes start now.
Hello, my name is Bruno Corandi, and I'm going to talk about GrabMax. By the way, Dzień dobry panowie. I used to live in Krakow, and it was a really nice experience. But today I'm going to speak about GrabMax. We are those ones who providing eyes and brain to the robots. In my opinion, it's really simple. I'm going to present our knowledge via chess. Why I have chosen chess? Because it's a worldwide game, it's an ancient game, and it's required logic to play. I will start the chess machine, history of chess machine. There was a chess machine built by Farkas Kempelen, and according to the rumor, it's used to play it against Napoleon, Benjamin Franklin, and of course it's win over those players. But it was not a real chess machine, as there was a human inside. So it was a mechanical masterpiece, but not a complete automated machine. And of course, when we were a child, we used to play on internet chess, but it was more like a software. And today, I can claim that we built a real chess machine. And it's really simple. There is a camera, there is an AI, which is playing the chess. It's reacting on my moves. And of course, there is the robot arm, which is moving the figures to play the chess. So this is a real chess machine. And by the way, until now, it's unbeatable. So I would make you promote that please come to Budapest and try your luck or your skills against this machine. But I will bet on the machine, by the way. How chess connected to industry and industrial problems? That our solution, as I mentioned, is based on machine vision plus artificial intelligence. And of course, in industry, automotive industry, there are problems. Picking from the bin, measuring, machine tending, or pallet building, these are existing problems. And we, as a GrabMax, we have solution, hardware and software. We have GrabMax as a bin picking module, we have a quality checker module, a machine tending module, and also pallet building module. Each of the product has different stage. The bin picking module is ready. Basically, we are looking for money to finalize the other products. To support you to envision where are those problems in the production line, this is an automotive schematic drawing. And you can see that the bin picking is at the feeding at the line, so at the beginning. Quality check, it could be any stage of the production. It's like a vision application. Machine loading and tending, loading and unloading, it is when you would like to manufacture your product. And of course, pallet building is after the packaging. Really simple. I would like to also show to you another schematic drawing, which is about intralogistic. So right now, everyone orders via internet.
Just letting you know that it's time for judges' questions, but you can keep presenting.
Basically, this is the last slide, because then all the answer is inside the presentation. So I can also finish here. So basically, there are storage bins, and there are orders, and in between, there is commissioning. And basically, it is also really nice to make it automatic, and we can do via bin picking, commission bin picking. Only a little bit about our product, how it's built up, so the topology. So we have like the eye, which is like a camera, 2D, 3D, or scanner. We have the industrial PC, which is the vision controller, and of course, our modules. This is the GrabMax products. And you can connect to any commercial robot like ABB, Fanuc, Yaskava, Kuka, etc., etc. So basically, I can stop here because there would be like technology, business model, and market size. So might be the question would be related to these ones.
Okay, thank you for your pitch.
Okay, thank you. I believe there is a lot of similar solutions available already on the market. How do you want to differentiate yourself from others?
Can you open the presentation again? Okay, because there was a unique selling point slide, and basically we are doing reorganization of the bin. And it is like that when there is a scanning and there is not possible to pick any product, then there is a robot not trying to pick, it's trying to reorganize it. Thanks. It is here. So right now it's not trying to pick, it's trying to reorganize it, and it's an infinite loop until it will find the pickable. So we can claim it that we have 100% bin picking, which is a unique.
I had the same question, but how is it like priced, or how would it make
we
companies?
following, let's say, the market. So basically, this kind of solution is around 10,000 until 20,000. It depends on the difficulty of the project, of the machine vision application. If we talk about exactly beam picking, as we have a ready product, then it's around 20,000, but it's a complete solution, turnkey solution regarding machine vision.
Thanks.
Who are your customers?
Our customers, can you again open? Yeah, it's here. So basically, our business model is really simple. So there is the industrial problems, either in automotive, in food industry, or in metal industry. We have the GrabMax modules, and in between, there are robotic system integrators. They have the project, the complete project, like safety, robot programming, PLC, and etc., like really the complete machine. And we have the hardware and software, like a camera, industrial PC, and our modules. We sell to the robot integrators, and they build the complete machine. I think it's simple. So we are in B2B.
Okay, any other questions? Probably no. You still have some time, 20 seconds. What do you want to say?
Yeah, I would like to say that market size. I will not go through the calculation, but let's say it's 4 to 12 billion euro market. So in my opinion, makes sense to enter. So therefore, we are looking for 2 times 1 million euro as an investment, and we are offering 30% stakehold for it.
Thank you so much.
And we have a team, of course.
Thank you so much. Can you bring? And now we are getting in touch with the next startup. That's called Svelte. And yeah, I think our technical team is getting them ready, but in the meantime, I'll just say that we have a lot of prizes for this edition from Mindgram, Microsoft, Scaleway, a startup incubator, Navispace, HubSpot, Plugin Foundation, South Summit, ITQ Media, Greenhouse by Comarch, Disruptors, and Demium. A lot of them are access to their platforms. Some of them are pitching of the startups in their accelerator programs or tickets to the events. So yeah, the startups have great prizes and great opportunities here at our contest. Let's see what's with the presentation. I think we can go to the next presenter we have the Octavian here. Hello.
Good evening, everyone.
Hi, yeah, I hear you, I see you, and we have your presentation up. So you have 3 minutes for your pitch and 4 minutes for judges' questions, and your 3 minutes start now.
Great, thank you. I'm Octavian from Svelte, and we have developed a technology that significantly reduces the need of materials in constructions. As you might know, the world is currently going through the largest urbanization wave in history. And just to put things into perspective, in the next 30 years, everything that has been built until now will double. And just to emphasize, all the buildings that you see around, commercial, residential, and infrastructure, will double in the next 30 years. And if we are to look a bit at the construction sector as it is today, it is responsible for almost 40% of the total CO2 emissions. Looking at the challenge that lies ahead, we will have to answer one question. Is the way that we are constructing today efficient? And I have a really simple example to understand how it is today. A regular 10-story construction made of concrete and steel can withstand almost 2 times its own weight. A Pringle can withstand 30 times its own weight while being made of potatoes. So we have addressed this strength to weight problem. Using our technology, we use 30% less concrete while providing the same structural properties as a regular construction. The way we gain this advantage is by using what we call strength through geometry. In essence, removing the concrete which is not needed from a structural point of view. And by doing so, we also solve the question that has been around, and the challenge that has been around in the last years in Europe. And if you look at the study that was published recently by C40 Cities and Arup, we are looking at an 18% potential CO2 emissions by removing the concrete, which is not needed from a structural point of view. And this is basically what Svelte does. As you might expect, this technology did raise some interest. We have received a 2.3 million grant through the Horizon 2020 program, and now we are looking at a 1.2 million investment round, which will be co-financed as one-to-one by the European Investment Bank. This, if you're wondering what's going to happen with this investment, they will go through developing the software which is needed to enable this advanced optimization and, of course, to get into the market. Thank you.
Questions. Oh, this was very nice ending. So let's start.
3 minutes and 20 seconds.
Who wants to start? Trinu.
Yes, thank you. Visually, it was just a pleasure to see this pitch.
Thank you.
Where are you at in your development right now? Is my first question.
Now we have, so basically in the last 1.5 years, we have moved from an MVP to an industrial product, and we are at the point where we have this, let's say, prototype 0 that we are currently using to run pilots with. So the technology is, from technology point of view, is working at an industrial level.
So, maybe in 2 sentences, what is your product? I really didn't get it.
So basically this is our product. It is a machine that produces complex shapes. And the outcome of this machine, of this technology, is being used to generate these advanced shapes that you will require to remove the concrete which is not needed in a structure. So to answer your question as simplistic as I can, by using the machine that you have seen before, we can make a wall that looks like this to something that looks like this and uses 30% less material. I hope it answers your question.
Okay, thank you. I fully understand that you use less material, less concrete. That's obvious. What is, in your opinion, the cost of comparison between the cost of traditional methods and your method? Because your method is cheaper because you have less material, but there is still a manufacturing time, cost of the machine itself, etc. So how do you compare traditional ways to your new concept?
Good question in the first place. Basically, this technology that we have developed produces these complex shapes extremely fast. If you are going to use, for example, a robotic milling arm, it would take at least 5 hours to generate 1 square meter of such a shape. We do it in 5 to 8 minutes. So literally we are comparing 5 hours to 8 minutes. And this brings us to a point where we can, first of all, we solve the production time cycle issue. And then from an economic point of view, at the moment, we are 20% more expensive in using this technology than with regular construction. But of course, if once we will grow up, we are looking at a one-to-one price difference, let's say.
And the model is to whom you sell, and I think you have to personally.
Sorry, it was last question because our time is up. Sorry for this, but thank you so much for your answers, and thank you for your pitch. And let's invite our last startup for today, for this slot, Irina, from a company that's called Deuce Robots. Did I say it correctly? Yes? Okay. Your mic is on, and your clicker is here. Your presentation is here, and your 3 minutes for the pitch start now.
Hello, colleagues. My name is Irina, and our company is called Deuce Robots. We make robots for logistics and warehouses. Does it work? Yes, this is our executive summary for today. We already developed 3 kind of robots for logistics. It's already in pilot project, and it's work in Ukraine in mail company, the biggest in Ukraine, called Nova Poshta. And we have, before the war, very huge contract for maybe we should do sale or robotization like 8,000 departments of their mail post and hubs and sorting centers. But today we have a little bit different contract. We change it as Nova Poshta also will scale to Poland, actually. So they are our main contractors. So we have another contract for 10,000 robots. Within next 5 years, we should to produce them for sorting centers and mail departments. And our team and we will relocate to Poland. This is how we start, actually. In 2019, our main founder is Pavel Pikulin. I know that it's maybe too big to compare him with Elon Musk, but actually Pavel finished Faculty of Cybernetics of National our university in 17 years. When he was 17 years old, and he has very big expertise as programmer and leader. For example, he is co-founder of Labs. This is a game company, the biggest, one of the top game company in the world for games for devices, and he's vice president for product and minority co-owner. So we have really very huge expertise in robotic and programming. And for example, in our team, we have champion of mathematics, which take first place in the world. This is about our team. We design, produce, and integrate autonomous mobile robots into logistic processes. Not that way. One moment, please. I have too big, so I want a little bit to scale. This is our robots I want to show you. All robots already work in department in mail in Ukraine. They are customized for our clients, so we can produce, for example, robots which can bring not 1 ton, 2 tons, or 3 tons, so it's for us not a big problem. We have our own soft and also hardware. Our team consists of engineers and programists.
Just letting you know that it's time for today's questions, but you can keep presenting.
This is our market drivers. As you see, Amazon effect, rapid growth of e-commerce, lack of labor, because no one wants to work in heavy, like in manual labor, or people want to go to intellectual works. So technology 4.0 grow up. This is market size. For global robot market will be in 2023 like $6.3 billion. So markets is really very huge. This is how we see our future, actually. before we want to build our factory in Ukraine. Unfortunately, of Russian aggression, we cannot. We already have like seed round, and we were looking for $5 million, and we should took it. We already have like term sheet with investor, and we should to have this money in March. But unfortunately, for now it's frozen because investor also was from Ukraine, and he has his own like problems. He cannot to invest in us, so we are looking for the same money for organized production in Poland, because we have client, we have contract, we have products which already it's not prototypes. This is working product, and we already sell it, and it's work. So this is what we are looking for, and of course we want to go to IPO in Nasdaq. I think maybe not for now 2024, but in 2025 I'm sure. And about, okay, we have competitors, conveyor system for one of type of robots, because we make certain robots, but this is the biggest company robotic in the world, and this is our super team, actually.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you so much.
Questions?
Well, yeah, we'll have the questions. Who wants to start?
Okay, so to be 100% honest to you, I have to feel here sales strength. What are your sales strength comparing to competition?
We already sell 50 robots, and we should to produce next 5 years minimum 10,000. And we cannot do this like in laboratory. We should have mass production.
You have orders already for 10,000?
Before we have in Ukraine our laboratory where we make the final process for engineering, but we use suppliers for some type of works, and we should to build in Kyiv a plant till the end of this year, but unfortunately we cannot do this now in Kyiv. So we already sell 50 robots. For now, we should to make till September 200. And from next year, I think we should to make minimum 2,000. So this is our multiplicator. We scale not in revenue for now, but for sales.
I think it was
50, 200, 2,000.
I think it was first and last question. Thank you so much for your answer and for your pitch. Okay, and this brings us nicely to the end of this great pitch contest slot. Thank you, our judges, one more time. Mr. Oliver Mar, Mr. Łukasz Kaczmarski, and Ms. Trina Lucas. Yeah, we would just want to say one more time, huge thanks to our partners, EDB Singapore, co-organizer, City of Wrocław, Microsoft, our startup-friendly partner, Scaleway, our matchmaking partner, PKO Bank Polski, our fintech partner, Konradzki Celej, our legal partner, LG, PwC, European Innovation Council, Greenhouse by Comarch, Brella, Deutsche Börse, Startup Wrocław, SpinLab, JWW, Vienna Business Agency, Niegaleria, BlueZap, and HubSpot. And yeah, this brings us nicely to the end of the Great Pitch Contest for today, but please stay tuned. We have the next panel discussion in about 10 minutes, so stay tuned. And we'll see you tomorrow at the Great Pitch Contest at 10 a.m. Central Eastern Time.
in the region. We will be hearing the presentation, or rather discussion, from Natalia Johnson, the CEO and founder of Tenant Capital, Rafał Celej, partner at Konradzki Celej, and the whole discussion will be moderated by Enis Huli, general partner at 500 Istanbul. Guys, welcome on the stage.
Perfect stuff. Natalia, how are you? Ladies first. How's life?
Good, busy. And fighting. You see Ukraine fighting.
We were going to get to that later.
You ask me how I am?
Yeah, sure. For the audience to know you better, can you please briefly give your background, what do you do, etc.?
Yeah, sure. So I used to work at Morgan Stanley till 2009, and after that I've been running my own finance-related companies in London. So in 2018, I launched my family office after running my 2 investment banking companies, which I exited successfully.
Rafał, and a bit about yourself. What do you do?
Hi,
You're the legal partner here. What does that mean? What's a legal partner?
I make sure that they don't run into any troubles here, but hopefully not. So hi, everyone. I'm a partner at a boutique Warsaw-based law firm specializing in venture capital transactions and tech advisory.
Cool, and a bit about myself. I'm the general partner of 500 Istanbul. We are a venture capital fund investing into Central Eastern Europe and Turkey. It's a 50 million euro vehicle, and we just did our first investment into Poland, actually. Doing our first investment, let me put it that way. Rafał is representing us. Hopefully we're going to finalize that over the week or so. It's fun. It's been fun. So today we're going to talk about the evolution of the venture capital landscape here in Poland, but also in the region. But I want to start off with Poland first. Rafał, I mean, you've been in this business for, I guess, more than a decade now, maybe 2 decades. Can you tell us a bit about the evolution of the venture capital landscape throughout the past 5-7 years?
Yeah, absolutely. So 7 years, it's a long period. I would say that 7 years ago, there were no real venture capital funds in Poland. They emerged a few years ago. I would say they're real ones. Obviously, there were some beginnings, and I think that we're still at the very beginning of the emerging of professional venture capital funds. Obviously, since a few years, a lot of effort has been made to support the establishment and emergence of these funds. There's a lot of public funding supporting that, so there are many different governmental or public money support in different programs. So that definitely helped building venture teams, venture partners, and investors, and boosted basically the ecosystem. And when we look at these statistics, year after year, we have records of deal volume and deal value in Poland. So I would say last 3 years have been crucial, and I would say also breakthrough.
And Natalia, what do you think? You're not based out here. Looking into Poland, do you see that the Polish ecosystem is booming? There's a lot of deal flow happening. Is that what it looks like from the outside as well?
It is, like if we are looking at CE region in general, Poland stands out. So I think we should probably say Poland, it's one ecosystem, and then, other countries within CE region, it's another ecosystem. So another element is Poland was classified, a few years ago as developed economy. It does help in terms of brand, so as we know, in general, private equity, including VC ecosystem, it started with US, then it moved to UK, and then it nicely moves to continental Europe, like France, Germany, and then obviously it goes to CE. And for guys in private equity world, in venture capital world, in Western world, when Poland was moved officially to developed economy, that was a big thing. So answering your question, in a sum up, yes.
And can you give us some concrete examples into how this looks like when you look from the UK? Do you see more VCs reaching out to you, want to get introductions, hiring Polish people in the UK or locals here in Poland?
People reach out to me from all over the world, to be honest, like I'm London-based. Obviously, people know I'm from Ukraine. I think my accent is very telling as well that I'm Eastern European. If we have to single out, do they reach me out for Poland more than other CEE countries, or in general for CEE more than other regions. They do because of my past activities, which is I was investment banker for CEE region exclusively, and I covered Ukraine a lot. So kind of people know I'm well networked, well traveled, well connected. So it's a lot of, you know, word of mouth referrals. So it's a very, you know, informal network which reach out to me all the time, every day. Sometimes, you know, I've been very rude. I just don't even acknowledge communication, because if I have to say thank you, I received, then I have to spend all my time just thinking.
Interesting. And just to compare Poland to Turkey, which is where I'm from, Turkey has seen immense venture capital back in 2010, 2012, but then given the geopolitical situation and the economic crisis that the country suffered from, the international appetite kind of got down, but local funds emerged. But between 2010 and 2019, the total amount of VC capital invested in Turkey has almost stood stable between $50 to $100 million. Didn't change a bit. But after 2019, it went skyrocketing. I mean, just to give you some perspective, Turkey failed to create a single unicorn in 10 years. We couldn't create one. And then over the past year and a half, we created 6 unicorns. Or the total amount of VC funding in Turkey was $1.5 billion last year, which is more than the previous 10 years combined. And Rafał, you alluded to something similar happening in Poland as well. Can you give me some figures in terms of number of deals, deal volume, number of unicorns created when you compare, for example, the past 2 years, let's call it the COVID-19 2 years, to the 10 years before that?
So the numbers are actually doubling when you look at that. So most recently we had some information about that the first quarter of this year actually doubled the first quarter of previous year, which was the record year in total for the volume and value of VC investments in Poland. So obviously the numbers are skyrocketing here as well, which is obviously a great trend. And when we look at the number of deals in last year, over 300, 400 deals made in Poland, the first quarter of 2022, over 200 deals. So we can see that on every kind of level, pre-seed, seed, Series A, also Series B in Poland, we are increasing the number and volume of the deals. When it comes to unicorns, obviously it's a big debate in Poland, because we have some unofficial information about few companies that reach that unicorn status, and we're talking about venture-backed and venture-built companies, and not like, you know, old economy unicorns, because I would basically disagree saying that companies that IPO 20 years ago are considered as unicorns.
Interesting. And while we were starting the fund back in 2016, we started to deploy into Turkey, and we increased our horizon to Eastern Europe. A big dilemma that we had was we were discussing whether Central Eastern Europe is a region or not. And what I'm trying to say is when you look into Middle East, for example, you see a lot of unicorns that start in Dubai, they become regional, they go to Saudi Arabia, Egypt, whatever, become a unicorn. Same with Southeast Asia. You would see companies that start in Malaysia, Indonesia, Singapore, expand into adjacent countries, become unicorns. Same with LATAM. But Central Eastern Europe was different. It's a lot of countries, very fragmented economies. None of them are deep enough almost to create local unicorns. So a lot of the unicorns that we see from this region were more companies that were looking more into the US. They have their technology offices back at home, but they build for more emerged markets, let's put it that way, either Western Europe, the UK, or the US. But I feel like this is slowly changing, and Central Eastern Europe is becoming more and more of a region as the cities and countries become more connected, economies become more connected, and we see a lot of companies that start in Poland, grow to Romania, become a Central Eastern European success story, even as staying as regional champions. Natalia, do you see it that way? Do you think Central Eastern Europe is a region? Can Central Eastern Europe have its own unicorns as companies that only focus into this region without ever touching the Western markets?
Yes, definitely. If we look at evolution, you know, each country, each market within the CE region is developing. You know, like we've got, you know, congrats to Poland who moved from developing to developed. Now we look at Czech Republic, you know, we look at Croatia, we look at Romania. Ukraine after war will be fantastic. Market big, lots to do. So as a region, you know, different parts create complementary contribution. One other element I would love to highlight about our region, you know, compared to others, you know, we can't ignore macro, we can't ignore geopolitics, because it matters and it directly influences speed, width, breadth of private equity, venture capital ecosystem. You know, war, of course, is a big concern from private equity point of view, right? Because it affects businesses, because there are losses, because, you know, no one wants to insure this type of businesses. So having aggressor, bordering, big aggressor, historic aggressor, bordering CE region is the factor on its own. What happened with our talent? Lots of people emigrate to US. They create companies there. They put on them badge of US, but essentially, in substance, they are Ukrainian, Belarusian, Russian. You know, again, talking about Russians, there are different Russians, you know. So maybe, as of now, at least, you know, correct me if I got it wrong, but I think probably Polish entrepreneurs stay more locally. Because, like, if I think about, you know, Ukrainian entrepreneurs, you know, country I covered very deeply for 8 years, essentially exclusively. You know, our entrepreneurs in tech space who want to create unicorns, they do emigrate to San Francisco, and we are losing also branding. Because I would love these guys to be in Ukraine and, you know, work for the brand of a country. It's important, you know, brand of a country not to be underestimated. And now I think, you know, collectively, you know, our region is very resilient as well. You know, it's again, we have to remember history, we have to remember how we ended where we are. Because, you know, we are a product of everything. It's economy, it's macroeconomy, geopolitics, it's psychology, it's entrepreneurial spirit. Polish people are very entrepreneurial.
Yeah, we had that trend once Poland joined the EU. There was a big outflow of talent, you know, to Western economies, obviously. But now the trend is reversing. So basically, a lot of people are coming back. I know a lot of founders who are coming back from the Valley, from London, and establishing business in Poland. Obviously, they've learned that they need to go global and scale fast, and they're trying to establish companies that will be global, but they're starting to do it in Poland, hiring Poles and everyone who's working in Poland, because, you know, we expect that a lot of Ukrainian refugees will stay permanently in Poland, and that's already happening. We're already, I can give you examples from our work, daily work. We already started working with people who started establishing business in Ukraine, and they cannot obviously continue doing that, so they want to relocate to Poland, and if they succeed, they will probably stay here.
We need to develop a common brand, Poland, Ukraine. don't just, you know, they call them just Poland, because, you know, I am very, have to tell you, I have a mission to also help develop Ukraine brand, where I'm very passionate about, but I thank you to Polish people.
You know which countries, they have a lot of entrepreneurs leave the country, yet they create a lot of the unicorns? Estonia and Israel.
Yes.
So those are two examples where they're not trying to have the entrepreneurs stay in their country. Actually, they want them to leave as long as the technology officers are also back at home. While we were starting the fund back in the day, the main discussion was, how come these smaller countries like Estonia, like Israel, create more unicorns than these mid-market countries like Spain or Italy or Poland or Turkey or Romania, by the way, which was the case, it's still the case. And we coined a term called population paradox, where after a certain size, as your population decreases, the number of unicorns actually start increasing. And piggybacking on that, our goal was, as a fund, was to invest into companies that only have global footprint, they only export technology outside the region, which is how we got our first 3 unicorns for the fund over the past 5 years from Turkey. But coming back to my initial question, Rafal, do you think these markets, CE markets and economies, are they getting more interconnected within the startup ecosystem? Do you see that happening?
I see that happening slowly, especially when I look on the investments that Polish funds are making abroad. Some of the funds that are backed by public money, they have certain regulations that they need to invest in companies that have the so-called Polish nexus. And that requirement on one hand, is a hurdle because obviously it makes it more difficult to directly invest into foreign companies abroad. But on the other hand, it forces to find companies that have this nexus or will create that nexus. So that will be interlinked because Polish funds are investing in Estonian or Lithuanian or Latvian companies that establish presence, offices, hire people in Poland, have R&D offices in Poland. So this creates, what you said, this interconnection between CEE economies.
And what about international funds, international CEE funds looking in? Do you see funds coming from, I don't know, Czech Republic, Austria, Turkey, Bulgaria, etc., doing more deals here in Poland?
Absolutely. I think that's last 2 years have been, we've seen a tremendous number of deals in Poland with foreign investors. We started working more and more with foreign investors investing in Polish companies. Actually, last 12 months, we work more for foreign VCs and Polish VCs. This is a great trend because it shows that there's more faith in the region and in Polish founders and Polish companies. And also, it's a great sign that for Polish VCs to compete more.
True. Back when I was in Bay Area in 2015, 2016, people were saying that VC is a proximity business. There's a 40-mile radius. If you go to a Bay Area VC, they don't invest in Los Angeles. They don't invest in New York. They only do Bay Area investing. Proximity was that much important, but that completely changed over the past 3-4 years. Now you see funds investing all around the globe. And you said Ukraine a couple of times. So I love Ukrainian talent. I did 3 investments in Ukraine over the past 4 years, one in Lviv, one in Kiev, and one in Odessa. And 2 of them are actually doing really, really well. First of all, do you do investments in Ukraine? Do you invest into startups in Ukraine?
I invest opportunistically around the globe, Ukraine including.
How many Ukrainian investments have you made?
3.
3. Nice, 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 nice.
Let's see, fingers crossed.
Yeah, and
oh, I apologize. Yeah, sorry. So I will repeat my, question was how many, was I invested in Ukraine and how many I made. So I invested, yes, I made 3 investments, but overall my strategy is opportunistic globally. Just, again, given where I am based, what I did, what my ambition is, and, what is my network about, so which is very global.
And one problem about Ukraine was, like, while I was doing the investments, from a financing value chain perspective, it was much less connected to Europe. So after a company grows, if they want to raise Series A, B, C funding, if they're killing it, if they're great, obviously they can raise funding. I mean, if you're killing it, even if you're in Mars, you would raise funding. So that's not, there is enough funding for that. But if you're doing okay, because the local funds are not there, and international funds are not looking into Ukraine, UK funds, Europe funds, they're not looking into Ukraine, there was a kind of lack of funding, which was not similar to Poland, for example, like from a funding perspective. Why do you think that was?
Very obvious answer, if I may, and I'll try to be as brief as I can, but it's, it requires its own panel. So look, everything again interrelated. Historically, first and foremost, just let me provide you one insight in terms of how Ukrainian companies in general access foreign capital. Very often, they do access capital, but it's all done very confidentially. You wouldn't see it in any research, and this is also a requirement of companies who invest. I can give you an example without naming. One very prominent Western family office, who was from stage, and I'm sorry, I have just to be very honest with you now and share, since probably I shouldn't share, but I will share. Was saying how bad Ukraine, how corrupted Ukraine, and you can't protect your investment and big risk of losing money. Never, ever, ever will invest in Ukraine. That's his public speech. And I know for a fact that he made 2 investments in Ukraine in agri sector. So after his panel was over, I just approached him and I said, what about investment A and Y? It's your money as far as I know. He was he went absolutely red-faced. But the point is, unfortunately, not everyone does business ethically. It worked for them. Why? Because A, If they say truthful information about Ukraine, then the asset will go up in price. They cannot, transact on their terms. Ukraine is a jewel, hidden jewel, covered in mud, as I call it now, right? It's like if you think about agro-sector, if you look about tech, it's absolutely, top, globally. But again, this is sort of branding. I spoke, for example, to our guys in parliament. I said, guys, we have to do something about branding of Ukraine. Ukraine has absolutely bad branding. And that conversation was around a year ago. So branding, everything starts with branding. The perception matter. If people think you are bad, or you are high risk, or you are very corrupted, or it's risky to invest, it will be reflected in price. There is lots of games, lots of tactics. Why it happened again? We have to go into history. We don't have time. But look, war will absolutely change tide. The silver lining of war is people saw Ukraine, people saw Ukrainians in a very positive light. Yes, it's a high price, but we have what we have. We can't deny war is happening, and as I said, we have to be proactive, positive, and make commercial sense out of it and develop Ukraine. It's our time now, But you are right in terms of many didn't look, but formally didn't look. Ukrainian businesses did raise money. For example, in London, there is an office which I know works totally incognito. They have 15 people team who invest exclusively in Ukraine for 30 years. But again, it's because of network and informal conversations you get to those insights.
What's the root cause of that? Why is that happening? Does it have to do with history, wars, Russia? Why?
Long history, First started when Soviet Union collapsed. Poland and Ukraine were on the same par in terms of GDP per capita, right? Very pleased for Poland, you didn't have, you have not been part of Soviet Union. But having Russia with its size, with its tactics, which is brutal by definition, they always kept an eye on Ukraine. There was, as I call it, fifth column who was working on, saying Ukraine is bad everywhere. They paid, they exported corruption, and they created very bad image of country in political circles, in big business circles. There were incentives given to Western players not to transact with Ukraine. Intention was to weaken Ukraine to the point that country can be reintegrated into Soviet Union. So we'll create Soviet Union 2.0. When I said these things before, people said, come on. No, you are just too negative. You are anti-Russia. I said, look, I loved Russia, don't take me wrong. But I'm speaking as things are. They have agenda, they are very tactical, it matters. If you have a neighbor who always badmouths you, it's bad. Because you can't use your energy to work on positive things. And again, I don't want to go into blaming. Of course, there was corruption also, but look, we had politicians who were working on agenda to do everything possible to reintegrate Ukraine into Soviet Union because of personal interest. It's a very, very long story. It's not probably even details for this panel.
Thanks a lot.
There is definitely reason for that.
Thanks. I'll divert back to international funds in the region and ask Rafal about stuff from a legal perspective. You see funds coming from Central Eastern Europe, Western Europe, the UK, doing deals in Poland. Are they doing deals into Polish entities mostly, or do they want the companies to flip up and become international entities?
So CE funds, they kind of understand the legal background and regulatory background in Poland. So they're not afraid of investing directly into Polish entities, Polish structures. However, when we look at US investments into Polish companies, they're already made into flipped companies to the States. US investors are really reluctant to invest directly in foreign entities. It's not only about Poland, it's their general approach. Although I must say that we had examples of great Polish companies that had top investors, it's been below the radar, so not really marketed, but for example, Salesforce Ventures invested in a Polish company from Krakow.
Which one?
PolSource.
Okay.
It's public, so it's nothing that I'm disclosing. So they invested directly into Polish joint stock company, and nobody really wrote about it, but the company was great. I mean, now they exited a year ago. There are cases like that, but when you look at companies like Dog Planner, when you look at Booksy, when you look at top Polish companies, the next rounds, Series B, Series C, and beyond, are made into US kind of or UK entities. However, there are also other cases of Polish companies that have great investors. They did Series B, Series C, and they have Polish structures. But obviously, when we compare, we have a great broad spectrum of investments that we advise. So we know all the structures in the States, in the UK, in Germany. And obviously, Polish legal structure is not too investors friendly, I would say. There are a lot of formalities, a lot of things need to be made in writing or notarial form, which especially now in post-COVID times, people are not traveling that much, so we need more flexibility. And
putting those apart, putting apart the paperwork, writing requirement and things like that apart, from a structural perspective, what are the cons of having a Polish entity?
I mean, I wouldn't say there are like many cons, but I wouldn't say that there are many pros as well. I mean, formalities, that's one thing. When we talking more specifically, in Poland, we don't have very well established or well regulated ESOP schemes for Polish, for example, limited liability companies. They're not well kind of defined from a tax perspective. They're not effective from kind of legal setup perspective. So it makes, and limited liability company is the most popular, the cheapest form for Polish startups to establish. So they always struggle, and ESOP nowadays is something essential for every investor and for every company. So this is just one of the examples. So I think obviously a lot must be made on a regulatory level and legislative level to make it easier and more flexible. So I would say that's one thing that comes to my mind.
And Natalia, international funds coming into the region, they're doing deals here. As a local fund, how would you defend yourself? What's your advantage compared to an international fund, say from London, doing deals in Poland?
Knowledge, local knowledge, intimate knowledge, being one of people. You know, every ecosystem have their own way of doing deals, communicating, transacting. You know, when you're one of local people, you absolutely act, you know, as part, right? You are part. Then another thing, confidence. Like I can't tell you how many times when I was capital raising in my previous career, Western funds, big names, try to kick out of me confidence. Because confidence is asset. If you're confident, and if you are a good networker, and you are insightful, strategic, and you know, logical and patient, and can read through their tactics, you are not the best capital raiser for them because you are expensive. You know, so my kind of advice, suggestion will be, no matter what, do your homework, know your product, understand how you stand in a market compared to your potential competitors anywhere in the world. Be very well aware. When you come to a meeting, be, you know, like reserved, very calm, and talk as equal from first word. They may not like you, but they will respect you. Will be second meeting, third meeting. If they want a deal, they will be coming after you, but deal will be on right terms. Without, again, I don't want to offend anyone, but I think value of discussion is to be authentic, and I share with you my personal experience. I've seen it all the time. When our brain, our insights, our talent, our connections, somehow were discounted just because business in Eastern Europe, you are from Eastern Europe, you have non-Western accent, thank you.
That's a compliment, no? Like when you're in London, not having a British accent is a compliment.
Depends to whom you talk.
To me,
Well, I took it as a compliment, you know what? I just thought whatever. You know, many people in this world, everyone has their own opinion. No, it didn't keep me awake in the night, you know?
It's good to hear. And Rafał, international funds coming in, hiring Polish people either in Poland or in London. Do you think local funds still have an access advantage? Is the access asymmetry still there?
I would say yes, still, but I wouldn't say they're losing it, but international funds are more present here, so Polish funds have to be more and more competitive to fight for the best companies, basically, because people tend to say in Poland that there's more capital than great companies, and I think it's everywhere in the world a situation like that. There's a lot of dry powder everywhere, so there's a lot of competition, and we can see that a lot of Polish funds are co-investing with foreign investors. That gives them a lot of confidence. If an outside, I would say, investor perceives Polish company as attractive, then they're getting more confidence to co-invest, which would probably not happen if that foreign investor didn't invest for different reasons. So I can also see cases like that. I will not disclose that, but there are cases like that. So, but obviously, as we can see here, the conferences like that are in Poland, but they're multinational, they're regional. So there are a lot of startups from all over the world, actually all over the region. There are many investors coming in from different locations, not only from CE, but also from the UK, from Germany. There are many German funds actually that invested directly in Polish companies, great companies. These companies are raising further rounds. So I think it's becoming more and more competitive. And obviously, I was afraid when the war started that a lot of foreign investors will lose confidence for some time in Poland, but I don't see that happening, which is great. Obviously, there are many Polish funds that need to invest in Polish companies, so I wouldn't expect any dramatic slowdown, and I don't see any slowdown in foreign investors, which is actually great. And you know, you're the greatest example, you know, right now investing in a Polish company, so. It's good.
Nice, great to hear that. I actually want to double down in Ukraine as well. Like one of the things that I have in mind, and Ukraine has been the, so we did most of our investments in Turkey. Ukraine was second. Then came Bulgaria, Greece, Hungary, etc. back in Fund 1. And we wanted to do more in Ukraine. We hired someone in Lviv to be able to do more investments. So I think post-war, or however it transitions out, we're going to start doubling down in Ukraine as well. Well, international funds are not just bringing capital, they're also bringing A, impact, and B, ESG policies also. Yeah. As other funds start to invest into local funds as well. Do you see impact-driven, do you see funds, local funds, being more impact-driven thanks to the investors coming from abroad, or do you see local funds having own ESG policies, SDG goals, reporting on those on a quarterly, semi-annually, annually basis, whatever happening in the region?
I would say it depends on. You know, some Western funds, you know, can also learn from CE local funds in terms of what it, of course. Look, it's about, again, my notion, my message is from, you know, I interviewed in my career around 800 investors for my own project. You know, I would just travel 35 countries. You know, I was very curious to understand how their mind works a long time ago, but I took a very good lesson from those years. It served me super well. You know, talent doesn't have nationality. Ideas don't have nationality. You know, it's like we learn from each other. I learn from you, you learn from me. You know, the same here. It's like I don't believe in this West-East thing at all. At all. It just, you know, it's a thing that you choose individually as a market player. Do you want to give it attention or no? I choose not to give it. If I see someone, for example, who try to behave like I always have to learn from them. Look, if it makes sense, I learn. I'm very open, but I'm very as much as I take, as much I give, and I am open and direct about it. They learn from us too. Absolutely, there is no such thing as they going to come here and be a teacher and you are a student. Wisdom, intelligence, talent, insight, grasp, business acumen, entrepreneurship, you know what? We have it at least as much as Western players do. But where region in general, where I see times and again commonality, there is a way to communicate. When, for example, US fund arrives to CE region, they have a way to communicate. They start with confidence. They start with, their terms. And quite often, they could be terms like you either take it or you leave it. Could be very often, And I think it's in our power to respond to such approaches in a way that benefit us. We are our own advocates. And as I said, they learn from us, we learn from them. It's sharing. World is a small place. There is no such thing anymore, in my view, as developed economy and developing economy. It depends what industry you talk about. After COVID, everyone is redeveloping, if anything. World is interconnected. With technology, make place tiny place. Previous week I was in Singapore, right? And then this week I'm in Poland. And I was thinking I flew 60% of a land already. Land is just so tiny. There is no anymore lack of information. We don't have any more Berlin Wall. We don't have any more Soviet Union, It's all in your power. And just build your network of Westerners who are nice, who are, productive, with whom you want to work. Just create synergies. That's my attitude.
And before we close, Rafal, one last sentence from you. What do you think we can do better to highlight the potential of the region? I was going to ask it to you, Natalia, as well, but I think you already gave an answer to that, so I'll just ask Rafal.
I mean, absolutely, fully agree that we should be more confident and proud and build branding, because this is something we're actually still lacking. We're on the right track to build a CE brand, I think in general regional brand, and we need to share more success stories, because these success stories will follow on with other success stories, and more money and more investors, more confidence in the region that we can actually create great companies, have great founders, because they're here, they're there. As I said, they came from the UK, the US, brought knowledge and bringing expertise and building great companies. So we just need to brand it properly, and I think this is something we're still lacking. And that should definitely change, and we should put a lot of focus on that.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot for joining. Thanks a lot for staying. It's late now, but thanks for having us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being with us for the whole day. I'm sure you have a lot of things to do now with your evening, and I sure hope it's going to be very exciting, since Wrocław have so much things to offer. And with that, I will list and say thanks to our partners and sponsors, and I hope you're going to have an amazing evening, and I will see you tomorrow morning. And let me say my thanks to our main sponsor, EDB Singapore, the co-organizer, City of Wrocław, Microsoft, our startup-friendly partner, Scaleway, our matchmaking partner, PKO Bank Polski, our fintech partner, Konradzki Celej, our legal partner, LG, PVC, PwC, European Innovation Council, Greenhouse by Comark, Brella, Deutsche Börse, Startup Wrocław, SpinLab, JWW, Vienna Business Agency, Niegaleria, BlueZap, and HubSpot. Thank you so much. Have an amazing night.
Storm, a beautiful catastrophe.